The ACC Network presents the 2024 ACC Men's and Women's Swimming and Diving Championship from Greensboro, North Carolina. Thrills expected to continue tonight here at one of the great swimming facilities in the country, the Greensboro Aquatic Center. On the agenda tonight, we've got a good one. The 200 butterfly will have the 100 backstroke, the 100 breast, the platform diving, final chance for the women, and then the 400 medley relay. On the women's side, the Cavaliers opening up their lead through 11 events now over Louisville and NC State. The Cavs are going for their 5th straight championship. Hello everybody, I'm Craig Minervini, and it's a pleasure to be joined once again by the 6-time Olympic gold medalist, 6 times, Amy Van Dyken. Welcome to the ACC Championships. Women's swimming here, Virginia the story again, but here's the big question, Amy. They are 9 for 9. Will they lose a race here in Greensboro?
There is a possibility they may tonight, and it's only the 100 backstroke with Catherine Burkhoff, but here is how they are doing it. Look at that. You see all of those champions, but then look, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 7th. That is how you build a team. There is so much depth, and that is why Todd DeSorbo has a team that wins year in and year out.
Here's the start list for our C final tonight to get us going, and we're glad to have you with us. Pittsburgh will be in lane 8, that's top of your screen. Louisville got 7 and 6, Georgia Tech in the middle, NC State 3, and then the bottom of your screen, North Carolina with Ava Muzzy and Mabry Bishop will be in lane number 1. That's in the lower part of your screen, and here we go. Our C final, these all are swimmers earning points and are among the top 24 here. They had to get through the prelims to get to this spot, Amy.
They did. So they swam this morning. Prelims start at 10 a.m. and they swam against everyone else who wanted to swim the 200 fly.
Big field.
And this is the top 24 that you are looking at right now, and we're watching exactly why.
Each swimmer will tackle 8 lengths of the pool in total. It's the 200-yard butterfly.
This is a really tough event, Craig. I mean, if you swim the 200 butterfly and you consider it one of your favorites, I take my hat off to you, because this is tough. Right about now, you know, they're starting to get into their rhythm, and you can see right there in lane 4, Mackenzie Campbell from Georgia Tech. She's getting her hips up really nicely. Now this is going to be very, very important as we come into the last 50. She's going to need to continue that, because that will throw her arms forward. You also want to push your chest down when your arms enter the water, just to give you a little bit more flexibility in those arms and catch more water.
Mackenzie has the lead for Georgia Tech in lane 4. Very close, Zora Ripkova, Georgia Tech, her teammate, in lane 5.
She's doing a really nice job right now. She's just getting her lead, is growing and growing with every single stroke that she is taking. I love watching this butterfly. She drags her chin across the water, basically staying nice and low. Watch this final turn. Really nice. It looks like her first turn, and that's what you want in an event like this.
Final length for Mackenzie Campbell from Georgia Tech. And she's going to win our C final to get us going tonight here in Greensboro. Congratulations to the Yellow Jackets. Ava Muzzy from North Carolina, 2nd. Zora Ripkova from Georgia Tech, 3rd, her teammate. Oh, good start.
Georgia Tech was showing up right there, which is great. Their head coach, Courtney, was one of my teammates in 2000 at the Olympics. We got a gold medal together.
That's how you want to come out of the gate, get it going for your team, get everybody charged up for a good night. And good for the Yellow Jackets. Came in 11th place, just a point back of Miami, so they'll move up in the women's standings, getting some big points here in the C consolation final. All right, here's our B final now. Tonight, it's Grace Monahan in lane number 1, NC State. Kuramoto for Georgia Tech, Louisville in lane 3. Keep an eye on Grace Chablais. She was tops in the prelim. Zettel for Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, Pittsburgh, and Georgia Tech.
Oh, I love it when they stay underwater until that 15-meter buoy that you just saw them pass, that red buoy. That's when they have to be up. A lot of these swimmers will time it out, so their start will get right up to that point, which we saw. And then after that, they're going to try to come up a little bit sooner, because, again, they need that oxygen for their legs.
If they came up late, they would be disqualified.
Yes.
swim the race, and then afterward we find out DQ.
Exactly, yep. And right now, we are looking at Tristan Ouellette in lane 3, who is flanked by Grace Shebley from NC State and Ray Komodo from, oh, pardon me, I just lost my page. Georgia Tech, my goodness, I'm watching this race. Ouellette also swam the 400 IM. She is a great butterflyer.
She was 4th here 2 years ago in the 200 butterfly.
I love it. So you know that this event is really a strong suit for her. So I really suspect that she is going to come on the last 50 and just really blast through that. I think that's what she would do. And I've seen her do that before last year, so we'll keep our eye on it.
Was also 3rd and 21 in the 200 fly here. She's picked up a lot of bronzes, but also keep an eye on Kuramoto in lane 2. Ouellette in lane 3. Ouellette for Louisville with 50 to go.
Oh, that was a great turn. Look at them, they're almost stroke.
Grace Monahan's in the story too.
It's such a great look at this. I mean, we have got almost a straight line of young women. Let's see, it's going to come right down to the last stroke, I think.
Keep her eyes on 1, 2, 3, and 4, and in particular, Ouellette in lane 3, Shebley in lane 4. Ouellette and Shebley. Who gets the wall first? It looked like Shebley got it. Wow. The NC State junior, who was 2nd in the 400 IM, wins the B final.
What a nice race. Look at this finish, because they were tied. Ouellette and Shebley were tied basically right here. And then Shebley just got an extra push right there. I mean, it was really, really close. That was a great finish. Way to stay in the race and stay between your lane lines, ladies.
They call her shell business around the team. And she took care of business in the B consolation as she wins it over Ouellette. Grace Monahan again for the Wolfpack, getting some points. Here are the records now as we go to our A final. This is the championship. Alex Walsh will be in this race. She has the ACC conference record, and she is in the #1 spot from the prelims as the competitors come out. And this is going to be a good one in our 200 fly.
Yeah, it's about time we talk about Alex Walsh instead of her sister Gretchen.
Let's meet the swimmers. Margaret Shallow from Virginia, a freshman in lane 1. The team captain for Florida State. She won the 200 fly in 2 meets this year. Edith Jernstedt. Tess Holloway had 2 wins in meets over Texas and Florida this year in this race. She's from Virginia in lane 3. The aforementioned Alex Walsh. More on her coming up. You know how great her career has been, the senior. Abby Harder, also from Virginia, 3rd in the 200 fly here last year. And then it's Martina Perroni from Duke, the 5'9" sophomore in lane 6. Ellie Vanote from North Carolina, the graduate student, will be in lane 7. And swimming in lane 8, the all-ACC academic team for 3 years in a row, and a great swimmer too, in Catherine Purnell from Duke.
And there she is, everybody. Alex Walsh. She's swimming out of lane 4. Now, something that's really interesting, obviously she won this event last year at this event, but she hasn't swum it since she won at NCAA's last year. So it's been almost a whole year since she hasn't swum this event, and we're seeing the first time here.
Talked to the coach. He said he put her in for about 8 events. He did not put in the 200 fly because she hasn't raced it in so long.
Yeah.
He had to go back and put her into the race because she came to him and said, I want to go this one. He said, I'm down for it. Let's go.
I love it.
Let's push it.
That's why she was entered with no time this morning. She was in the very first heat. It was fun to watch.
Todd DeSorbo couldn't believe it. You want to go in the 200. Why? Because, and that's the kind of versatility that Alex Walsh has.
Oh, absolutely. She can swim almost anything and be perfect at almost everything.
It's the mark of a champion.
Amen.
Take your marks.
I don't want to say that the Walsh sisters have a type of start that they do, but again, Alex was a little bit slower off that block. Now, I do know that the Walsh sisters are tall. I am also 6 feet. I get it. It's hard to come off the blocks. Just a little something that they could work on, but Then you watch this, Craig. This is absolute butterfly perfection. Let's watch her when she does her underwater. It's very tight and streamlined. When she comes up, do you see how easy she's making this look? She makes everyone at home go, oh, I could swim the 200 butterfly. She is really cranking under the water. It is just, she is so good at relaxing her arms and everything on that recovery right there that she's not using any extra energy to get her arms up and over. And look at her kick. She gets that booty nice and high, which means that she's having that nice push down with her chest, which helps her go forward in the water.
And is already extending her lead. Alex, 11-time ACC champion before this meet this year. And she's added a few medals along with her amazing team from Virginia. The senior from Nashville.
And here we go into the last 50. Now let's see, are we now coming up on a record? I mean, it seems like a Walsh thing to do this year. Let's see if she can get a record tonight.
The American record is 148.33. The ACC record is 152.91.
Here we go. Here we go. She's breathing every stroke, traditional for her.
Alex Walsh!
Yes!
She's got a new ACC record at 149.16.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Well done. A new meet, a new conference record. Well done. You can see all the fans cheering. Check this stroke out. I was talking about this. We're going to go head on. Oh, look at that. Look at how relaxed she looks. Chin low on the water. You don't really see a lot of undulation, which people assume is a butterfly stroke, but it is actually not, because look at her right there. She is swimming straight forward, puts her head down, and look at how she's streamlined into that finish. That's what you want to do if you are a butterflyer or a breaststroker. Get into that streamline to help you get to that wall faster.
Yep. Another championship for Alex Walsh. I'm sure it's not getting old for the senior or her team. And she sets a record in the process in the race, as we mentioned, that she has not been in the pool in almost a year.
I mean, that's amazing to come out and to swim a 149.1 after not swimming it for a year. Coach Todd DeSorbo, I see him down there on the deck. He just went over and gave her a big, huge hug. He's got a smile on his face. That's always nice to see when a coach has a smile on his face.
So congratulations to the senior, as Virginia has now made it 10 for 10. And look at this, the Cavaliers grabbed 3 of the top 4 spots. Martina Perroni for the Duke Blue Devils, though, important points in second place. Harder and Howley going 3-4 in the 200 fly. So 10 for 10 now for Virginia as they extend their lead. Alex Walsh, you join us now. Congratulations. Why did you do the 200 fly this year? You surprised your coach, who didn't even enter you in this race initially.
Yeah, I have this really bad habit of not knowing when I'm going to swim before meets, like a week out. So I was really debating between this and a couple of other things. But the last time I swam 2 fly was at NCAA's, and I just wanted to give it one last go around. And I'm really happy I did. I wasn't expecting to go under the 150 barrier, and I just couldn't be happier. I think just really proud of myself, proud of my team. I'm very, very grateful.
Alex, does this mean that we are going to see you swim that at NCAA's, or are we still deciding?
Still deciding. But I have the 2 breasts tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. And whatever I swim, I'm just doing it for the Who's, so I'm just really happy to be here.
That's what they call them. Congratulations, Alex. Wonderful to watch the Who's do it again. They have made it 10 for 10 here on the women's side in Greensboro. Up next, we'll turn our attention to the men's competition in the 200 fly when we return to North Carolina. Welcome back. Here's the men's competition now through 11 events. NC State, they've been the team to beat, just like Virginia on the women's side for years here. They've won 2 in a row and been impressive overall. But they've got a big lead. Notre Dame's been a great story. Virginia Tech is third. Notre Dame has never finished higher than third. What about the men?
Well, the men is all NC State right now, and one of the reasons is Noah Bowers and Aiden Hayes, who we are going to see in the 200 butterfly later. But they've also got that depth. We were talking about that with the Virginia women, how many they are scoring in those non-placing, meaning 1, 2, or 3 positions. They just have so much depth, and that's what you want.
Here's a look at our C final lane assignments. Notre Dame, North Carolina, Florida State, Georgia Tech, the first 4 lanes. Top of your screen, Louisville lane 5, Virginia lane 6, North Carolina, followed by Florida State in lane 8 here for our C final. Number 24 of the competitors make the finals in the evening from the morning prelims, all scoring points for their team if you get to at least the C final. This is already an accomplishment, and obviously they'd like to be the winner in their own flight.
Absolutely, because again, that is points for your team, but this is such a huge accomplishment at ACC's, pardon me, to be in the top 24 is spectacular because the teams here are so dominant in this sport.
Good start here for Aiden Parrow, the freshman from Louisville, lane 2.
Doing really well. Also in lane 5, we got Gustavo Saldo from Louisville as well. He's also swimming great. Both of them are kind of going stroke for stroke, if you will. And both look really, really good.
You check that. That was Wheelahan in lane 2 there for North Carolina. No,
I apologize. Oh, look at this. We're going to start separating here as we make this turn. This will be the final turn down here.
You mentioned Saldo. He's got the lead from Louisville. Lane 5.
And he looks wonderful. His hips are still high. He's not jerking his stroke. A lot of times in butterfly, if you see someone take a breath and see them herky-jerky, it means they're tired. Look at that. No herky-jerky, looking wonderful as he's coming into the finish.
Gustavo Saldo from Louisville gets first place. Antonio Romero from Georgia Tech will pick up the silver here in the C final, beg your pardon, with 142.86. Nice job there for Saldo. So he wins from Louisville. Dram gets the bronze, and Wheelahan winds up in 4th place. He was in that lane number 2.
That was a nice race. I love, I say this all the time, I love an outside smoke. I would say lane 2, outside smoke. That was really well done. Now I'm going to start calling lane 4 outside smoke. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous.
All right, here's our B constellation now. And our start list, Louisville's got lanes 1, 2, and 3. Followed by Notre Dame in 4, Pittsburgh in 5, Virginia in 6, Gentry for Virginia Tech in 7th, Louisville. Matteo Maselli will be in lane 8.
Take your marks.
A lot of Cardinal logos here in this B final, 4 of them.
A lot. I love seeing it. So awesome. And of course, you've got Dylan Edge in there in lane 4 from Notre Dame. They are trailing NC State, but they're in 2nd place, so these points count a lot. Look at lane 8 right there. Matteo Maselli just taking it out really quick that first 50. Let's see if he can hang on. I would love to see it.
Locktev, the junior in lane 3, won the B final in the 200 free on Thursday for the Cardinals.
Lane 8, still amazing. Maselli from Louisville, he's still up there right in the lead. He's looking great as we make this turn into the 100. We are now halfway.
We have not seen a lane 8 winner yet in our competition in any of the events.
No, it would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Especially for Matteo Maselli.
Yes.
And his Cardinal teammates. Adam Mailer from Pittsburgh in lane 5 with a slight lead. Last 50.
Mailer is looking so great. He's really getting more distance per stroke out of his stroke now, but do not count out Dylan Edge. Lane 4 right below him in that dark path from Notre Dame. He is right on his tail.
He doesn't have the edge yet, but Dylan is close to Adam Mailer from Pittsburgh. Edge coming on. Edge and Mailer. And it's going to be Mailer. By 14/100ths of a second, he wins the B final.
That was all finished. That was, oh yeah, smack it. But look at this. This is what happened. All right, so here you go. Watch right here as they're coming into their last strokes, and right there is the decision that wins that race. Right there. As opposed to taking a shorter stroke or having to kick in, he landed right on that stroke. It was so awesome, perfect. And he deserves to celebrate like that.
He does it in 1:43.31 for the Panthers, who were so impressive in the diving last night, going 1-2. And they get the gold here in the B consolation. Edge and Power round out the top three here. So overall, be a 9th place finish in the 200 fly for Mailer, and he wins the B competition. And here they come.
Their burst of air actually scared me, so I can't imagine being them down there on the ground with it, on the deck with it.
The conference records set by Nicholas Albiero. His father is still the coach of the University of Louisville, and told me before, just he remembers watching like a proud father. He took the coach's hat off a couple of years ago when Nicholas set that record you just saw in the 200 fly at the 1:37.92 in 2022. Lane 1, Boyd Polkey from the University of North Carolina. He is a senior, and he's ready to go. Carl Blobaum from Virginia Tech, the sophomore, will be in lane number 2. Junior Aiden Hayes from North Carolina State. He's had a good championship so far. How about the grad student, number 1 in the prelim, Noah Bowers for NC State. He's got lane 4. Tate Bacon, one of the impressive Notre Dame swimmers we have seen so far here. Already a winner this week. Lane 5, UNC Seb Lunak, along with his teammate Patrick Hussey in lane 7. And Sebastian Sergile will be in lane number 8. He's the sophomore from Virginia. All right, Amy, what are you looking at here in the 200 fly?
I'm looking right there in the middle. Lane 3, Aiden Hayes, and lane 4, Noah Bowers. Now, Noah last year also was in this position where he was first after the prelims, ended up second, so he wants redemption from the guy in lane 3, Aiden Hayes. He won the ACCs last year in this event and then went on to win NCAAs. So this is kind of a launching pad for him. Both of these guys want it so badly.
Bowers, the graduate student, was 4th in the 200 fly here 2 years ago. He was 2nd last year. Now he comes in number 1 in the prelim. So can he keep the progression and win it after some impressive podiums in the ACC championships?
We'll have to wait and see for sure. But Hayes, Bowers, and Hussey are the only men to return from last year's finals. We've only got 3 men back. Everyone else is new, and everyone else wants it.
Take your marks.
Noah Bowers came up just a little bit behind Aiden Hayes on that start. I don't think it was a slow start. I just know that Aiden has really good underwaters, as you're seeing right here.
Wow, Hayes on a great start.
He is taking off. He is using that to his advantage. And watch how he's bouncing off of every wall. I'll show you, we'll talk about it as we get a little bit closer down here. So right here, they're gonna start setting up for their turn. And watch this, he pulls and bounces off, and his hand goes right to his ear. He wastes no time, no extra movements.
Hayes won the silver earlier this week in the 100 fly, which is where he is at this point of the race.
Oh, and right now it is still all Hayes. He's starting to drop just a little bit. Now remember, he's not rested, so he will get some of that back at NCAAs, but he's got to hang on right here. If he wants to win this ACC championship that I know he wants so badly coming into this last 50.
Tate Bacon is close in lane 5. Bowers is right there in lane 4 as well. Hayes continues to lead. Final length of the pool coming up. Can Hayes hang on?
Here we go. They turned at exactly the same time. Who's coming up? It's Noah Bowers that came up first. That underwater was spectacular.
5 yards to go. Bowers with a great finish for NC State.
Wow.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, Noah, you deserve it. Let's watch this last turn. All right, so there you have got Noah Bowers up on top. Aiden Hayes, who was leading right there. Watch this turn. I was talking about how Bowers was so good, but look at how Aiden Hayes was so good, but look at how Bowers came up, and that is where he won this race, and that is why he is a body length ahead of anyone else in that field.
And he set an ACC record in the process at 139.65. The previous record was Aiden Hayes' record at 140.21, and then they go 1-2 here.
Switcheroo.
So he not only beats him here in the pool, his teammate, but he also knocks his record off the top of the books. That's a good one for the Wolfpack.
That's gotta hurt.
At least for Bowers, right? Bowers wins with a tremendous final, about 25 yards just before the turn. Lunak from North Carolina finishes third. Tate Bacon finishes fourth for Notre Dame. Good finish.
Woo!
How did Bowers do that? He was behind pretty much through going to maybe the last 30, 35 yards.
Yeah, he was just very, very patient. He knew what he was doing. He knew his splits that he needed to hit, and he knew how he was supposed to feel. I think he hit the wall at the 150 and was like, I feel better than I should. I'm just going to go for it right now. But we'll have to find out. We'll ask him. Here he comes, walking off. Getting ready to talk to us. Love it very much.
I know we understand he is a couple of seconds shy. He bested last year's finish, but he is a little shy of the ACC record. He joins us here. Noah Bowers, congratulations. You were slightly behind, just ever so slightly. How did you finish it off and take it down the last 25 yards?
I just had to trust the training. I knew Aiden would be out quick, so I just wanted to stay with him for a little bit and then catch him at the end.
Talk about what that feels like to be able to race with one of your guys, one of the guys that you hang out with all the time and train with. What is that like to swim against him in a competition like this?
I mean, I think it makes it a little bit easier because I kind of know how he swims. So it was really cool to be next to him in that, especially for the last 200 fly of ACCs.
Great job. Congratulations, Noah.
Thank you.
Graduate student Noah Bowers winning here in 139.65. We'll have the women's 100 backstroke when we return to the action here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center in North Carolina. Welcome back. Here's the women's standings. Virginia increasing their lead with their victory earlier, 9:54 now over Louisville and NC State through 12 events here. Again, one more night of action to go tomorrow for you on the ACC network. And a lot more to go tonight as well, including this, which should be a very interesting race here, the 100 backstroke, our C final coming up. Here's our lane assignments. From the bottom of your screen to the top, Miami, Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, Pittsburgh, Florida State in lane 5, Miami lane 6, Duke lane 7, Florida State also is in lane 8. Jenny Halden there, swimming for the Seminoles.
Of course, the only race that you start in the water, and there is a BJ Bedford rule. She did a front flip off of the blocks in the Olympics, and they said no more of that.
Oh.
Let's go feet first. Oh, my good friend. You also notice too that they start a little bit different. They've got what's called a wedge down on the pad. They've decided that it should be fair for everyone to have a good start. And so they've done that for the backstrokers, because in years past when I used to swim, way back in the golden days, they used to have it where you would just start on the pad and so many people would slip. So now they get a fair start with that wedge.
Very tight race here early on in our C.
Look at this. This is looking awesome. Nice underwaters. Oh, look at how still she is. Oh, it's going to come right down to the wire.
Claire Jensen, lane 4. And Claire Jensen takes it. Jensen in 52.6, winning over Virginia Tech's fine swimmer, Athena Kovacs.
You'll see she was wearing a nose plug. Again, that's so they have to, do those. They're on their back underwater for a long time. And so to not run out of oxygen, they wear that. Some people can actually take their upper lip and fold it over their nostrils. I can't say it enough. It's just weird. But they do it. If you can't do that, you get a nose plug.
So Jansen for Pittsburgh wins it. Virginia Tech in second. Molly Donlan for Duke comes in third in our C final. 3 heats here in the backstroke. We'll get set now for B competition. Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, Miami, North Carolina, lanes 1 to 4. Louisville, Virginia, NC State of North Carolina in lanes 5 through 8.
Nice start. What you want to do on those starts is, yes, you've got the wedge, get your feet up there, and then when the beep goes off, you want to do a back jump and do a back bend up and over the water. It should almost look like your entire body is back bending over the water. And those ladies did a really nice job of doing that. As we're coming in here to the 50. Oh, and it is close.
Halfway through, might be Emma Schubert from Miami in that lane 3, the graduate student with the lead.
Oh yeah, look at her go.
25 to go here.
Oh, it's a race between lane 3 and lane 6. Carly, oh my goodness.
Carly Novoline has the edge for Virginia in lane 6. And Novoline's going to hit the wall first to get the win.
All right, check out this finish. Now remember, right here, just stay still and watch what they do. They whap, see that? They like throw their arm back and hit backwards and almost dive down to the, looks like to the bottom of the pool with their hands to touch the wall.
So B, consolation win for Carly Novoline. Emma Schubert from Miami in second place. Good job for Emma. Louisville getting third. Paige Hetrick. There we go. Now Gretchen Walsh has all the records here in the 100 backstroke. So much so that she wanted to challenge herself. We just saw her in the butterfly. She is not swimming here, which is probably good news for these 8 competitors.
It sure is. And now there are reasons for that, though, Craig. You're only allowed to swim 3 individual events. Otherwise, it would be all Walsh all day, all the time.
Allie Popp in lane 1. She's a freshman from Duke, getting to the finals. Good for her. Carolyn Bentz, the senior from Virginia Tech, is in lane number 2. Junior Riley Tiltman, both of her parents college swimmers at the University of Nebraska. She's in lane 3. Now the veteran, the graduate student, Catherine Burkhoff in lane 4 for North Carolina State. Her teammate, the sophomore Kennedy Noble, will be swimming in lane 5 in this 100 back. Junior Greer Pattison from North Carolina. Then in lane 7, another freshman, NC State's Miriam Sheehan. And Megan Donald will be the sophomore, also for NC State in lane number 8.
Here we go, lane 3, Riley Tittman, and lane 4, Catherine Burkhoff are the 2 to watch for. Catherine Burkhoff, her father is a gold medalist in the 100-meter backstroke in the 80s. She's kind of following along suit. She's the former American record holder in this event, and then she could actually tonight win her 5th title in this event. Then you got Riley Tittman. She's the only swimmer from Virginia in this final, so we've got a lot riding on her shoulders.
That's news in and of itself that the Cavaliers only have 1, but as you mentioned, you have to limit your events. You see the pack there dominating the upper lanes from 4 on with 4 swimmers in this race.
5 whistles, letting the swimmers know that it's time to start getting up to your blocks, and that one single whistle signifying everyone in the crowd be quiet and everybody get in the water.
Catherine Burkhoff has won this each of the last 4 years. This race.
Nice start by everybody. Now Catherine Burkhoff could get her American record back here tonight because Gretchen Walsh is not swimming it. Look at how great she is. Ooh, nice tight turn. Beautiful streamline, look at that. Oh, so gorgeous. And watch her pop up and see how still her head is, rotating from side to side, already a body length ahead. All right, American record is 48.26. Are we keeping our eye on that? I think we should. As we come to this final turn, it's all Catherine Burkhoff.
Last 25 yards for Burkhoff. No one has beaten her the last 4 years here. Can she do it again?
Here she goes. Here she goes. She might do it. She might do it.
Making a run at it.
Oh my goodness, she did it. She broke the meet record. I told you. I thought she got the American record. She got the meet and the conference record. That was amazing. 48.7. What a great time.
Gretchen Walsh's meet record was 49.25, and she wound up putting up a 48.7 on the board.
Let's watch this start. Tight on Catherine Burkhoff. Look at how she got up and over the water so well. Let's look at this wide angle. Everybody, you see how they all bent backwards, diving deep down so they can do those beautiful dolphin kicks, which set up for this finish. Look at how far ahead Catherine Burkhoff is as she dives down to hit the wall. Oh, and in record-setting form, well done. Fifth ACC title in the 100 backstroke. That is not too shabby, my friends. Wow.
An untouchable record, barring another COVID situation. She got 5 chances. She decided, as she said, one last go around to come back and do it one more time, this time as a graduate student. And she did a great job in winning this race. Noble, her teammate, finishing in second. Riley Tiltman from Virginia gets the bronze in the 100 back. Catherine Burkhoff, you decided to come back for a 5th year as a graduate student. Was this one of the reasons? Because you wanted to defend this backstroke that you won once again?
A very small part of the reasons. It was really easy to decide to come back and compete for my team one more year. I didn't even think twice about it.
Catherine, I know how close you are with your teammates. What does it mean being here at your last ACC championship with them?
Oh, it means so much. It's really fun having such a stacked heat and having 3 other teammates in my heat. And yeah, I'm just happy I can help contribute one more time.
Congratulations. You did it 5 times. Amazing. Way to go. Catherine Burkhoff winning again, 48.7. It's a new meet record here in Greensboro. We'll turn our attention to the men's backstroke next. Welcome back. Here's our men's standings through 12 events now. NC State looks to be in good shape to repeat again as champion here. Notre Dame, though, boy, if they can hang on to second, that's a monster story. Louisville in 3rd. As we've mentioned, the Fighting Irish have never finished higher than 3rd place here, and that was only once. And Chris Lindauer, their head coach, told me they just want to come here and disrupt the ACC. To mix it up. They've done that so far, haven't they?
Yeah, they absolutely have. They've done such a stellar job doing that. Not only have their swimmers been doing well, their parents in the stands have been doing well. Everyone dressed up like Irishmen. It looks wonderful. So we've got flashing lights with green lights. It's distracting and fabulous.
Here's a look at our competitors. Talking about the Fighting Irish, they'll have 3 of the swimmers here. Florida State, Virginia, North Carolina in the middle lanes, 3 to 5. Louisville, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech, in the last 3 lanes. Irish talking about an attitude of gratitude. That's their theme this year.
I like that one. That's how you should feel working with me.
Absolutely.
No, okay.
And presence, in the presence of a 6-time
stop.
Olympic gold medalist.
Stop, I was kidding. So what happened right here, let me just say that the starter saw something that they did not like, called everyone down so you're not just hanging on there with your arms because that would be exhausting. Now they're calling them back. It can be a little unnerving.
Lane 2 toes.
So lane 2 has got his toes over the edge of the pad. They don't like that. They're calling him down again.
Lucas Loeb of the Fighting Irish, lane 2.
So again, they're
talking about his toes there.
Yes, their toes cannot be outside of the water, and as you can see right there in lane 2, they are.
Take your marks.
We're going to have to see what they do with that because he still was not underwater. Is the starter going to let him go, or is he going to call it on him? We'll see.
Just 4 lengths of the pool in the 100 backstroke.
These swimmers are going to spend a little bit more time underwater than, say, you would in a freestyle or a butterfly. And the reason for that is you go faster when you're streamlining underwater. So they want to stay under as long as possible.
Charlie Crush having a good swim for Louisville in lane 6. It's close though. Lane 5, Walker Davis, North Carolina.
It's Walker. It was. Nice job.
Walker gets the victory. He hits the wall first in 46.25.
Oh, we got the thumbs up. Oh, he says to call it. He wants you to call him, Craig. If you could give him a call, that'd be great.
They swim with his cell.
Yeah, I think it is his cell phone, yeah. Oh, he's happy with that time, which is wonderful. Again, that nose plug that he's wearing right there. It is the same type of nose plug that synchro swimmers, we call them now artistic swimmers, also use. Kind of a little crossover there. We do have a disqualification. We're going to look for it, see what's going on.
Walker Davis improved his time by 3/4 of a second from the prelim. We do have a disqualification as well. Turned out to be lane 7, Notre Dame swimmer. All right, here we go with the B final in our 100-yard backstroke. Tap for North Carolina State, Florida State, Notre Dame, Pittsburgh. Notre Dame also in lane 5 with Tommy Janton. Virginia, NC State, and Forrest Webb for Virginia Tech, lane 8.
Take your marks.
I know people are asking, how can you get disqualified in a 100 backstroke? Here's how you can do that. Obviously, on a start, if they call you up because your feet are over. Also, you are only allowed to, when you come into the wall, flip over on your stomach and take 1 continuous pull, and then you have to go into your turn. If you stay there too long on your stomach, they will call you. Also, if you finish too far on your side, that will also be a disqualification. It is called a backstroke. Please stay on your back.
B final. Good opportunity here for Tommy Janton, but it's close. Also watch lane 3, Tanner Fillion, and it's lane 3, Tanner Fillion from Notre Dame. He was battling his teammate. Janton winds up finishing second for the Fighting Irish, a 1-2 finish.
Oh, that was wonderful. Yes.
Come on, Tommy. Come on.
Oh, and he's cheering for his teammate. I just love that. Sportsmanship is so wonderful in college sports. Let's take a look at this finish, because this is where it happened, right here. And there we go, lane 3, Tanner just right over. Oh, and he loved it. And his teammate, Tommy Janton, who was in lane 5, there they are, hugging each other. Oh gosh, I love this.
He was better than a second over his prelim score.
Well, that is awesome.
His timing in the morning was 46.03, and he was 44.99 here.
Oh, that is awesome.
Wow.
That deserved that little dance that they just did right there.
And a 1-2 finish too. All right, here we go with the A final. Those are the records. The meet tied, and we'll see. Kasper Stakowski right here. He has the conference record as well. And our 100 backstroke. Steph Goncharov from Pitt will be in lane 1. Freshman from NC State. They'll have 3 swimmers in this race. Hudson Williams, lane 2. Virginia's Matt Brownstead, the senior, will be in lane number 3. How about Marcus Gentry? More on him coming up. Notre Dame swimmer in lane 4, just a sophomore. NC State, man to watch here with the record. Kasper Stakowski, graduate student, back for a final year. Max Wilson will swim in lane 6, the sophomore out of the Virgin Islands. Dalton Lowe for the Cardinal, senior in lane 7. And NC State will have Quinton McCarty in lane number 8. Who are you watching here in the 100 back?
I'm going to the middle of the pool again. We're going to go with lane 4, Marcus Gentry, and lane 5, Kasper Stakowski. Something interesting about Marcus Gentry in lane 4. Last year, so this year he's going for an ACC title. Last year, he won the C final. So he could win it all tonight. And then we've got Kasper Stakowski in lane 5. Just last week, Craig, he represented Poland in the World Championships. So he came back from World Championships to come here and compete at ACCs for his team. He is also looking to win this tonight.
Now, he has won this race 3 consecutive years. He's a 7-time ACC champion coming into this year. So he's trying to make it 4 for 4 in the 100 backstroke. So this will be a real tough race for Gentry. But again, Gentry was number 1 in the prelim timing.
That's right.
That's why he's in lane 4.
That's right. And so Gentry has as good a shot as anybody. Now, Stakowski, how is that trip from World Championships back here? How is that going to tax his body, his mind? I guess we're going to find out in a couple of minutes.
Gentry from Oregon. Stakowski is from Poland. In case you're wondering, Gentry's time was 12 100ths of a second. Beg your pardon, 8 100ths of a second quicker this morning. That's the time to set him up in lane 4 and 5.
And the last cheers in before we have to be quiet.
Take your marks.
Oh, great starts. Now here we go. Now is where you do this turn, and you've got to start setting up your race plan, which means go. Oh, it's a tight field right now.
There might be 5 and a tie right now.
That's
with half the race to go.
Oh, now it's all guts and glory. That's all it is. Who wants it more?
Stakowski in lane 5, Gentry in lane 4. Stakowski has the edge in lane 5 for a 4th consecutive here. Kasper Stakowski does it again for NC State.
Oh my goodness. That was fabulous. He's like, I can't hear you people. Come on, let's get a little louder. I like that. Oh, that's awesome. Let's take a look at his start. Look at how he's so upright, and then he bends over that water. See how deep he goes down so he can do those beautiful dolphin kicks. Nice tight streamline as he comes up swimming. Look at how still he is, but look at this finish, and look at how still his head still is. I'll say still one more time as he dives right there into the wall. And congratulations, you are an ACC champ once again.
And even quicker than his time last year at 44:36. Last year is 44:47 when he won.
Amazing.
Wow. So a great job for Stakowski, who comes back for his graduate year and wins for the 4th consecutive time here, the ACC 100 back.
see those Olympic rings on the back of his tricep right there. He swims for Poland. Love it.
Stakowski wins. How about Matt Brownstead once again swimming well for Virginia. Comes in second. Hudson Williams for NC State in third place. Kasper Stakowski, that's 4 straight for you. Congratulations as you came back for another year. What about the competition here? It was very close about midway through the race. We couldn't figure out who was winning this race.
I mean, yeah, ACC got so much better this year. As I saw in the 100 fly, you know, making it to C final, I was really disappointed. So I was trying to bounce back from yesterday. Here we go.
How do you do that mentally to bounce back like that in such a short amount of time?
I mean, it was definitely tough, but you know, working throughout those years in practice, trusting the process, trusting your coaches and your teammates definitely helps. And here we go. I didn't know that I'm gonna go that fast, and I'm so happy.
Great job. Congratulations, Kasper.
Thank you so much.
Champion
Set up 6
again.
for 1.
You got it for NC State. And we're just getting going here. A lot more competition to go from Greensboro. Up next, it's the women's 100 breaststroke. But there's a champion for NC State. Kasper Stakowski for the 4th straight time. And welcome back. This is day 4 of our competition. One more day to go and more action here through 13 events. Virginia is now in 4 digits. 1,001 points so far. NC State in second. Very close battle for second. Louisville's only 5 points back as the separation continues. And we now go to our 100 breaststroke, our C final. All these competitors had to earn their way in this morning through the prelims. Notre Dame, Pittsburgh, NC State, and Notre Dame. That's 8 through 5. And then North Carolina's in the middle, lane 4. Louisville, Pittsburgh, and Notre Dame will be right on the bottom of your screen in lane 1.
I love that shot that we just showed right there. The intensity in the face of the swimmers.
Only 4 lengths of the pool here in the breaststroke. Diving coming up in a little bit as well.
All right, here we go. Now we're going to start getting into it. You do want to stretch out front, get that nice glide out front. However, this is 100, so the turnover is going to be faster, as well as the kick.
How taxing is this stroke for the athletes?
This stroke is actually very taxing. Now, when we get into the 200 breaststroke tomorrow, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But look at how long they have to hold their breath. Like, that's a long time. And here we go. It's a dead heat right now.
Final run here. Eleanor Ju for Notre Dame is in lane 5. And in lane 4, Alexander Rudolph. And Rudolph is able to come up with the victory here in the C final from North Carolina.
She's so excited with that. Nice job. That was a great swim.
Here are results. Rudolph for North Carolina. Notre Dame in second. North Carolina State gets the bronze in the C final. 3 heats here, the 100 breaststroke. But the pool's looking great. Ambiance here is wonderful again as we get set for our B final. How about the atmosphere to get a chance to go in front of all these fans?
Isn't this great?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the stands are completely and totally packed. The only empty seats are right in front of us because, you know, we got to keep it clear. We got to watch the pool. But I mean, everyone is just so excited to be here. These swimmers are excited. This is a big deal. We're holding the swimmers just a little bit here, which is okay. We've got a timing pad issue. They're going to fix it to make sure it's fair for everyone.
Issues in lane 8. And they'll just fix that. How does that work, Amy? The timing pattern. In other words, as soon as As soon as the contact's made, that's how we get it.
That's
that
it.
quickly.
Absolutely. That's why I tell everybody, do not ever cut your fingernails, because if you can hit with those first, you got a little extra oomph, a little
So if
extra
you're in
finish.
lane 8, you want to make sure that is working.
You make sure that that touchpad is working properly.
That's
yes.
pretty important. Oh, look at the fans here. Getting ready for our B final. And here's a look at our start list. Navarro for Miami, Saban, Georgia Tech, Welch for Louisville, Manson, the top in the prelim as far as the B is concerned, Virginia, Duke, North Carolina. Paichevich there, Kaya for North Carolina, lane 7. And North Carolina also in lane 8.
All right, here we go.
Take your marks.
Underwater, you can do one pull out, one breaststroke kick, and one dolphin kick. Remember, hit that wall, spin around, really tight. Right now, we have got a great race going on. We got Catherine in lane 6 from Duke. She seems to be leading this heat. As we come into this last 50. Now remember, your turnover in this 100 is faster, but you still have to make sure that you grab that water as you are rounding that corner and shooting your arms forward. You can't spin through the water.
Final 25 coming up. Belyakov for Duke, lane 6. Keating, lane 5 for Virginia. Paichevich in lane 7 for North Carolina as well is in the hunt. It looks like it's Clarissa Saban for Georgia Tech in lane 2. Look at her.
Look at her, she's shocked. Why is she shocked? That was amazing. Honey, you've got to be on your face. No, I'm kidding, that's her, obviously. She is so excited. That was a great time for her. Let's look at this finish, because this is where she just came on right here. Everyone else is kind of setting up their finish. She's already done it, and this is it right there. She kicked into the wall, streamlined into it, and she comes out a winner in that heat. So exciting. Yes, girl.
Junior Clarissa Saban winning the B final. Katia Paichevich from North Carolina in 2nd, and Anna Keating got the bronze for the B. All right, here is the A final. There are the records set by Sophie Hansen from the Wolfpack a couple of years ago. Virginia with 3 of the top 8. Skylar Smith from North Carolina, junior. She's in lane 1. Emma Weber from Virginia representing the Cavs in lane 2. Here's a champion before, Abby Aarons from NC State. She's in lane 3. Jasmine Nocentini from Virginia. Number 1 in the prelim with her time. Duke's Kaylin Gridley, lane 5. Freshman Sabin Brisson from Georgia Tech. She'll be in lane 6, swimming out of lane 7. Sophomore from Virginia. Talent keeps on coming. Zoe Skirbo and Maddie Huggins from Florida State in lane number 8. Your concentration here in this big 100 breast.
That's going to be shocking. Lane 3 and lane 4. We got Abby Aarons. She is from NC State. She's in lane 3. Obviously, you know, she's one of the top swimmers in this event. After the prelims, she was 3rd this morning. She does have a lot of speed, and I expect to see that at the end of the race. We've also got Jasmine Nocentini in lane 4. She is from Virginia. And again, this is kind of riding on her a little bit because, you know, we didn't have a Virginia winner in the backstroke. Obviously, it was Catherine Burkhoff. So Virginia, I know they don't need more points, but it is always nice to get those points, and they would like to see getting some of those points out of Jasmine.
Jasmine led off the Cavs record-setting 200 free relay Wednesday night from Italy. A transfer. Aaron's a 2-time ACC champion. And the butterfly coming into this event this year, the last 2 years. Abby was third in the 100 fly earlier this week.
You'll see right here there are some different styles of breaststroke. So you've got lane 4, Nocentini. We were talking about her earlier. Watch after she comes up in this pullout. She does a stroke where she recovers out of the water, where you can see below her, Abby Aarons goes under the water. And right now, Nocentini is going to finish this first 50 ahead.
With a pretty good lead through just 50 yards with half the race to go.
She is looking really, really good. I remember Amanda Beard loved to do that out of the water. Lily King, great name in breaststroke, also does that to a certain extent. As she comes into this last 25, she's got to put her head down and make sure that she whips that kick behind her.
In lane 4, Jasmine Nocentini has the lead.
Oh, look at that. Here she goes. She's over a body length ahead.
Nocentini. Yes, sirree.
Nice job.
She wins the 100 breast for Virginia.
Oh, such a great swim. Nice job, Jasmine. Very, very nice job. I want to take a look. First, let's look at her because she's gorgeous. But let's take a look at her stroke, which is also gorgeous. This is a head-on shot, which is so beautiful, especially with this. Look at how her arms are recovering out of the water. She's getting less drag through the water when she does that. Only her elbows remain in the water, and here is that finish. You can see she's setting it up right there. She is so far ahead, racing the clock, dives in, whips her kick, streamlines into the wall. Well done.
Pursuing her master's degree at the McIntyre School of Commerce, the Italy transfer wins it. Abigail Aarons finished second. Look at this, there was a three-way tie for third at 58.81. Smith, Weber, and Gridley all hit the wall at the exact same time.
I love that. So fun.
So they all get the third place points here. But it's Nocentini, who started off her career at FIU. And she is the winner. Also went to Northwestern, but very happy, I'm sure, Jasmine, that you transferred to Virginia with your great teammates. How about this victory for you in the 100 breast?
I'm definitely very happy. I'm constantly trying a new strategy. It's a relatively new event for me, so I'm quite happy with the result. I was hoping for a 56, but hopefully at NC's.
I think you'll get that at NC's, but you're talking about a new strategy. Can you kind of talk us through that?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how many strokes I want to do yet. So maybe I'll add a new one. I don't know yet, but trying to really focus on stroke count and being efficient rather than just trying to go as fast as I can.
Well, whatever you did, it worked.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Jasmine Nocentini, champion here at the ACC, winning the 100 breast. Well done. The men will give it their go in the 100 breast when we return to Greensboro, North Carolina. Welcome back. Good to have you with us here. The ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Here's the men's standings. NC State approaching that 1,000 mark through 13 events. Notre Dame continues to swim very well for Coach Lindenhauer's team. Louisville is in third place. Virginia Tech a close fourth as well. Time for our 100 breaststroke. Here's our C final lane assignments. These are swimmers in 17th to 24th overall. Again, earning their way here in the morning prelims. Don't forget, in just a few minutes, can she do it again? Aranza Vasquez is going for a complete sweep. It's never been done before. She swept last year. Now she's going for a double sweep. But to do that, she's going to have to win the platform, and she is not number one from the morning numbers. We'll see.
Oh, I'm stoked to watch.
More coming up. A freshman surprising some of the pack in the morning scoring. C final coming up.
Hold the swimmers up here.
Georgia Tech has two of the spots. There's Joseph Hahn from Virginia Tech. What are the thoughts right now as the swimmers get ready?
The thoughts that I always had were, I hope my goggles don't fall off. I hope my cap doesn't fall off. And don't screw up your start. And of course, when they hold us that long, I just kept saying to my head, please pull us up, please pull us up, please pull us up. It was a very anxious swimmer.
What happened to the power of positive thinking?
Yeah, not my world. I do it now, not then.
Take your marks.
And the C final is in the water.
Again, 4 lengths of the pool. That dive takes up a good chunk, more than half of that first length for the breaststroke.
It does. This is the only stroke where that 15-meter red buoy does not matter. They can come up after that if they want to. It's just to keep the freestylers from not freestyling and the butterflyers from not butterflying.
It's very close here. Last 25 yards.
Oh, it's tight.
Delmar in lane 4 for North Carolina.
Got it.
He hits the wall first. Benjamin Delmar in 53.06.
Nice swim. Oh, yeah, he's stoked. Yes, left the water, Benjamin. The North Carolina parents also excited. He said something by a little bit. I don't know what that meant. Maybe best time by a little bit. I don't know.
There's his number, 53.06, who is better than his morning time of 53.25. Georgia Tech in second. Florida State in third. Very quick transition. If you're in that B flight, you really have got to get ready quickly.
Yes.
to get to your spot, and they are. There was a disqualification in lane 2. Michael Flynn from Notre Dame in the C final.
So underwater, you're allowed to take 1 breaststroke pullout, 1 breaststroke kick, and 1 butterfly dolphin with dolphin kick, and he took 2 dolphin kicks on one of those pullouts.
Here's a look at our lane assignments for the B final. Virginia, Virginia Tech, Notre Dame, NC State 1-4. Top of your screen will be Louisville lane 5, Virginia lane 6, Pittsburgh, and Louisville lane 7 and 8.
Disqualification in the previous heat, so keep your eye on that. Remember, 1 pull out, 1 kick, 1 dolphin kick. That's all they're allowed off starts and turns. Great turns by everybody. Nice hands to the ears, spinning over.
Sam Hoover has the early lead here at the midpoint, the junior from NC State, as we go to the last 50.
I'll just tell you what, watch this when he comes up. Look at how much power he gets as he squeezes right there. Rounds the corner and squeezes. So much power.
Last 25.
Well, here come the rest of them. Let's see if he can hold on.
Hoover.
The all Sam.
And he's got it. He cleans it up and wins.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
Sam Hoover from NC State. 52-22.
Let's keep it rolling.
Consolation winner.
Take a look at this finish, because look at this. I mean, Sam Hoover was ahead, but look at the rest. Second, third, fourth, fifth, all jammed up right there. But his finish was so wonderful. Look at his stroke right there, right there. He gets so much out of it. Oh, that is just such a great stroke. You can see the power in his pull. I love it. Oh, I like that dance too. That was nice. Good job, Sam.
And with that score of 52-22, that's a personal best for Sam, about 0.4 of a second. So good job for Sam Hoover. He wins the B final and will come in 9th in the overall standings when it's all said and done, because here are the top 8. Here's our A final. Remember, our women's diving is coming up next, but here is the 100 breast. In lane 1, AJ Pouch, graduate student from Virginia Tech. He's soaking it all in. Peter Verhazy, he's from Germany, Florida State. Big tall guy with a big smile as well. Virginia Tech has Carlos Cole-Marti. Carlos is a senior. Noah Nichols from Virginia will be in lane 4. He was number 1 in the morning preliminary timing. Dennis Patrushev from Louisville, lane 5. Leandro Odorizzi for Georgia Tech will be in lane 6. Sophomore Ethan Maloney, Virginia Tech, lane number 7. The Hokies with 3 swimmers here in this final. And Tommaso Baravelli from Florida State, he's from Italy, will race in lane 8. Okay, Amy, who should we look for?
Well, we're going to go in the middle of the pool. Let's go with 5, 4, and 3. So in lane 5, we've got Dennis Petrushev. Now, he is the ACC record holder. Next to him, Noah Nichols. He is from Virginia. He is the defending ACC champion in this event. And then below him in lane 3, you've got Marty. He had the fastest time in the 100 breast leading into this meet. So all 3 of those men have a chance to not only win this event, but perhaps break a record. And again, Cole-Marti did not get attacked by an octopus. That's called cupping. It gets all the bad blood out, all the damaged blood out, so the good blood can come in and heal those muscles. And you can see where it's darker, that's where more blood had to be taken out.
Nichols has the meet record at 50.82. He's in lane 4.
Cole-Marti had a spectacular start, a great reaction time off of that block, and you can see right there, it paid, oh, ouch, he just ate that wall.
Approaching the midpoint, Cole-Marti is still right there, along with Peter Verhazy from Florida State in lane 2.
I mean, right now, lane 2, Peter, he's winning this heat right now, which is such a surprise. Here we come into this last turn. Everyone seemed to come over right at the same time.
Close race. Verhazy is battling along with Petrushev and Nichols. And Nichols wins it. Noah Nichols. Again. By 6/100ths of a second over Cole-Marti. Verhazy right behind them in a 1-2-3 finish.
My jaw is on the ground. That was such a good race. I love that so much. Now, Cole-Marti, I want you to watch this. So he is the third from the top. Watch how they come into this turn. Watch how close he is. Dang it! I mean, he almost literally ate the wall. That could have cost him the ACC championship. We'll never know, but here it is on the finish. Nice wide. You can see how tight up it was. And watch right there, just that dive. And streamline. Okay, here's a tight shot of them coming. Gosh, this is gorgeous. Look at those 2 gentlemen. You can see the strain in their face. And they are pushing the wall. And look at that. Dive into the wall. Nice streamline, fingertip touch, and smack that water, my friend. You deserve it.
Noah Nichols. He was only 7/100ths of a second off his meet record, which he set last year almost to the day. Last year, 50.82. That's the record. This year, he'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
50.89. He's in first. 59.5 for Cole-Marti in second, and Verhazy, a good race for him for Florida State. 51.07, finishing in third.
There we go. Oh, hello.
Noah Nichols, hello to you again. Champion once again in this 100 breast. It was a tremendous finish. You almost broke your record from last year. What about this year's race?
We're close. I mean, I tried something new tonight with my pullout that I mean, literally brand new, so it was interesting. Sorry. So, I mean, we're going to work out the kinks for NCAAs with that, but I was really pleased with how the race went overall.
You mentioned something new with your pullout. Can you tell us what you are working on with your pullout?
It's a secret. No.
No, not you too. No more secrets.
No, I'm kidding. It's just where I'm placing my hands at the bottom of the pullout. Instead of going super under my body, trying to go a little bit wider, get a full pull, more or less. I was losing a lot.
Doesn't want to give away his secrets there. We got you, Noah. Good job winning again. Congratulations, ACC champ again.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Great job.
Senior Noah Nichols wins again here in the ACC. Coming up, she's the best female diver in ACC history. Is there even room on the mantelpiece for another award? North Carolina's Aranza Vasquez goes for another record in the ACC's next. Welcome back. Here's our women's standings. We're now through 14 events here on day 4 with one more day of the competition to go and more here tonight. Virginia leads almost 1,100 points. NC State is second and Louisville is third. All right, we turn our attention now to the women's diving competition, the platform event with dive expert Jason Bauman. Here's the big question. Aranza Vasquez, she's won 3 in a row last year. She's got a chance to do it again. Can she in the platform here tonight?
She does. She's not really focused on platform. She's been really focusing on the 3-meter springboard, so we'll see. We also have 2 other challengers. Elsa Prostering from the University of Louisville. She's been 3rd. She's been 2nd. She seeks her first ACC title. She was 11th at the World Championships in Doha just a few weeks ago, earning a spot for the Netherlands to be Olympian. And then Bailey Cranford, the freshman from North Carolina State. She won the prelims earlier today. She's our dark horse here, I think, to be the 2nd U.S. qualifier as well.
Yes, so we are going to be focused on the platform diving. We're going to try and give you a little bit about what the judges are looking for here. So remember, we are looking at our scale. First of all, the judging scale for execution. They're giving you excellent is a 10. Very good scores, 8.5 to 9.5. Good scores, 7 to 8. That's satisfactory, 5 to 6.5. You want to be in those areas. And then the elements of the dive that the judges are looking for. Their starting position, where they start on the platform. The approach and takeoff as they go off of the platform into their dives. The flight in the air, what body position they're in. And then the entry into the water should be vertical, clean, no splash, and then their overall impression, and that's how you end up with those judges' scores on getting the scores. Remember, they take 7 judges, they throw out the 2 highest and the 2 lowest, they add those 3 together, and they multiply by the degree of difficulty.
And this is our order based on the preliminary scoring this morning. We'll start with Emily Rakestraw from Duke, Laya Watson, Kayla Clark, Kaylee for Florida State, Isabel Gregerson, Anna Burdescu from Georgia Tech, Aranza Vasquez, North Carolina, defending 2-time champion in the other events and won, 7 in a row, swept last year. She's trying to do that again this year. Elsa Prostering from Louisville, and a great story you mentioned a moment ago with Bailey Cranford, a freshman who had the top score. How does that play? Obviously, it doesn't factor in terms of who could win, but from a confidence standpoint, what does it mean?
Well, yeah, it's great to be, it's good and bad, right? You go through their reverse order finish based on the prelim. So you set the standard in the prelim. Now you got to go back and you got to back it up. So now you're being chased. The other part of that is that she has all of the dives. You know, she's got high degree of difficulty dives, the back 3.5 somersault stuck, the reverse 3.5 somersault stuck. If she's on, she's fantastic. It's, can we be consistent?
They're going to do 1 practice dive again. In the women's, there will be only 5 dives, Jason, and also they get an opportunity to decide on which level they're going to swim or to dive from.
Right, they can choose from the 5 to 7.5 in the 10-meter platform. Different from the senior international competitions, it's all from the 10-meter platform. You know, most of our athletes are going to be doing their dives on the 10-meter, but they do have a choice here. Part of that is in college systems is that not all of the conference schools actually have a 10-meter platform. You know, I know several of the schools actually come here and practice. We talked about Bailey Cranford too. Bailey, this is her hometown. This is the pool that she grew up diving in. And she is trained here, so this is also, I'm sure, family in the stands and everything else that way as well.
Aside from Kaylee Clark, who is going to not dive at all from the 10-meter, 34 of the other 35 dives will be from the 10-meter.
Yeah, and that there is definitely a platform competition kind of leans towards that, where you hope for that. It doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes you do things on a lower platform because, it's a lead-up skill to doing a harder dive or where you're at. So
Emily Rackestraw will start us off from Duke.
So Emily's first dive coming up here. She's going to do an inward 2.5 somersault tuck. Remember, they have 6 categories to choose from. They can do 5 of the categories. They have to do one from at least 5 categories. Hers is going to start backwards, but rotate in toward the dive, towards the platform 2.5 times in the pike position there. So we're talking about the elements of the dive. She's got a good takeoff on that. She's moving in a good direction. She's in a tight pike, but her knees are slightly bent. And then you see that entry into the water. It's vertical, but it's not very clean. And so you see those scores being satisfactory, maybe deficient, just kind of in that borderline there.
Well, you see the power that they hit the water with from approximately 33 feet, 10 meters. It is amazing. Alia Watson from Duke University, her first.
So Allie's first dive, she starts with a forward 3.5 somersault pike. So she does what is called, we would call a run, or a approach to the end of the platform, and then rotate forward in the pike position 3.5 times. And I like this dive for her. I like that she's powerful off the tower. She's in a very tall position, gets it moving in their deep pike position, but just a little wiggle going through the water. You see her body shape and her back kind of arch just a little bit. That keeps it in satisfactory instead of putting it in that good category.
54 points. Here's the senior Kaylee Clark, Florida State. She's electing to dive off the 5-meter to start out.
And we talked about Kayla the other day, that she's battled injuries. This is the first ACC championship she's competing in as a senior. And so she wanted to put some other dives together. This is a nice inward 1.5 somersault pike on the 5-meter platform. It's a little lower degree of difficulty at 2.4, but still does it well for that 6.5, 7. Get you a good total.
It gets 48 points. Isabel Gregerson, also a Seminole. This matches her highest degree of difficulty at 3.2 from 10 meters.
So it's an interesting choice here. Isabel starts with the back arm stand, so she's going to go backwards, press up into a handstand, and then do 2 somersaults backwards and 1.5 twists. So just a few things going on there. But the first thing you're going to look for here is that handstand. She wants to show a steady vertical balance at the top before she leaves the platform. She does a great job with the handstand of pressing up and getting to that steady vertical balance. She needs a little bit more kip motion so that she gets more rotation and somersault there, and you see her feet come apart slightly, and then not enough pike down at the end to get to vertical, so it ends up being short of vertical, and so that's kind of deficient scores there.
Anna Burdescu from Georgia Tech.
She's choosing to do the back 2.5 somersaults pike on the 7.5 meter platform, so it's a little bit lower. And it's a good dive. It's a little bit over, but I think she does a really nice job of showing a good, powerful jump. That small pike, and she gets out just a little bit late, and so it carries just a little bit of momentum past vertical, but still solid effort over that 50, 60 point range, 55.
Good score. Top one so far of the first 5 divers. Here she is, Aranza Vasquez. From 10 meters, all of her dives will be from 10 meters.
So her first dive is also an inward 2.5 somersaults pike at 2.8 degree difficulty. And you know, that all of that training since she's been 4 years old. You show that how consistent you can be. It's a really good takeoff, nice pike. The feet are flat going by the platform. That still slightly will affect the scores. That's part of that flight portion of the elements of the dive, but again, still satisfactory to South, so good.
And has her slightly in the lead with 2 more divers to go in round 1, including Elsa Prosterink from University of Louisville.
Elsa starting with the 205B, the back 2.5 somersaults pike, so she's gonna, we saw Anna do this on the 7 meter, she does hers on the 10 meter platform. That's almost really, really good. It's a very nice jump off the platform and a wonderful pike. And it's right up and down. It's just not as clean. That's the only thing keeping that out of the very good category.
But it is good enough for the lead with a 65.25. Our last diver, Bailey Cranford. She was #1 in the prelim scoring. Freshman.
Yeah, and Bailey starts off with a back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So, you know, multiple elements going on here in the pike position. It's also a 3.2 degree of difficulty. So you see a lot of difficulty from her.
Every one over 3.
So I like the dive. I think that we have small complaints, right? It's a little bit back from the platform, and then the knees are slightly bent there. And so there's some form things, and then it just washes a little bit over. The power is in there.
All right, just getting going here. Round 1 is complete. More of the women's platform diving next. Yeah! Welcome back. 1 round in the books. They will dive 5 times. Prosterink, 65.25, a good start, leading the defending champ. Vasquez, the freshman. Crawford is in 3rd. Rackestraw, dive 2 from 10 meters.
So this is her, she does a, what's a forward 2.5 somersaults with a full twist, and she does it in the pike position. She does it also with a run. We talked about this before. She does the somersault first, so she does this in what we would call out. So she does the flip first, then she lets go at the 1.5, does a full twist, and then goes there. Unfortunately, she misjudges where the entry is, and so she reaches a little under, and it carries itself over, giving those lower scores in the 5, 4.5 range.
Almost identical to the scores from her first round for Rackestraw. Elijah Watson from Duke. This will be her lowest degree of difficulty, 2.8 from the 10 meters.
Allie's first dive here is reverse 2.5 somersaults tuck, so she's going to face forward, but jump away and rotate back towards the platform 2.5 times in the tuck position. So she does a good job with that. You notice Allie takes a little longer to get off the tower. She, you know, and everybody, me, I'd like to go fast, but she does a nice job of picking up her spot. She needs to let go and press her feet down a little bit more, so she stops it at vertical. It just pulls a little bit by. But you can see them using her visual cues as she's spinning about when to come out.
Over 100 points after 2. Here's Kaylee Clark. She'll go from 5 meters.
And it's a very well done standing forward 2.5 somersault tuck. So she doesn't choose to do a run. Remember, she's got some other injury issues in there, so probably standing puts less pressure on her knee, but she does a great job of getting into a small tuck, getting it up and down, and it's going to score decent points.
48 points for Kaylee Clark. Here's our 4th diver of round 2, Isabel Gregerson from Florida State.
So we're getting another kind of twister here. So she's going to do a back 1.5 somersaults, but with 2.5 twists. So more twist, less flips. This one's in the free position because you're doing part of it straight, part of it pike. She does a really good job on that. Again, we hear the hands and the sound going in the water, but I like this jump and very powerful there. When she goes to reach out, she reaches a little under and it still kicks those feet just slightly past, but I like a lot about that dive and really tight.
And well better than her first dive. Good for her. 56 points for Gregerson. Second half of round 2 here. Diver number 5, Anna Radescu from Georgia Tech.
So Anna's doing her inward optional, so she's going to go inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. So a harder dive at 3.2 degree difficulty. She does a good job with that. Again, the difference between doing a good dive and a very good dive and a satisfactory dive is so small. She's got a great jump. It's small tuck. It just carries a little bit over at the end. Unfortunately, that brings it down into that satisfactory when that had all the components to be good to very good.
Aranza Vasquez from Mexico. She told me she started diving at the young age of 4. Competed in the Tokyo Olympic Games in 2021 as well with Mexico.
So this is Aranza's forward 3.5 somersault. She chooses to do it in the tuck position. So bent knees, feet to the butt should be nice and small and little in her tuck. And we're a little late getting out. And what a lot of people will say is that she just gets it moving here. It's going in a good direction. She needs to let go right there, and she just waits a little bit too long. That's probably a little more the timing she does on 3 meter. But again, she hasn't trained a ton of platform this year. Just missed that entry a little bit.
So just 37.8 for Vasquez. Here's the leader after round 1, Elsa Prostering from Louisville.
So Elsa's going to do her reverse optional. It's a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck, only a 2.8 degree of difficulty, but if you can do it well, execution matters. And that's a slight miss for her because she needed to get out a little sooner. Some of that adrenaline diving in the finals and go right there, and it just needs to look back a little bit sooner and get it to not just carry over. But we've seen her do it better, but that sometimes happens.
She's still in the lead with one more swimmer to go. That's diver Bailey Cranford from North Carolina State. Here's Cranford, 56 the first time.
So this is Bailey's forward 3.5 somersault pike. She does a good job with that. It ends up being just a little bit short. And again, I'm picking on her a little bit just with the body shapes and that those knees are slightly bent and they don't need to be. I just think that's something to work on, those little details. I know that they've been talking about it, but it's one of those things where it does show.
All right, we'll update the standings when we come back. 2 rounds are done so far in the women's platform diving. Welcome back. We continue getting ready for round 3. There's your leaderboard. Prostering continues to be in front. Radescu now from Georgia Tech in second. Rackstraw from Duke.
So her next dive here, starting round 3, is a forward 3.5 somersault pike. And again, that's going to get satisfactory scores, I think. I like the takeoff. I like that she's tall. She's a little bit forward and then not quite all the way fully closed in that pike. And it's up and down, and it's vertical, but it's just a little loose in the back instead of being really tight and firm. And again, little things like feet, pointed toes, hand sound going in the water. Those are all the little things that probably keep it out of the good to very good category.
But her best score by 18 points, 60 so far. Here's Watson from Duke. This is her most difficult dive at 3.3.
So this is a back 3.5 somersaults tuck. We've seen somebody do back 2.5 somersaults pike. This one's back 3.5 somersaults tuck. that had a lot of really good elements. Watch how powerful she is on her jump, and it's big and gets small in the tuck, and then she's got to let go here, and she's a little late and kicks a little too vertical, and so then it goes by. And it's, again, that idea of I have to know where I am relative to the water and see my spot and come out at the right time to go in straight up and down. And you can miss a little, but you can't miss a lot.
Kaylee Clark from Florida State. This is her most difficult at 3.0. She's from the 7.5 meter.
So Coach John Proctor told me she learned this dive yesterday, trying to make the finals here, and did them for the first time yesterday in the warm-up. Yeah, I thought that was a great effort, and she's got good spotting. Love her pike. She's so deep and pointed toes, everything else, the little details, just a little archy and short, but for learning it yesterday, yeah, that's phenomenal.
Her best score, 49.5 so far. Here's Isabel Gregerson, Clark's teammate from Florida State, from 10 meters.
So this is her reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. And you're going to see she's going to also spot the water as she comes off and gets that rotating back towards the platform, and then hopefully comes out on time, gets that body straight, and lines it up vertical. A little bit late unfolding there. I like the big powerful jump and the small tuck. We just need to let go a little bit sooner and not get that over rotation there, but good pieces and elements to the dive. Just hard to miss that entry.
In second place through 2 rounds, Anna Burdescu from Georgia Tech.
This is her forward 3.5 somersaults pike. And that's going to get good scores. Really nice and powerful jump. Maybe just a little bit of knees being bent at the very beginning, but look how deep and tight she is and how vertical it is. It could be a little cleaner, but lots to like about that dive. Good to very good. Love it.
That's our top score of the competition so far, 67.5 for Burdescu. Now here's Aranza Vasquez from 10 meters.
So Aranza's doing a back 2.5 somersaults pike there. It's a nice view from what you see up there on the tower. Out at the right time, but as she gets it moving, it's in a nice deep pike. She lets go really actually at the right time, getting those little bit of flat feet there, but as she reaches back, she puts her head a little neutral, and so it pulls by and kicks over instead of just going down and taking that water down with you a little bit.
46.4 for the defending champion. Prosterink from Louisville has the lead through 2 rounds.
You know, and she also was in Doha a couple weeks ago, finished 11th place there. This is her forward 3.5 somersault pike there. And her entries when she gets in the water really, really well, they're impeccable. And she's been in all 3 finals. This is her 3rd final of the weekend. A little bent knees at the beginning, but straight up and down and clean. Could have a little better feet, but solid, solid, solid dive.
Big 66 points. That's her best of the championship, to the 65.25 on her first. Bailey Cranford, the freshman from NC State, dive number 3.
She's doing inward 3.5 somersaults tuck, so facing backwards, gonna rotate toward the platform. It's 3.2 degree of difficulty. And she's gonna like that. Now, I love that it's moving in the right direction. And again, we're getting it up there, but one of the little things I would say, again, it's a little too split with the tuck in the legs and then a little bit of the flat feet going in the water, but those are those little details that are keeping that out of it being a very good.
A good score, though. We'll continue with round 4 of the Women's Platform Diving Championship next. All right, here's our standings now through 3 rounds of the 5. Prosterink leads, but look at the close battle. Bordescu right there in second. The freshman Cranford in third. Defending champ is in sixth right now in Vasquez. Here's round 4.
So Emily's getting started on reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. So again, facing forward, rotating back towards the platform. And there's one that's out on time, and it's straight up and down. Again, a little bit open in the tuck. It could be a little smaller, but look how vertical she is. She's a little loose and arched in her back, which is the only reason I wouldn't put it in the very good category, but nice job.
58.8, just shy of her best in round 3. Here's Watson from Duke from 10 meters.
And you have a lot of juniors and seniors in this group and people who've been in the finals before, so it's also they have a better understanding of what do I need to do. So Allie's got her inward 3.5 somersault tuck now.
Graduate student here.
Yeah. So I like this dive. I like that she's powerful in that way. But as you look at them from the front, you're going to see her slightly turn to the right and a little bit of that split tuck and go that way. So that takes away a little bit of those scores. If the judges see that from the side, they're kind of going, oh, that's a bit of a deduction. Again, those 1/2 to 2 point in the deductions from the elements of the dive. That's why you see a little bit of rage on those scores in there.
Garnered 56 points. Here's the senior Kaylee Clark from Florida State from 7.5 meters.
So this is the second dive she also learned yesterday. So it's a back arm stand, double somersault with a half twist. Again, well, do you think I can get some more points and make it into the finals? Sure, let's give it a shot, which is awesome for her. And
they
Coach
don't
John
have
Rocker.
to do the arm stand, right, on the women's side?
They don't have to do an arm stand, but if you can do one, that's certainly a benefit. Again, one of the things I like about Kaylee's diving is look how beautiful her lines are, toe point, straight legs. Their feet are slightly separated in there, but just the tightness of the body shape makes a big difference. It just gives an aesthetically pleasing look.
And that's her best dive so far of the finals, 55.9. Her teammate Gregerson had a 56-point dive in round 2.
So this is a forward 3.5 somersault. She chooses to do it in the tuck position. So again, knees on your chest, feet to your butt. Your feet should stay inside of the plane of your body. They should not be outside of your shoulders. She's gonna like the scores on that. It just is a little bit arched past and over, but I love the nice balanced approach. She's tall, it goes up, it gets little in the tuck, and it just a little bit of that shift in the body shape to go over on the finish.
Gregerson with 54 points on her 4th dive. 1 dive to go. Bordescu ever so close, about 1.5 points back of the lead.
So again, she's choosing to do an arm stand here too. Now you can choose to get up any way you want to. You can kick up, you can press up, you can do that. You have to show a steady vertical balance. We have seen very good handstands done by the ladies so far. She chooses to press up in a straddle and get to that nice straight line. Again, you want steady vertical balance. And that's got a lot of the elements, right? We did a great handstand. We pressed all the way up. We were hollow. We were flat. We got it moving. We get a little bit over on the entry, and just that splash a little bit is going to keep it from being very good, but it's a solid one. And again, she's moving right along.
67.2, second best. Here's Aranza's night.
Yeah, well, we're looking at Aranza's history of the ACC championships. She has gotten 7 titles to this point. She has established herself as actually the most decorated ACC women's champion in history yesterday, or the other day. So now she's got a chance to add one more, number 8. Here's Gamboa watching from the side on her reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. At the right time, didn't really disappear on the entry. It just throws a little bit of water short because it's moving away from the platform a little bit. Although a very solid dive, just that heavy splash and a little bit short of vertical.
Got 53 points, but she's still well back of the lead with only one dive to go. Bordescu's in front so far, but Prosterink, the leader after 3 rounds, with a chance to regain the lead here.
So this is her inward 3.5 somersaults tuck. And again, I've seen her get in the water cleaner, but that takeoff is really, really good. It's going up. It's nice and small in the tuck. She could point her feet a little bit more in there, and she could put it, rip, and just disappear entry. I've seen her do that, but again, that's pretty good. The feet are a little bit wide in the tuck. If the judges can see that from the outside, they do take off a little bit, but it's a good dive.
That's the best one we've seen by score, 72 points. And she's got the lead with over 250 points. Final dive of round 4. One more dive to go for the rest of the divers. Here's Cranford, the freshman.
So Bailey's doing back 3.5 somersaults tuck. I have watched several of her videos over the last few years and seen her do this dive very, very well. And despite it being just a little bit short, it is a very good dive. Nice, powerful takeoff there. She unfolds well. She's tight. It's just a little bit short of vertical. That's the only thing that's keeping it from being very good.
We are one dive away from crowning the champion in the ACC Women's Platform Championship. That's next. We are back, getting ready for the final dive. Aranza Vasquez is well behind the group. It is Prosterink right now in front of Bordescu. Cranford, the freshman, in third. The only champion ever here in the ACC has been Aranza Vasquez. She's had a stranglehold on it. As we go to the final dive in round 5.
So Emily's doing her back arm stand. You see she chooses to kick up kind of from the side there. So, okay, so I want to tell you a little bit what happened there. So she kicked up, she lost her balance a little bit. Now as she steps forward with her hands, that's actually considered a balk. So they will take off 2 points from the judges' scores after they enter them. But again, you got to also think about it is that part of the way you're being judged is your approach and takeoff, and how you get up into the handstand there is that way. Yeah, so as she's up there and she's moving around with her hands and taking those steps, that's considered a balk. So, but it's also part of the dive. So you're being judged on the dive, first of all, and you're being judged on it, so you're getting kind of penalized twice. And you'll actually take off 2 points from each of the judges' scores after they go in, and they'll make a correction factor in there.
She was in 4th place after the 4th round, but only 41.6 points in round 5. Here's Watson now from Duke, comes off her best dive in round 4.
Yeah, I know we've been looking at Allie, and she tends to take a little longer to go. Now me, I tend to go a little faster up there. I don't like to stand around. Allie takes a little bit of time to get settled in. That is her choice. Sometimes that looks to the judges like you're maybe not as confident on that, but
she's consistent.
You got to do it your own way. So this is a back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists in the pike position at 3.2. And again, it's a good dive. It's got a little bit too much momentum, so it's carrying away from the tower. So it's also slightly off axis, so it just over rotates and it's a little twisted. Puts it in that satisfactory range. It could be could be a lot better, but it's still a solid way to finish up.
54.4, her second best dive of the competition. 6 more to go to determine the champion, Kaylee Clark from Florida State. She's coming off her best dive in round 4.
We just saw a back 2.5, 1.5. This is kind of the lead-up skill. It's a back 1.5, 1.5 on the 5-meter platform. And again, really good. Love her lines. I just thought that entry ends up being a little bit short of vertical, and then she kind of moves in a weird direction underwater, so it throws some short water as it goes in there. But she is a very pretty diver and very elegant when she competes.
Did a very good job. 252, 65 for Clark. Her teammate Gregerson, final dive.
And Isabel finishes with the inward 3.5 somersault tuck at 3.2. So she's going to turn around here, and she's going to go toward the platform 3.5 times in a tuck position.
Matches her most difficult from round 1.
I really like that. The only thing is that I thought it maybe is a little bit closer to the platform than I would have liked, but I like that. It could have moved back maybe 6 inches and I would have felt a little better, but everything else I really like.
Her best score by a long shot, 65.6. Good finish for Gregerson. Here is Berdescu.
Her last dive is also back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twist. It's a pretty common dive you'll see at the international level too.
In second place after the 4th round.
And I like that takeoff. Unfortunately, we get that little bit of movement over on the finish. She's doing a lot right. I would much rather see her miss it going over and being aggressive, but we need to reach out in front just a little bit more there so that we get that better entry on that.
She gets 52.8, and she gets 297 points. Here's Aranza Vasquez.
So her final dive, she does a front 2.5 with a full twist in the pike position. I believe she does it out, so she does the somersault first and then comes out into the twist. And that's her best dive by far. I would be surprised if it didn't get 8s or better. It's a little bit forward. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot you can complain about on that.
The highest score we had is 72. She gets a 65.25 and winds up at 258.65.
But love the smile and the reaction coming out.
Looks like she's not going to hit the podium, but that's a great finish for her. All right, here is your leader, looking for her first ACC championship. Prosterink from Louisville.
So same dive we just saw, but she does hers in. She does the twisting part first and then the flip. It just kicks a little bit over, but she's got great hands and sound. I love this takeoff as far as the direction. Just a little bit of small details, but should be good enough.
So she is in the lead. Here is Cranford, last chance, the freshman.
So she is doing the hardest dive in the contest. It's a reverse 3.5 somersault stuff. We see most of the other women do 2.5 somersault stuff. If she hits it, she has a potential to do it very, very well. It's going to be really close. And like I said, Bailey is a fantastic diver. This is not an easy dive for women to do, but it's done very well, and it is straight up and down. But she needed to get almost 80 points.
She almost did. In fact, I think she did. 79.9. And she's at 313.8, and she is the champion.
That is an amazing way to finish. And I feel for Elsa because she is capable of doing some dives a little better, but I also am so happy for Bailey of putting that together. We didn't have our best at the beginning, but we saved our best for last there. Look how excited she is.
She needed every ounce of this, Jason, to win.
But like I said, there is a reason why she is capable of doing that and putting up big scores. Wow. That's awesome. And look how much fun that is and how all of her teammates here, again, at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. It is swimming and diving. It's nice to see their team over there and supporting her, as well as the Louisville team. It's a lot of fun.
By 0.6 of a point, the freshman closing out the competition. She needed it, just about 80. That's what she got. And she wins by that slim margin in her freshman ACC debut. She's the platform champion. We'll talk to her next from Greensboro. Wow. Welcome back. Incredible story here in the Women's Platform Diving Championships at the ACC Championships. Bailey Cranford needed just about 80 points on her final dive as a freshman.
Yeah, it was amazing.
There's a reaction. She is with us. Unbelievable. Could you have dreamed this when you decided to take your career and college to NC State in your freshman year? Bailey, congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my goodness.
How about the dream come true for you?
Yeah, that was awesome. Definitely after the first 2 events, I was kind of down, but that really pulled it together.
Well, you saved your best for last there, Miss Bailey. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
What does this mean, right? This is home, yeah? This is your hometown, right?
Home
so do you have a few people here?
My entire family is here.
So no pressure,
I know, right?
None at all. But what's this mean for you in NC State and kind of moving on? I know you were in Doha a couple weeks ago, getting a chance to compete there. Just keep rolling. What did you think? How did you get that last dive together and really pull it through?
Kind of just told myself like it's not over until it's over. So I went in with full confidence, and I guess it paid off.
Absolutely. Well done. That was a fantastic reverse 3.5 to finish the contest.
Bailey, were you aware of the number you needed in a general sense? Did you know how well you had to do to win?
Yeah, I know I had to do it pretty well. Couldn't miss.
You won by 0.6 of a point. Great job. Great job. Congratulations. What a start to your career, too, for Bailey Cranford, the freshman from Jamestown, North Carolina. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Across the ring, finishing second. Brodescu third. Outstanding performance, and what a reaction. Women's medley coming up next. Welcome back. Nice treat as we continue, as we return to our swimming competition. Here's the women's standings through 15 events. Virginia at 11-14. NC State in second, Louisville in third. Last few nights we've closed out with the diving, but we will have the medley relay to close us out tonight, women's and men's style. And in our first of 2 heats, North Carolina lane 3, Notre Dame lane 4, Georgia Tech in lane 5, as we welcome back Amy Van Dyken.
Diving was
Did you
amazing.
enjoy that diving?
I love that. Woo.
You know, it's just great to see a freshman, and we've seen it in swimming, come in and make a mark right away in your career.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
And right, I mean, just by the skin of her teeth, and she knew what she needed, and she got it. But, ooh, that was fun. But now we're going to have some more fun on the other side of the pool with this medley relay. Again, starting off with backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, then freestyle.
Jillian Ferrari is starting it off for Georgia Tech, lane 5. Jessica Jurian from Notre Dame in lane 4. Greer Patterson in lane number 3 for North Carolina. And it's Patterson with the lead.
She looks really, really good.
Getting ready for the transition. Patterson hits the wall first. And turns it over to Skylar Smith for North Carolina in lane 3.
And she looks so good. I'll tell you what, that start looked so good for North Carolina. They work on that a lot. They've got a tradition of sprinting, and they always work on starts, on turns, finishes.
Second leg is the breaststroke.
Still looking really nice. I love the power. Look at how she just jets forward right there. Just really nicely done. What that means is she's got a really strong kick to propel her forward. But right now, she's got to start working on her finish and thinking about it, because she has got a teammate up on the blocks. And if that teammate false starts, yes, it is counted on the swimmer that took off early, but really at the end of the day, it was you that messed up by your finish. But it was a great finish, great start.
And Van Note gets off nicely. That's Ellie Van Note, the 5'7" grad student for North Carolina, has opened up the lead here in lane 3.
Still, oh, look at that. She's got the side breathing. I love it. I love watching her swim because of this. There was a gentleman back in the 80s and 90s, Mel Stewart, who won the Olympic gold medal in the 200 butterfly, and he was a side breather like that. A lot of us tried to do it, but could not perfect it. And that right there looks like she perfected it. Absolutely. Let's watch it again. I always talk about dragging your chin on the water. Well, she doesn't even have to worry about that. She drags her ear on the water. Oh, let's see if she takes a breath. Oh, true sprinter, not going to take a breath. Right after we talked about it.
Delaney Carlton takes over for North Carolina, leading this 400 medley relay.
Just a substantial lead, and I do also want to remind everybody that they are not swimming for, to win the heat. They are swimming for a time. This is a timed final, and so every time counts, and it'll go into the hopper, if you will. So essentially, someone in this heat could win.
That number is the difference.
Right. Probably won't happen, but it could, theoretically.
Because their 3 times in the prelims were the 3 slower of the 11 swimmers, but we've seen them turn it up here. And there it is. North Carolina will win in terms of this first heat of 3, but again, it comes down to that time, and that is now on the board. 3:32.14.
They are really stoked about that. Yes. You know what? I just love the raw emotion that you can see after races, after games, after dives. So cool.
That's a 3:32.14 for North Carolina, leading this pack of 3 to start off. Basically, it's a race of 11 times here.
Yeah,
correct?
it is.
You've got 3 here. You've got 8 coming up.
Yes.
The pool can only accommodate 8.
That's true. I wish we could accommodate all of them, but we cannot. So here we go.
All right, so you'll put that in your memory bank, and we'll look at the 8 here. There's the record in the medley relay, and it's set last year by who else but the Cavaliers, 3:21.8. That'll be the number to watch. That record is all over the place. The meet, NCAA, American, you name it. Walsh sisters, Kate Douglas, Amy Canny did it last year. Two of them are back for Virginia in lane 4. It will be Miami in lane 1, Florida State in lane 2, Louisville in lane 3. Gretchen Walsh will lead it off for Virginia. Alexander Walsh will be 3rd. NC State is in the 5th spot. Duke, Pittsburgh, and Virginia Tech.
All right, something interesting to keep your eye on. We did not see Gretchen Walsh in the individual 100 backstroke. We were wondering what the heck. Here she is in the relay. She is swimming the backstroke leg. So now, if she goes faster than a 48.26, she will break the American record in the 100 backstroke. Is that what she's going for tonight? Are we going for 3 for 3? I'm going to go with yeah. I'm going to go with yeah.
I'll agree.
Also, something else interesting is that NC State has Catherine Burkhoff, who won the 100 backstroke, swimming the freestyle, the anchor leg. So it's always fun to watch how the chess pieces are played. Here we go, lane 4. See if we get this American record.
Burkhoff will be on the anchor leg for North Carolina State. That'll be the freestyle at the end of the medley.
Great start right there, nice and over. Diving down deep, and look at that dolphin kick by Gretchen Walsh. Again, she is known for this. She's got great turns as well. Time that we are looking for her leadoff, 48.26. She's already broke 20 seconds on the end of that 200 medley relay. So let's see what she can do in this 400 medley relay. All right, here she goes. Coming up, nice, right at that buoy. Hit this turn. Now, when she's coming back this way, where she's coming, she can see her split. She can see her time. Is she gonna get this American record? 48.26, let's keep your eyes on it. Let's keep your eyes on it.
She's right there.
She got it, she got the American record. She just broke the American record.
Gretchen Walsh did it again, but it's only leg 1. But it is a mark. You were saying, watch out for it. 48.10. Jasmine Nocentini is in their second in the breaststroke for Virginia.
Oh, and again, there
the records keep on falling. Be careful. One may hit you here, Amy.
Duck. Look at this breaststroke, though. I just love it. Again, Nocentini won. We got to talk to her. Look at that recovery. So beautiful. Now, again, we're setting this up for Alex Walsh, who is going to be doing the butterfly leg for Virginia.
North Carolina State is in 5th, or 2nd place, 5th lane right now. Alex Walsh takes over for Virginia.
Oh, and she's looking really nice. Look at she's got her hips so high out of the water that it's almost like her whole entire calf is out of the water. Watch this. Look at that, just beautiful.
It's an incredible lead for Virginia here. Just about half length of the pool advantage for Virginia here in the medley relay.
Oh, this is awesome. She has got to be having such a great split, but she is going to be handing off to Maxine Parker, who is an incredible sprinter here on the anchor leg.
Remember, she anchored the record-setting 200 free relay Wednesday night.
And again, where you're going for a time right now. Are we going for an American record? I don't know. I mean, possibly. This is just so exciting, but they're not racing anybody else in this pool. They're racing the clock.
And that clock is 3:21.80. That would be the record.
Let's see how she can bring this home. Nice white water behind her. She's got to hit this turn. Nice underwater oh, she didn't stay under as long as she usually does.
Halfway home. Maxine Parker, a victory for Virginia. It is just shy of the all-time record. A great number, though. North Carolina State in 2nd, Louisville in 3rd. The Who's have done it again.
That is spectacular. Well done. Let's look at this young lady, Gretchen Walsh, right there on the start of this relay. Here she is, lane 4, dives over deep down underwater. She has got such powerful dolphin kicks with that tight streamline. Look at how far ahead she comes up. And look at her finish. Well, this is the finish of the relay. This is how far ahead they were.
Wow.
And congratulations. Now here's Gretchen again, because we got an American record. We got to watch this again. Look at how still her head is. Look at how she is rotating around her spine, which is your access point. Coming in to the swimmer in front of her. She hits the wall, and right there, American record, 48.10. This is spectacular. I mean, it's like every time she hits the pool, we're seeing an American record. I can't keep up like this.
Almost pulled off the team record, too.
Almost. Very, very close. I think if they worked on those relay starts just a little bit more, they got it.
About 8 tenths off. All right, Gretchen Walsh, you join us representing your team winning. First of all, another record for you.
Yep.
48.10. Were you thinking about that?
Yeah, I think that's something I was capable of. Honestly, this is like a hard day, just getting over the halfway mark at this meet. So I'm just really proud of myself and everyone on that relay because, you know, keeping up the momentum and the energy is difficult at this point. So I'm just really happy, and we all went really fast on that. So it was a great relay.
Your team did spectacular, but again, when you break an American record, Gretchen, I got to talk to you, right? So it does seem like every time you are hitting the pool, you are breaking a new American record. What do we have to look forward to tomorrow, say?
Well, I'm doing the 100 free, so hopefully something, also a record. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know where I'm really at with that race, but hopefully fast and even faster at NCs, so yeah.
Great job, Gretchen. Congratulations to you and Jasmine and your sister Alex and Maxine as well.
Thank you.
Virginia, yet another win. There's the teammates. The 400 medley relay is in the books, and once again, it is Virginia on top in record-setting fashion for that woman, Gretchen Walsh. The men's 400 medley relay is next from Greensboro. right, here we go with the men 400 medley relay. We have 11 entry times in here. We'll start it off with Duke in lane 3, Georgia Tech lane 4, and the University of North Carolina will be in lane 5. Walker Davis started out for the Tar Heels, along with Burke Saka and John Christian.
Oh my goodness, and I think we've seen the lead change already twice, and it's only the first 50. This is incredible. It just goes to show you how important working on this underwater work really is, because that is where a lot of these races can be won or lost.
Might have changed again as Georgia Tech is neck and neck. Burke Saka with John Christian, top of your screen for Duke in lane 5. Now
again.
Christian regains as we get ready for the transition.
Going into breaststroke now. And again, the lead changed again. Now we got Georgia Tech out in front again. It's just kind of a battle between these two schools for this event.
It's a timed event, basically the best of the 11 finalists. 3 here, and then actually there's 7 coming up, so 10 overall here. So as Amy mentioned earlier, not that it's likely, but the score here could figure on a podium depending on the time you put up. It is not out of the question.
That is correct. Here we go, we got breaststroke, and now we're gonna go into butterfly.
Very tight again with Georgia Tech.
So tight.
And North Carolina.
It was almost like their swimmers just took off at the same time. That's not what really happened. But they are battling it out. Now, Boyd Polke in lane 5 for University of North Carolina again is doing that sideways breathing. You know, it probably feels really good for him. He can get that rhythm going with it, breathing that way. He can also probably stay lower on the water, breathing sideways as opposed to breathing forward. So maybe that's why he does that. Whatever it is, it's working for him because he's swimming really well.
5'8" senior swimming at home. He's from Waxhaw, North Carolina. Polke in the 5th lane for the Tar Heels has the lead as they transition. And Christopher Giuliano, he'll be in lane number coming up later, but that for North Carolina here is Patrick Hussey.
I will say Patrick Hussey, I was very impressed with that relay start because the finish on the butterfly by Polke was not great. And Patrick Hussey stayed on that block and he stayed patient. Now get off that lane line. Get off the lane line because you have got Georgia Tech right there. He is on your booty and you are dragging him with you.
David Kopinski for Georgia Tech is in lane number 4. And it's Hussey for North Carolina in front. 3:06.06. Georgia Tech 2nd, Duke 3rd here.
It was a great relay by North Carolina. Well done, and I will say they were very, very patient where they needed to be. They didn't rush anything, which was so great.
So there are the results. The time as we look at an updated look at the numbers for the men's standings. NC State leads. Notre Dame is still in 2nd, and Louisville in 3rd place. And again, as we've talked about, it has been NC State's championship for a long time, but Notre Dame has never finished higher than 3rd, and that was only once a few years back.
It's fun to see them in 2nd right now. It really is.
That was in 2017. All right, here we go. Time finals. Seven universities in Heat 2 of the time finals. And there we go with Pittsburgh will be in lane number 1. Florida State's quartet will be in lane number 2. Notre Dame in lane 3. NC State, Kasper Stakowski will lead off for them in lane 4. Virginia Tech is in lane 5. Yusuf Ramadan, champion here. Again, just like Stakowski, he'll lead it off. Matt Brownstead for Virginia starts off their action, and Louisville will have Jackson Millard in lane 7 to start it off.
Something interesting, when we were watching the swimmers walk out, I noticed that Yusuf Ramadan had a nose plug in his mouth, and I was like, no, 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 he's also in backstroke. He's the butterflyer. Nope, he's the backstroker. Even though he is spectacular at the butterfly, he is also tremendous in the backstroke, so that is why they have him leading off. Again, it's just how these coaches want to put these athletes to make the fastest time possible.
Ramadan, the winner of the 100 fly, he's back. He was in 7 finals last year. Yusuf,
with his nose plug,
overcame that injury he was telling us about last night, and he just really worked to get back here. It almost seemed surprised that he was here, and there was some motivation, and he was a champion in the 100 fly.
So emotional when we were talking to him. It was it was wonderful to see that in an athlete, because sometimes we get just the stoic. That was great. Here we go.
Take air marks.
Stakowski, part of the 400 medley relay team that won here the last 2 years. He is in lane 4 for NC State.
Ramadan is right in there. He is actually leading as we head into this first 50. And Ramadan's, again, underwaters, so wonderful. Obviously, he works on that a lot, being a butterflyer as well as a backstroker. Now he's got Carlos Cromartie right there, who did just spectacular in the men's breaststroke. And now we got him in the breaststroke for Virginia Tech.
Stakowski, I believe, hit first for NC State, but it is close.
It's so close.
As they turn it over to the breaststroke.
Oh, it's almost like they turned it exactly the same time.
Virginia Tech in lane 5. They may have a slight lead right now. And I mean slight.
Very slight. And remember, we've got Samuel Hoover for North Carolina State, NC State. You got Cromartie for Virginia Tech. They were both in the finals of the breaststroke. Look at that. Hoover, pardon me, Cromartie with that pull. Right now, all Cromartie. That powerful pull. Again, I can't say it enough. Look at that. He just lurches forward.
Virginia making a move as well in lane 6, thanks to Noah Nichols' effort. As we hit the midpoint of the race now, the fly.
Now, NC State, we've got Lucas Miller. He's doing a really nice job trying to catch up. He's moved up a little bit.
William Hayon for Virginia Tech in lane 5. And he has a very slim lead on NC State. Let's see how they come out. Now, look at that.
This last leg, oh my goodness.
Lucas Miller retook the lead as we go to the freestyle to finish it.
Oh, that was such a good relay start. I just got so excited. Look at this. Go underneath that wall of water that is coming at you. They did a great job. Keep your head down. Don't breathe too much.
NC State has the lead. Last 50 yards of the 400 medley relay.
And it looks like they are going to pull it out as long as he can just stay right there within his own lane lines.
Quentin McCarty for NC State trying to finish it off.
Oh, nice job. Just go, go.
McCarty in lane 4 for NC State. 3:02.20.
Well done. 3:02.20. That is nothing to sneeze at. That is for sure.
1.1 seconds off their conference record set here last year.
And this is how it finished up. Quentin McCarty right there for NC State. Put his head down. Look at that fingertip touch. That's how you do it. And just great sportsmanship, great camaraderie all over the pool deck, in the pool. It's wonderful to see. I think he lost a tooth on that. He swam so fast he lost his tooth.
Might have lost his breath too, the way that went for NC State. Stokowski, Hoover, Miller, McCarty. Finish it off for NC State, the ACC champ in the 400 medley relay. We'll be back to wrap it from Greensboro right after this. Welcome back. Our champions tonight on the women's side, Alex Walsh for Virginia, Catherine Burkhoff, the graduate student for North Carolina State, Jasmine Nocentini, winning again here for Virginia. The freshman, Bailey Cranford, platform diving with a near 80 on their final dive to win it in her debut in the ACC championship, and Virginia winning the medley relay on the women's side. So what that means is Virginia continues to lead. They're nearly up with 1,200 points, 1178 and change. North Carolina is second, a solid second, and Louisville in third with some distance now on Duke as we go into the final day of the competition. On the men's side, boy, good stories here, and it's dominated by the Wolfpack, as you can see. Noah Bowers winning the butterfly. Kasper Stokowski again in the backstroke. Noah Nichols, we've seen him win before in the 100 breaststroke, and in the medley relay, NC State wrapped it up with a tremendous victory. So they, the Wolfpack, are bidding again for their another championship here, and they lead sizably over Notre Dame, but that, as we've mentioned, is a big story because the Fighting Irish have never finished as high as second in their history here in the ACC. They'll get a chance to do it in our final day of the competition tomorrow. Outstanding stuff here from Greensboro on day 4. And the good news is we're not done yet. We'll have a lot of featured events for you tomorrow, including the 200 backstroke, also the 100 freestyle, the 200 breaststroke as well. Then we'll have our final competition in diving. It'll be the men's platform. You're not going to want to miss that. The women were outstanding tonight. The men are looking forward to their chance in the pool tomorrow. And we'll wrap it up with our freestyle relay tomorrow. A lot of thrills, a lot of excitement here in Greensboro, and champions crowned at the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. For our entire crew, and for Jason Bauman and Amy Van Dyken, my name is Craig Minervini. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you for one more night of action tomorrow from the Greensboro Aquatic Center. So long, everybody. The beautiful Greensboro Aquatic Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. Welcome to the 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Hi, everybody. I'm Craig Minervini, along with 6-time Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken. Welcome again to Greensboro. We're having a great time, and it is the final day of the competition. So, Amy, what have we learned so far here?
Well, what we learned is that the Virginia women are running away with it. However, there is a battle for second and third between NC State and Louisville. Now, it's going to come right down to the wire with that. For the men, we have learned, of course, NC State is running away with it. Notre Dame is in the running to be second. Top 3 for the first time in years.
And here's a look at a busy schedule tonight on this final night. The freestyle, the 200 backstroke, the 100 free, 200 breaststroke, the platform men's diving, and we'll close it out with the 400 freestyle relay. That should be fun. Here's a look at the standings. Virginia on their way to their 5th consecutive championship. They've got almost 1,200 points already. Good battle for second, though. NC State pulled into the second with a great day yesterday, racking up almost 300 points. Louisville third, and Duke is 4th. We started off with the grueling 16:50 freestyle, the meet record set by Leah Smith at 15:25:30. Yes, that's 15 minutes and change. Katie Ledecky, of course, also the overall record. In lane 1, that's Sophia Knapp. She's from Virginia. She is a sophomore. 2 sisters are here competing for different schools. Chase Travis, Virginia Tech, she's a senior. We'll get to her sister in a bit. Maggie Graves, the junior from Notre Dame, will be in lane 3. Kevin Gormson having an outstanding ACC. She's the freshman from Virginia. Lane 4, Emma Hastings, representing the Wolfpack, sophomore in lane 5. Yara Hirath is also with the Wolfpack. She'll be in lane 6 for North Carolina State. Virginia's Madeline Donahoe, lane 7, the graduate student. And then Brooke Travis, who transferred from Virginia Tech, her sister in lane 2. And she now with NC State will be in lane number 8. Now this is the point, Amy, where we look at who you are watching here in this exciting race coming up.
Well, right now I'm going to be watching Cabin Gordonsman. She's in lane 4. She is just such a patient swimmer. Love watching her swim. Now, when we're talking about the 1650, Craig, we have a lot of time to talk about these amazing athletes, because this race, and you can see right there, Gordonsman getting ready for her race. This is a tough one. This is a gnarly one. This one is like all those people that are the toughest on the team. Here they are.
It's distance with a capital D. 66 lengths of the pool. It is roughly 1 mile of swimming. And here we go.
Well, and here we go. I'm going to say those were safe starts. Those were distance starts. If we were to have these young ladies swim against the sprinters would have already been down halfway before these athletes got off the blocks.
Only 65 laps to go.
Well, enough time to make it up. Enough time.
I guess the question, and you didn't do this, is why? What attracts this type of swimmer to this grueling distance race? We were not only this, but all the build up, the 10,000 yards each practice to be able to perform at the ACC championship.
So it's basically body chemistry. Some of us have a lot of, dark meat muscles, sprinters, and some of us don't. And those of us that don't can become amazing distance swimmers, like we're going to see here tonight, like we're watching right now. These people are tough. There were times when I would show up at practice in the morning. They had already swum about 5,000 meters. Then we got in the pool, we got out, and they're still swimming.
Wow.
They're really impressive, and what they can do is just spectacular.
Talking to Todd DeSorbo, the great head coach, University of Virginia, he was saying lane 7, Madeline Donahoe, for example, on a typical day, it's just volume. You see her up in the top lane 7. She'll go 8,000 to 10,000 yards of swimming in just 1 2-hour practice.
Yeah.
Day after day.
Isn't that nuts? That's a lot of time to stare at a black line and go over math problems, problems with your boyfriend.
Does your mind wander?
Oh, it does. Oh, mine did in practice. Theirs has to, for sure. And that's always what's interesting to me, is what do they think about when they're swimming?
Let me ask you this. It's 66 laps. Do they have any idea? Now, I know when they come up, they have started, so they do get the lap guide, as you'll see, the length guide, I should say. You'll notice it when they come into the screen to the right. 9s are across the board.
That's right.
They've completed 9.
Yep. Yep, and a lot of times those counters are giving signals to the swimmers. I said this in the 500, I'll say it here now. We're gonna see it a lot more in this race probably. They'll be swinging it from side to side, up and down, maybe over to the right or over to the left, telling them where to look. And as we're watching this is also one of those races, and I've been talking about drafting off of each other. This is one where drafting is a really big deal. So you either want to do right now what Cavin's doing in lane 4, get really far ahead, or swim in the middle of your lane. And it's sometimes hard to do.
Gormsman from Virginia in the lead. We saw her win the 500 free on Wednesday in 4:38 and 43, a 3-time New York State champion in the 500 free. That was exciting for her, just a freshman from Long Island, joining this incredible program.
Speaking about an incredible program, we've been lucky enough that, we've been able to be up here, talk about swimming. There's a lot of people behind the scenes, and the format that our producer has put forth is really, such a good one.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it.
Not quite a quarter of the way through the start for you tonight here in our women's 1650 free. ACC championships on the line again. In Virginia, is going to win again. They have almost 1,200 points. That is not a headline story here. They've just been able to compile points because of the depth of their roster. But that doesn't mean there's not a lot of talent, including in the pool here. I thought North Carolina State had a tremendous day yesterday. They picked up 296 points. Second only to Virginia, who picked up 332. To go from third to second, that means something for them. Louisville would like to finish second as well. And everybody wants to move up the ladder a little bit.
Well, of course, absolutely. And that's what we're here doing. And so that's why every single swim that we see tonight is counting for a point. So we may see some movement of swimmers in and out of their best events. And the reason is just for that. They want to get those points.
Georgia Tech, for example, down in the pack, but they moved up 3 spots with 172 points yesterday to 8th overall. Florida State moved up a couple to 6th. North Carolina going north as well. So a lot on the line here. NC State's been the men's story we'll talk about later.
So what do you think of a race like this, being, you know, not a swimming person per se? When we say, hey, we're going to cover the mile, what do you think?
It's the Daytona 500. You're just, they just keep coming. The laps in racing, or
sure,
the lengths here, it's incredible. I'm just amazed at to get to this point is really what amazes me. They kind of, and they're all in unbelievable shape. Yeah. This is just a different kind of event.
It's a different breed, right? But
unlike, a different breed.
Unlike NASCAR, we have no bumping and grinding going on in here. Maybe more of an open wheel, like an Indy type thing. Maybe. I don't know.
It's a marathon, right?
There we go.
It's your marathon.
It really is, and really spectacular athletes as we're looking right now at Cabin in lane 4 from Virginia. I want to just point out to you really quickly, I always talk about rotating around the axis that is your spine. She does that so well, and we can see that so well right there. And look at that lead, my goodness. When you see this lead, you would say maybe, well, why wouldn't she just slow down and stay with the pack? You know, she's going to win. We had heats before this, and those times are also on the board. So everyone in this heat is racing a time, not a place, because someone in those earlier heats could theoretically win this event.
Nice lead here for the freshman, Kevin Gormson. Kevin's a mid-distance swimmer, but as the coach DeSorbo told me, she stretches up here to this level, whereas Donahoe in lane 7, this is her best event, according to head coach DeSorbo for Virginia. And she is stretching out a lead as well. And we're just getting going with our coverage of the 1650 freestyle. Back with more of the race and the conclusion when we return to Greensboro. Welcome back. 2024 ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Our opening event of the evening is this women's 1650 freestyle. And we are past the midpoint of this long race, continuing to be led by Kevin Gormson. Now, Chase Travis is the senior from Virginia Tech. She is in lane 2. Her sister is also racing here, and that is Brooke Travis, formerly of Virginia Tech, transferred a few years ago, now with NC State. What do the parents do here, Amy? Well, Laura on the left there is wearing the NC State shirt. And Jerry, the dad, is on the Virginia Tech side, but they do have bracelets representing each team, and they say we're just rooting for times, not individually.
That's so smart.
Of course, they're girls' times.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Oh,
I said, no,
cool.
You didn't take, like, you're not rooting for Chase and you're not rooting for Brooke. They said no. But they work teammates, of course. They said normally they're next to each other in the lanes. They're happy that they're separated here today in lanes 2 and lane 8.
Oh, that is really neat. I love this. That's why swimming is so beautiful.
I'm sure they over the years with the practice and the competition of sisters a year apart, probably encouraged each other and pushed each other to get to this level.
Oh, absolutely they did. You know, day in and day out, every single practice, racing each other, going for it. That's awesome. It's fabulous.
Brooke finished 4th in this race in 2022. She's in lane 8, 9th in 2023.
So as we're watching Gorsman, her uncle, Bobby, played football at Lehigh, and her dad actually played lacrosse at UNC. So full of athletes in the family. Well, we got to keep an eye on what's going on here, Craig. We've kind of got a little discombobulation here, which we've got someone moving up.
Emma Hastings in lane 5 from North Carolina State is getting a little bit closer here. So Gormson, who's been in the lead right from the get-go. I think it's Chase Travis in third, the aforementioned senior from Virginia Tech.
Look at this. The crowd, you can hear them. Everyone is standing on their feet right now because this is really coming down to a great race. They're coming in here on 50 lengths. Remember, they've got 66, so they've got 16 more to go. This could end up being a little sassy, and I'm here for it.
Gormson winning earlier this week for Virginia in the 500 free.
Oh, and look at this. We've now got a race again for third. That's going to be lane 2. Of course, we were talking about Chase Travis. And in lane 7, that is Madeline Donahue from University of Virginia.
She's a grad student. So you got a freshman leading. You have the sophomore in Hastings second. The senior right there in third, and a grad student making noise in lane 7.
With every single turn, we are seeing Emma Hastings in lane 5. She is to the right now on your screen of our leader. She is catching up every single turn. Keep your eyes on this. It's not necessarily in the middle of the pool. It's all of that technical work that I'm always talking about, those turns, those streamlines. In this race, it is more important than it is in the shorter races because there's more of them.
There are 13 lengths of the pool to go in this race. 66 lengths overall, 1,650 yards of grueling swimming for the ACC championship, and you are right, it is even closer now.
Every single turn, but also do not lose your eyes on Chase Travis. She's right there.
0.4 of a second difference at the last turn for the leader, Gormson over Hastings.
And now look, it's going to change right there. The lead just changed. Now here's the thing, the ladies in front have got to keep their eyes on lane 2. Chase Travis from Virginia Tech, she is right there as well.
Gormson and Hastings are swimming neck and neck right now. Travis making a move.
Look at this. Now remember, oh my gosh, every single turn. Now also Travis is now moving up on those turns as well.
Parents urging on Chase. We look over our shoulder.
Here we go. Chase is catching up. It is still right now lane 3, lane 4. They are battling it out. You can see those counters putting it up and down, meaning hurry up, you've got her. And look, she does. She has got her. Hastings has overtaken Pavin right now. And there's mom and dad just going nuts because here comes Chase.
Hastings is up by 9/100ths of a point at the last turn.
Okay, this is some excitement. For the mile, this is incredible. And you are watching it here. Oh my gosh.
5 lengths of the pool to go.
Now the question is, can Chase Travis in lane 2 catch the girls in lane 4 and 5? That's going to be the question. As well as who's going to win this thing. This is going to come down to a fingernail touch.
Gormson from Virginia is in lane 4. They are virtually hitting that wall at identical times.
Okay, here we go. Look at this. Chase Travis looking really good. Everyone's jumping up and down. We're at the bell lap now. Here we go. It's all guts, all glory. Let it just fly. into anything.
Less than 50 yards to go. One more turn.
And the battle appears to be second place right now. Here we go.
Gormson is in the lead. Hastings battling Travis as well. The freshman Gormson is going to win it. In second place, Travis from Virginia Tech. Emma Hastings, NC State. The sophomore gets third. What a race.
That was amazing. Wow. Oh, there she is. That was a great race between those two women. Now let's look at this finish because we've got Chase Travis who just came on towards the end. Here's the finish. Obviously, Gormson's going to win, right? But now the race is for second. Now look what Travis does at the bottom. She just keeps her head down and dives into that wall, whereas Hastings just kind of, you know, took a glide into the wall. And there's mom and dad so excited, as they should be. That was a great race. Well swum.
So a second win for Kevin Gormson individually here in the ACCs. Time of 16:07.50 for Gormson. What's the Sorbo thinking? I got a freshman here who's winning races left and right.
This is awesome for him.
The rich are getting richer here.
That's right.
In the ACC. Chase Travis, the senior, finishing second. Good for her. And a third place finish for Emma Hastings.
There's DeSorbo hugging his swimmers. He's always right there behind the blocks. He's always wanting to be one of the first people to congratulate his swimmers. I love that about him. He really is such a great coach, not just on the deck, but off the pool deck as well.
Madeline Donahoe, also from Virginia, just off the podium, finishing in fourth place. Interesting, Gormson had the lead for up until about lap 54. They were close though, and then Hastings took the lead a little bit, but Gormson was able to pour it on to get the win.
That last 50 was amazing.
Thank you.
Kevin, congratulations. How is this one different than your championship the other night, this one in the 1650?
Well, the mile's obviously a lot longer. And that one hurt a bit more.
Well, you got through it. It was very close. You had the lead for much of the race. Did you notice when Hastings pulled ahead of you?
Yeah, I saw her, and I just wanted to get to the wall first.
Kevin, you know, as a sprinter, I've always wondered, maybe you can help me out with this. What do you think about during the mile?
I usually just count what lap I'm on, but I actually had a song stuck in my head, so that helped.
Which song was stuck in your head?
Humble by Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, good one. Yeah, good call.
They were playing that like right before we walked out, so.
We're glad you didn't sing it and just had it in your head. Nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
To Kevin Gormson winning the 1650. That's a good way to get going.
That was awesome.
She's the champion, and she does it for the Virginia Cavaliers. The men's 1650 is next. Time to look at the men's standings here through 15 events on this final day of the competition. NC State, they're going for yet another victory. Well over 1,000 points. Notre Dame, though, has never finished higher than third. They do have the meet record. Zachary Yeaton did that in 2020. Ipsen, the conference record. and the American record held by the Gators' Bobby Finke 4 years ago. 16:50, 66 laps. We got off to a great start with our women's competition. Now we turn it over to these 8 gentlemen. One of them will be the ACC champ. They've already been champs, like this guy. Kyle Ponsler won the 400 IM earlier this week, sophomore. Tyler Watson from the Cardinals in lane 2. Mert Killavaz from Georgia Tech. He'll be in lane 3. Owen Lloyd from NC State, the senior. He's been on the podium this week as well. Ross Dant. These are big names.
Yeah.
NC State graduate student, lane 5. Zabertsev won the 500 free on Wednesday. Ilya will be in lane 6 for Louisville. James Plage from NC State. He's a senior. He'll swim out of lane 7. And then Jordan Yentchev for Florida State. Won the beat consolation the other night. He'll be in lane number 8. He won that in the 500 free.
And in lane 4, we've got Owen Lloyd from NC State. Last year, he was 5th in this event. He has been swimming very, very well this year. If he can swim within his own lane lines and not pay attention to what Dant is doing, I think that he's got a great shot to win this.
NC State took it last year. So we'll see. NC State has 4 of the 8 swimmers. Very similar to Virginia. They have so much depth. Again, you have to earn your way here to get to the final 8, and that is where you get most of the points.
Well, our guy Owen Lloyd had quite the slow start. Again, he has very little time to make up for that, so I should really harp on it. But again, you know, it's just nice for these guys to get in the water, get this race started, get into their rhythm. It's going to take, you know, maybe a couple hundred for them to really feel their water, feel how they're feeling today, if I can say that word one more time, because every day is different. You know that when you wake up. Some days you feel good, some days you don't. Same with the swimmer.
The Wolfpack have won 8 of the last 9 championships, and overall 29 outright, 1 co and 2 tri champion. So 32 ACC titles for the men. Louisville, the only one to interrupt this streak in the recent years since 2015. The Cardinals won in 2021, and they won by 2 points over NC State. And think about all these races.
Yeah.
And we talk about how points are important. Well, some years they are.
Yes.
And down to 2 points to win a championship or not.
Exactly. And so that's why, you know, when you hear people talk about the C final, listen, I'm going to tell you what, that is just as important as the A final is. Maybe even more so, because that's where all of your depth is coming from.
ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips expected to be on hand tonight. Been very busy. He's been at all the championships that are going on, many of them concurrently.
Yeah.
Track and field in the ACC, and he's expected to be on hand to hand out the trophies. We'll have the award ceremony tonight, of course, coming up, but a lot to go before then.
You can look at lane 4, right? That is our guy, Owen Lloyd, that we've been talking about. Look at his stroke. See how relaxed he is when his arms are out of the water, but look at how much distance per stroke he's getting. It is a ton. Right there, you can see he's got that nice glide out front, gets onto his side, doesn't look too rushed. Now, something with the distance swimming that is different from other events is notice their kick. It's a 2-beat kick, meaning kick, 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 really just to balance your body out. You don't want to get your kick going too early in an event like this because, again, your legs, your quads are the biggest muscle in your body. They take the most oxygen. So if you get those rocking and rolling too early, you're going to run out of oxygen for the rest of your body, and you won't be able to finish as fast. So that's why they do that.
You're saying when they kick and then they pause.
Yes.
They do not kick each and every stroke.
Exactly. It's almost like a boom, boom, boom.
Would everyone be doing that, or is someone not doing that?
There are some random people that will not do that, but they are not the people that we will be talking about at the end traditionally. I'm not saying that that's always, but if you look at most of them have that little 2-beat kick.
Is that something good for the backyard pool as well?
Absolutely, a good 2-week kick with a Mai Tai, fantastic. Speaking of Mai Tais, I got to give a shout out really quickly, because if you look down at the bottom there right of your screen, and we've got that graphic, our graphics guys have been on fire this week, so I just want to say thank you. Without them, I don't know where we would be.
Absolutely. Right down to the hundredths of a second.
Correct.
Owen Lloyd has the lead for NC State. He's the senior from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. He's in lane 4, but it's very close. Ross Dant, his teammate, the graduate student in lane 5, may have just grabbed the lead here early on in the race. 66 overall lengths, and they've got 17 packed away, so not quite a third of the way through yet.
You want to see, I've been talking about this drafting situation all week long, and it's happening right now. It is happening. Someone is drafting off of Owen Lloyd, and that is our guy in lane 3. So that's going to be Mert from Georgia Tech. He is right there on that lane line. So Mert right now is being pulled by Owen, and so Mert's not using as much energy as Owen is. Owen's using actually more to pull him along. It's kind of like, think about bike racing, you know, when you see the pack.
Sure.
It's very similar.
Killavuz from Georgia Tech, the junior, in lane 3. Would he be swimming a little more to the left instead of center, or not necessarily?
Well, I think that Owen in lane 4 needs to get in the center so no one can draft off of him. But I do think that Mert, yes, move over to that lane line that's closest to Owen. If he can even get just a little bit closer, that would be even better for him.
Lloyd has the lead on Dant. .23 of the 66 lengths of the pool finished here in our 1650. You're watching the men's competition as we continue our final day. It's been a great week. The 5th day of the competition. Hopefully vacations in order after schoolwork when the spring break comes for these athletes. It's been a grueling week, but a fun one for them, and I hope for you too to watching with us. We've had a good time.
We've had so much fun. With races like this, how could you not? Because here we are in the mile, and we have got a dead heat for first, second, and now we've got third coming up there, and we even have a battle for third. This is awesome.
We'll be back to see who will crown the champion in the 1650 in the ACC Championships when we come back to Greensboro. Welcome back. Craig Minervini, Amy Van Dyken, the 6-time Olympic gold medalist, here at the ACC Championship 2024 men's and women's swimming and diving. Right now we are past the midpoint of this race, our 1650. Get our men's competition going, and a pretty good battle between teammates. Owen Lloyd in the lane 4, lower part of your screen, and right in the middle there, Ross Dant, his teammate in lane 5.
Now, these guys train together, obviously, every day. They swim at the same school, but they have very different strokes. And I know some people at home are going, what do you mean? It looks exactly the same. Well, when you look at them, you can see, and we are talking about Owen Lloyd, who is up at the top. Is that correct? Yes, Owen Lloyd is at the top.
Right.
And Ross Dant, I got all discombobulated. They're coming right at us, making that turn. Now, you can see how in lane 4, Owen Lloyd is right there, nice and long. Ross Dant has more of that straight arm on one of his arms. The other arm is bent, whereas Owen's, both of his arms are bent. That is nothing outside of the water. You want to make sure that you're just relaxing. See right there, you can see the difference. On your right, that is going to be Owen Lloyd, and up on the left, that is going to be Ross Dant. And you can see right there the difference of their strokes.
Can I ask you a silly question?
Absolutely.
Why does one swimmer, like for example Lloyd here, he breathes to the right, and the swimmer to his left is Dant, he breathes to his left?
That's a great question. It's wherever they feel comfortable. Now, I was always taught.
Here they're facing each other.
They're facing each other now, so they can see each other now. I was always taught that you would always take a breath facing the same way so that you would even out your body. Well, that has turned out to be hoo-ha, and it does not matter. So, not at all. It just matters what you're comfortable with. So sometimes they'll be looking at each other, and sometimes they'll be looking away from each
Doesn't
other.
necessarily mean you're right-handed or left-handed.
Not necessarily.
They come right at you. And they have opened up a sizable lead here with still 19 lengths of the pool to go.
That turn right there, I'm gonna tell you what, Ross Dant really kind of held up on that wall for a second. It was interesting. I'm not saying that he was slowing down or anything. Let's see if he does it here. He did it a little bit there, but when he does that, he gets a big, huge jump off of the wall. So I'm not gonna be as critical with that, because watch as we're coming in here. Again, Dant is in lane 5, and he pushes off and gets that little extra oof every single turn. Now, Owen Lloyd is catching up in the middle of the pool, but again, as we're coming to this turn, watch how Dant just flies off that wall.
Dan, a 4-time All-American in the 1650 freestyle, graduate student from Hickory, North Carolina. Lloyd, a senior in lane 4, right of your screen. Chapel Hill, North Carolina. He won the bronze earlier this week in the 500 freestyle. Got his first ACC medal last year, his second on Wednesday in that bronze 400 IM.
Something to take note of is look behind these gentlemen. You will see a little bit of a kick now. They've both got their legs going at exactly the same time. So interesting.
We should mention Jorn Yanchev is a lap down in lane number 8, top of your screen.
So that's what's called lapping them. So he has been lapped. It happens. But these two guys from NC State just going right at it, head to head. It's almost like a practice for them.
You can see the numbers there, 55 in, and to the left, 53 in.
Yes.
So there's the difference in terms of how many lengths are in the books.
Yeah. Now here goes Owen. He's kind of taken a little bit of a lead there. But again, let's see what happens on these walls, because Dant is so good on the walls. And Dant, look at that up at the top. His distance per stroke is amazing right now. That's what you want. When I talk about that, it's basically how far you go with each stroke. You want your distance per stroke to be a lot, for lack of a better word. You want to pull a lot of water with each stroke, so you don't have to take as many as maybe the guy next to you. So that's why we look at distance per stroke. As you can see, Owen Lloyd, who's right below him on your screen, he's taking more strokes than Dant is. So he's got a lower distance per stroke.
175 yards to go for the championship. That's 7 lengths of the pool. Owen Lloyd is battling his teammate back and forth. Just when I say one's leading, the other seems to take the lead. But Lloyd's opened up a very small advantage now.
Almost half a body length right now that Owen has surged ahead, and you can see Dant riding on that lane line, trying to get any amount of help that he can get.
0.2 of a second lead now for Lloyd.
And look at that white water behind him. Looking really good. Just make sure you swim in your own lane lines. You're not swimming a person, you're not swimming a name. You are swimming the 1650. Swimmers have to remember that.
Lloyd extending his lead.
As we're gonna head into, they're coming up here on the bell lap. And right now it looks like all Owen Lloyd. Can Ross Dant catch him? I don't know. I don't think so at this point.
Just 50 yards to go. And the lead is close to 2 seconds here for Owen Lloyd, the senior from North Carolina State. He's 25 yards away from the ACC championship.
There he goes, pulling a Bobby Fink, sprinting the last 50. Love to see it.
Owen Lloyd, the senior from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. You are an ACC champion of 1650. Teammate Ross Dant finishes second.
You can see everybody is on their feet right now. This is exciting.
Ilya Suburtsev from Louisville grabbed third place.
Get on that lane line, son. You earned it. Congratulations amongst teammates. They work hard together in and out of the water every single day. Such a great friendship, relationship that you have with your teammates.
NC State only building on their big lead. With the 1-2 finish, Louisville grabbing third.
Go Pack, baby.
And with Plage finishing fourth, the Wolfpack have 3 of the top 4 spots.
That was a great race by every single gentleman in the pool.
That's a personal best time, too, for Lloyd at 14:37.04, beating his lifetime best by over 4 seconds.
Woo! That's a way to go, man.
So NC State adding yet another gold, another silver, and they are wearing out the track to the podium here in Greensboro. Came into the day with a huge advantage on the overall standings. Remember, that includes the diving on the men's side and the swimming.
What? Whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. They're just saying that Owen Lloyd was disqualified. What is happening? You're seeing the displeasure from Dant, his teammate. Oh no, I'm gonna cry.
Well, we're getting this news live as you heard it from the PA announcer.
I don't know what he could have done. I really don't. We need clarification.
We will hear at some point from the referees to get the decision.
He's talking to his coach right there, Braden.
That's Braden Holloway, the coach, speaking with Owen Lloyd, who just went from one of the great moments in his sporting life to obviously the other side. And on the board, his teammate now, Ross Dant, is listed #1 as the winner. Ross, this is a strange one, I know, for you. Congratulations on one hand. Do you have any idea what happened and your emotions right now?
I think that's the dumbest rule in swimming. Owen beat me fair and square. He should be on that toe of the podium. He was excited. That's a huge win for him, right? He earned that. He earned that, and that's his emotion, right? That's what we get in the sport of swimming when we do well. We train all year for a moment like that, and to have him disqualified, I think, is the dumbest thing ever.
Do you mind
He works so hard every day. He is going to be on that #1 trophy. I am not going to stand up there.
Ross, do you mind if I ask you what rule did he break? We haven't even heard of up here.
Whenever you win, you're not allowed. Well, the other teams, or excuse me, the other swimmers are still swimming. You have to stay in your own lane. You're not allowed to jump or cross over the lane line into someone's lane. And in this celebration, which he earned, he came over to my lane.
Oh my God.
No, he earned that fair and square. He will be getting that medal.
Ross, well done.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending some time with us, giving us the insight there on that technical ruling.
You can hear the crowd.
So there was still a lot of time. They were over 50 yards ahead of most of the combatants, and this is the point we're talking about with this technicality.
But that's what you do when you win. I'm sorry. Listen, there's not a lot of rules that I have a problem with. That I have a problem with. That young man deserved that win.
It certainly didn't affect anybody in the other lanes at all. And in lane 4, his teammate happened to be right next to him. And you heard it live here. The new results, a disqualification for Owen Lloyd, so his teammate Ross Dan, who didn't even want to accept and may not the #1 award here, is moved up technically as the winner of the 1650.
You know, I don't, let me be honest with you, I'm one of those people that does not get emotional at all. And I am heartbroken right now for that young man. Excuse me, I'm gonna take a minute.
So Owen Lloyd, who won with a time of 14:37.04 by over 2 seconds, by 2.3 seconds, and he has the title taken away from him on that ruling. More coming up on that and our 200 backstroke when we return to Greensboro. Welcome back. Ross Dant got the award for the gold medal after a DQ by his teammate. Talking to the head coach, Braden Holloway. Lloyd won the race in the pool by 2 3/10 seconds, but because he celebrated by going over the lane, it was taken away from him here in a kind of a shocking moment. There was a gasp here, there still is, but we'll have to move along here. We got a lot to cover after the emotion, but that's live sports sometimes. You don't know what's going to happen, and it's unfortunate for Owen Lloyd, obviously. A technical rule, but a rule they were aware of, as you heard Ross Dant tell us, and it was enforced. So we move on to our women's 200 back, whether you like it or not. If they don't, maybe they make a change in the rule at some point. That's usually what happens in sports when rules are considered to be unfair or need to be adjusted. The bodies look at it and decide. It happens in all sports.
It does.
But that's a tough one, no matter what.
This is one that has to be looked at because if you celebrate, you deserve it. But these women in the pool right now deserve it as well.
They certainly do. And let's get to their story. It's the C final, the 200 backstroke.
And right now, we have got Cassandra Moses from NC State, lane 2. Allison Pfaff is doing really well.
Yes, she is. Allison Pfaff in lane number 2 for Duke here in our 200-yard C final. Again, these the qualifiers that got to the final evening here in our 200-yard backstroke. And Pfaff has the lead for Duke. Last 50 yards. Mary Kelly of Miami is in lane 4 and second right now. Sydney Cole from Florida State in third. Also swimming nicely is Athena Meneses from Virginia Tech in lane number 8.
Oh, look at this. We've got a 3-way tie for first.
Pfaff is going to be number 1. I believe Meneses from Virginia Tech in lane 8 is going to grab the second spot. And Mary Kelly from Miami third.
That was a nice race. Great sportsmanship, ladies. See Allison, she's like, woof, that's hard. This 200 backstroke, one of the tougher events on the program. You have to use your legs so much, and as I was talking about in that mile, you need to save that to save your energy.
Congratulations to Allison from Duke. She wins the C final, gets points for her team. Meneses for Virginia Tech in second. Mary Kelly for Miami. They don't have a big squad here. They have made some noise in the men's diving, and good for her to finish in third place for the Canes. All right, here's the B final. Duke, NC State, Virginia Tech lanes 1 to 4. Then top of your screen, you led for Louisville, Bathurst, Virginia lane 6, Jansen, Pittsburgh lane 7, Boynton from Louisville in lane 8. 8 lengths of the pool to be tackled for the ACC B final, our consolation, before we get to the A heat.
Lane 5, Ulette, we've seen her quite a few times in this swim meet. She is an IMer as well as a great backstroker. And she's doing really well right now, but keep your eye right now. Lane 3, Carly from Virginia, diving down deep. Looking really strong so far.
Carly Novoline, sophomore from Wilmette, Illinois. Last year she was 4th in the 100 backstroke. Athletic family, her dad was a hockey player at Dartmouth. Carly's got a good slap shot too, from what I understand.
That's awesome. Also, I love a good outside smoke. Craig, look what we got over there, lane 8. We've got an outside smoke. Allie Boynton from Louisville. She is up there in the mix as well.
Oh, but don't forget Megan Donald in lane 2 for NC State, the sophomore.
She's coming off the wall really, really well.
Well, 1 to 8, this is about as close as you can get.
Absolutely. They're coming into the last turn down here. Getting ready for the final 50. Look at those nice dive down onto the water. Get under that and under that wave, and here they come. Look at this.
Sophomore Megan Donald is in the lead in lane 2, but it's close. Emma Atkinson, Virginia Tech.
Ouellette's making a move.
Lane 5 for Louisville is coming on. They're coming to the wall. And Rye Ouellette from Louisville is your champ.
Oh, what a great time. Let's check out her finish right here. She's shaking her head no, but I'm going to say yes. Look right there. There is a pack right next to Rye. And right here, she just takes those faster strokes and dives right into the wall. And that's what you want to do when you get underneath the flags, is to speed it up a bit.
The junior from Brookhaven, Georgia, Rye Ouellette. Her sister is also on the team, senior Tristan, and she wins the B final. Look how close.
Wow.
Over Atkinson from Virginia Tech. Novoline from Virginia finishes 3rd. Donald had the lead for part of the race there. From NC State finishes 4th.
That is a tight pack. That's fun. And here they come.
The conference records. Sevnik for the Wolfpack 2017 American record. Stanford's Reagan Smith. Our A finalists. A lot of names. If you've been watching with us all week, you will recognize. We've seen them competing and doing quite well, hitting the podium. Paige Hetrick from Louisville, the senior, is in lane number 1. Virginia Tech has sophomore Carmen Whaler-Sasser in lane 2. Caroline Bentz from Virginia Tech. She is in lane 3. Keep an eye on her. Very good prelim. Riley Tiltman, the junior from Virginia, lane 4. Sophomore from NC State is Kennedy Noble, getting set, getting the goggles on in lane 5. Madeline Christman, the junior from Notre Dame. Emma Karam is the sophomore from North Carolina. She'll be in lane number 7. And Tess Howley, the freshman from Virginia, in lane 8. All right, Aim, who are you looking at?
We're going to look at Riley Tiltman right there in the middle of the pool, lane 4. She is favored to win this. Something interesting, not taking anything away from Riley. Catherine Burkhoff, who was the champion last year, did not swim this event today. She actually is going to be swimming the 100 freestyle later. So it is all Tiltman. This is hers to lose. I love it with her wearing her nose plug. She's very serious because remember, they have to stay underwater on their backs for a long time. Look at her face. She looks so serious. She is ready.
Riley was a silver medalist at the 23 Pan American Games in the 200 back, and earlier this week, you may recall, won the gold as part of the 800 free relay team. She also was the champion in this race 2 years ago, 2022.
She will get a chance to get it back, but there's 7 other ladies that would like it as well. Again, starting in the water. Everyone's being really well behaved tonight. No flips off the diving blocks, starting blocks.
Kennedy Noble in lane 5, the defending champ. So we've got an interesting battle of competitors who know each other quite well in the 200 back. 8 lengths of the pool, 7 to go.
Already Kennedy Noble doing what she does best, because watch what we're about ready to show you. This turn, she does them so well. Very quick over, dives down under the water, such a great streamline, and that's where she's getting her edge. But right now, we've also got an outside smoker, lane 1, Paige Hetrick. She's from Louisville. Remember, Louisville women, they are right there for second. They are battling it out.
Paige, a senior, Dean Scholar at Louisville, was 6th in this race last year. 13th as a freshman.
Look at this. Lane 5, Kennedy Noble just taking a commanding lead. Watch how she swims. Her head is still, she is rotating on that axis, doing a great job as they come into this final turn down here. This is the last 50. So if Tiltman is going to make a move, it is right this second.
Noble, the defending champ from Goodyear, Arizona, the sophomore in lane 5.
Here she comes. All she's got to do is just finish strong. Look at her.
Tiltman's coming on.
Throwing her arms backwards. This is how we do it. Oh no.
Tiltman's coming on. And Tiltman wins it.
Wow.
Noble won last year. Tiltman won 2 years ago. She returns as ACC 200 backstroke champion.
That was awesome. Look at this last turn. This is where it happened. So here we've got Kennedy Noble up at the top, down in the white cap. That is Tiltman. This turn, look at Tiltman in the white cap. Takes a few more extra dolphin kicks than Noble did, and that's where she won the race. Also right here, watch how she speeds up her arms and dives right there. Those two things were the difference maker in that race. Congratulations.
She won by 31/100ths of a second. Riley Tiltman returns after getting beat by Noble last year to the championship for her second in her career in the 200 backstroke in the ACCs. Caroline Bentz from Virginia Tech will be on the podium. She gets 3rd place. Well, that was a great finish.
That was awesome. We have had some really great races tonight. We're not even just started yet.
Just getting going.
There it is.
We'll have the men's diving later as well, but Riley Tiltman won it 2 years ago. Last year, Noble beat you. Riley, how did you do it there in the last 25 yards?
I mean, I train every day, every single day of the year for the 200 backstroke, to be completely honest, and like, I had to just give it every single thing I had today, and I'm just really proud of myself.
Riley, we are also proud of you, and I have to say the patience that you had during that race, that middle 100, you just sat back. Is that also something you work on?
Well, to be honest, I was really just trying to feel out the beginning of the race. Like, I didn't want to overdo the first 100. But I've always been a bit of a back half swimmer, so I knew that I was going to have more left in the tank to finish with, so.
Yeah, that final 10 yards, you did it.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it everything I had, so.
Congratulations, champion again.
Thank you.
Riley Tiltman, all that hard work paying off for her, and an ACC championship in a wonderful 200 backstroke race. Men's action coming up, the 200 backstroke for the gentlemen when we return here to Greensboro. Welcome back. Here's our updated men's standings now through 16 events. NC State on their way to another overall championship. Notre Dame is trying to hang on a second. They've never finished higher than third, and that was only one time back in 2017. Louisville making a statement also in third place. Here's our C final in the 200 backstroke. Florida State's got the first 3 lanes. That'll be bottom of your screen. Virginia lane 4, Duke lane 5, Virginia Tech lane 6. Notre Dame will be in lane 7, top of the screen, and North Carolina in lane 8. Ryan Silver will be swimming for the Tar Heels in the C final. And this is an honor to get to the evening, as you have to work your way to get here and put on your resume a C final. And then we've seen a lot of cases here where we have somebody who said, oh, they were 14th last year, they were 18th last year, they won the B, and they wind up in the final this year.
Exactly.
And making noise.
And they do so well. Yeah, exactly right. And they are off. I do have to say something quickly, and I never ever do this in the history of ever, but I have to, because in lane 4 we've got William Cole, and his mom came up to me teary-eyed and just wants him to know that she loves him. Just embarrassed you on national television, William Cole. Your mommy loves you.
Well, you know the sacrifice as well as anybody that the parents have to make for these athletes to get here. All the meets, all the weekends where you're at the pool, when you're young, for all these years. And many of them, as we look over our shoulder to our right and left, are here and they're celebrating this great sport. And there's nothing like it. And unfortunately, it's a short run. It's 3 or 4 years.
I know, it's great. And look at this, though. Craig, I'm sorry to interrupt this. We got an outside smoke. You know how I love an outside smoke.
Yes.
We've got Maximilian Wilson from FSU in lane 1, who has just taken off like a rocket. I mean, Elon Musk would love him. Look at this shot right there. You see how his arms are going right by his ears. They're not going wide. They're not coming in over his head. Great turn, too. That's where he's getting him. This is awesome.
I cannot recall, correct me if I'm wrong, a lane 1 winner from all the races we've called.
No, not
this
at all.
week.
This will be it. This will be the first
men's
one.
or women's.
That's right. And again,
let's see if he can finish it off.
Maximilian doing good as they head into the finish here.
Maximilian Wilson, he is maxed out, yes. In the C final, good for him.
Oh, what a great race. I wonder if his nickname is Mealy. And the reason I ask that is I have a friend named Maximilian. We call him Mealy. Here's his last turn. Watch him get into that small ball, heels to the booty, pushes off with his feet separated, and look at that nice, tight streamline. And he comes up with a great stroke. You can see him down there at the bottom of your screen. Coming into the finish, again, doing exactly what he's supposed to do, diving in there onto the pad, if you will.
Here's our backstroke assignments in the lane. Georgia Tech, Pittsburgh, Florida State, Louisville, lanes 1 to 4. And then it'll be Virginia, NC State, Louisville, and Virginia will be at the top of your screen in lane 8. In our backstroke after the win for Max Wilson in 1:41.93. That was almost 2.5 seconds better than his prelim score. Or time. B final. These will be officially places 9 through 16. Top 8 will be in our A final. These are major points though earned.
And right now we have got lanes 1 and 8 and 4 all just kind of jumbled up there together. Of course, they will separate
it's a
out.
hot lane, lane 1.
Lane 1 is the lane to be in tonight, man. Especially if you're a backstroker.
Some good water
in
lane number 1.
That's right.
Burkasaka, Georgia Tech there in lane 1. But this is a battle even in lane 8. Will Thompson from Virginia. And lane 4, Jackson Millard from Louisville.
Right now it's still a hard to call it right now. They are just so all bunched up right there. It's nice. Well, again, we've also got, as you said, William Thompson from UVA in lane 8, also making a move.
Jackson in lane 4, 15th last year in the 200 back in his second ACC championship, last 50 yards. Regis Pelevi from Florida State, the junior, in lane 3.
Don't lose track of lane 8 either.
That's Will Thompson. Pavlidis for Florida State, lane 3. And Regis is the winner in 141.70.
That was a good swim. Nice, patient. You can't get too excited in the beginning of a 200 backstroke. You got to pace it out, just like we've heard.
So Pavlidis wins. Saka in second for Georgia Tech. Jackson Millard from Louisville finished in third place. 141.70 the time for Pavlidis in our B final.
Everyone's getting out of the pool as we're waiting for this A final to march out. You can see the sign, but we got to wait because that was a great race. And again, the 200 backstroke is a tough race. Your legs are absolutely on fire.
Here's the records. Coleman Stewart for the Wolfpack in 2020. American record goes to Cal's Ryan Murphy. Cal will be all of a sudden in the ACC with Stanford.
Woohoo! Yeah, it's a whole reconfiguration, and I think now it's called the Pac-2. There's only 2 schools left there. Everyone else has moved on.
Stanford and SMU. Boy, that is bringing some other heavyweights into a conference that's already a heavyweight.
It's gonna be amazing.
In the ACC, that is impressive here. Tanner Fillion from Notre Dame will be in lane number 1. He's a graduate student. In lane 2, also a graduate student. Hunter Tapp getting a chance for an extra year. Ditto that for a champion several times here in the ACC, Kasper Stokowski from NC State and via Poland. The Wolfpack also with Daniel Deal in lane number 4. He's just a freshman. From Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, the sophomore Tommy Chanton for Notre Dame, lane 5. JT Ewing, another freshman for NC State. He'll be in lane 6. That's Nico Garcia in the purple, a junior. And Marcus Gentry, the sophomore from Notre Dame, and also from Central Point, Oregon. It's amazing when you look at the hometowns. They're all over the country and the world, for that matter.
Isn't it great? Yeah, we've got Poland. There's Daniel Deal. Again, we were talking about him. He's the freshman. He went a lifetime best time this morning to get this top seed. He's going to swim faster tonight, and it's going to be fun to watch. But again, there's a lot of competition in this pool, but anyone can do it any given day.
200 yards, 8 lengths of the pool.
Calling him up to the edge of the pool. And all the whistles mean something different. All the swimmers know what it means. That means get in the water. I know that one. This crowd is out of control. It's kind of standing room only. Good start. I like Deal's setup. He's very straight backed, and that helps him get over the water. But of course, do not count out Kasper in lane 3 because, you know, he won the 100 last night. We know that he's got the speed. So is he going to go out fast, and can he hang on will be the question. But then we're watching Tommy Chanton in lane 5 from Notre Dame. And remember, Notre Dame is right there, I mean, for second. So he's got to get those points for his team.
Casper's the 4-time champ of the 100 backstroke here in the ACC championship, trying to pull it off now in the 200-yard.
Wow, what a turn right there for Tommy Janton. He just flew ahead. Coming to the 100 turn. His streamlines are so great, but look at that. Daniel Deal is right there. He saw him at that turn. Daniel started to spin his arms a little bit more. Tommy Janton is still staying with that same pace with his arms. Let's see if he speeds up a little bit. Man, his turns are good.
Janton for Notre Dame in lane 5 with Deal. Deal trying to pull ahead on the turn. Last 50 yards. It's Deal in lane 4 and Janton just above him in lane 5.
Here they come into the turn. Deal's a little bit ahead, but watch this turn. That is where he gets so much. Now let's see, can Deal overtake that?
Deal, the freshman, trying to nudge ahead, final 5 yards. And Janton, officially, by 9/100ths of a second in lane 5, is able to get the victory.
Smack that water, my friend, absolutely. Doing the Fighting Irish Leprechaun. I will say I did see the parents tailgating before the meet. They're ready to go. Here, look at this last turn. And I am telling you what, Deal is at the bottom of your screen. Jan is up at the top. Look at the turn. That right there is what won Tommy Janton the race. Here comes the finish. We're underneath those flags. 1, 2, diving down. And see, that's what happened, is that Janton dove down ahead of Daniel Deal, and that's what won that race.
9/100ths, 139 and 21 for Janton, and that is, and he needed it, a personal best. And that's why he won. His prior best was 139.45, and he had to set an all-time personal record with a 139.21 Deal in second. And Stakowski finishes in a solid third for NC State, the Wolfpack holding spots 2 to 4.
Which again, those are all points. You got to give your teammates hugs, man. These are the people that you are training with, eating with, studying with. These are your people.
Deal also set a personal best for in second place. Well, congratulations. There wasn't luck of the Irish, there was hard work of the Irish. How about this one by 9/100ths of a second?
I know, totally crazy. I'm so honored to be up in here at this position. It's truly incredible.
Tommy, that was such a great race, but every time you made a turn, you went further and further ahead. Talk to me about it.
Throughout every lap, I just tried to make sure I grind and make sure I have at least 4 to 5 underwaters. And I mean, from my coaches and everything, everybody there, everything's told me that that's what I want to do, and I got to make sure I do what I'm executing right now when I'm doing my race.
ACC champion, sounds good.
That sounds amazing.
All right, congratulations. Tommy Janton from Notre Dame as they continue an outstanding meet in the ACC championship, bidding for second place for the first time ever. The women's 100 freestyle will be next in front of this packed house in Greensboro. Welcome back. Our awards ceremony here. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. Our 5th and final day here in Greensboro, North Carolina of the ACC championships. Tommy Janton getting his gold medal here with a 139.21. There he is, the blonde gentleman from Notre Dame. After you saw a look at Daniel Deal, the number 2 man in NC State, and the bronze to Kasper Stakowski. Janton getting his first gold medal, and he put on, as we mentioned, his best lifetime time ever of 139.21. The women's standings are updated through 18 events. Virginia leading North Carolina State and Louisville, but look at the difference, only 54 points between second and third. So those will be some important points here as we look at our C final in the women's 100Y. Miami, NC State, Pittsburgh, and Duke. Lanes 1 to 4. Virginia Tech, NC State, The Tar Heels will be in lane 7. The Seminoles will be in lane 8 in our C final. 3 heats here. We will see Gretchen Walsh coming up in our A final.
I'm so excited. What is she going to do tonight?
How does she top what she's done already?
I think what she's going to do is the starter will start. She will jump on top of the water and run across it. That's my guess.
We'll see. That's coming up in a bit. First, our C final.
Now this is called controlled chaos because yes, this is a sprint, but you cannot necessarily go all out from the very, very beginning. You'll have nothing to bring it back. So that first 25, nice and easy into it. That turn is where you blast off and the race really starts. And right there in lane 3, you've got Sophie Yandel from Pitt. She is just off to a great start.
Sophie Yandel. Final 25. A senior for the Panthers in lane 3. Anna Summers in lane 5.
Oh, nice finish.
And Summers from Virginia Tech with a 48.88 was able to win the C final.
That was all her finish. Well, it went, obviously it was more than her finish, but when a race is that close, her finish was just really nice. Just dove right into the wall, hit with her fingertips, on her side.
Summers for the Hokies in first. Pittsburgh with Sophie Yandel second, and Greer Pattison for North Carolina gets the bronze in the C final.
The ladies for the B finals, hanging out behind the blocks, getting ready.
NC State, Louisville, Duke, Miami will be in the first 4 lanes. Talia Bates did have the best time of this group. And then it's Louisville, Virginia Tech, North Carolina, and NC State will be in lane 8 in our B final. Remember, only 4 lengths here in the 100 free.
All right, settle into this. Nice turns. Remember, getting over nice and quick. Do your dolphin kicks. Lane 5 right now. Barrett from Louisville. She is out in front.
50 yards to go. Barrett in lane 5. Tatum Wall in lane 3.
Oh, this is close.
Ella Welch in Louisville's lane 2 as well. This is going to be close. 25 to go.
Here you go. Let's start setting up for our finish. Make sure that you are not breathing.
Barrett
Keep your
in
head
5,
down.
Bates in 4. And it's Bates from Miami. Talia Bates, the graduate student. Go Canes!
My brother's a professor there. He'll be happy to hear you yell that. Great swim by Talia. Here's her finish. Look at this. I mean, it was all jammed up. There's Talia up at the top of the white cap. Watch what she does right here. She dives down, gets it. Nice job.
The graduate student plays second in the B final in the 200 free Thursday night. And she gets the win now in the B final and finishes 9th overall in the 100 free at the ACC championships. Because the top 8 are coming at you in our Heat A final. Kate Douglas with the record set last year here. Gretchen Walsh will be in this race. She has the conference record. Simone Manuel has the overall American record, 45.26. These are numbers to remember for a good reason.
Right, you're not just saying them for your health. You're saying them because every time this young woman hits the pool, she is breaking some other record.
Maxine Parker has been the anchor leg for Virginia in a couple of races. She will be in lane 1, this time all on her own in the freestyle. Christina Regenauer from the Cardinal a graduate student in lane 2. Champion many times here, Catherine Burkhoff, NC State. Graduate student in lane 3. There she is, so far the star of the tournament and the championship, with no disrespect to the great athlete she's going against, the junior in Gretchen Walsh. Jasmine Nocentini from Virginia. In lane 5, Gabby Albiero from Louisville. Her dad, of course, the coach of Louisville, who will have 3 Cardinals in this race, including Julia Dennis in lane 7 and Lucy Mebrahan in lane number 8. Mebrahan is a freshman.
Let's look in the middle of the pool right there, lane 3 and lane 4. Lane 3 is Catherine Burkhoff from NC State. Gretchen Walsh, obviously, in lane 4 from Virginia. Something interesting about Catherine Burkhoff, she did not swim the 200 backstroke tonight. She won the 100 backstroke last night. Obviously has a lot of speed, which she will use in this freestyle. Gretchen Walsh, what else can I say? Every time she hits the pool, she seems to break an American record. I feel that 45.56 from Simone Manuel is in deep, deep trouble tonight. I think Gretchen is going to get it.
The meet record is 45.86, so that also is something you might be looking at. 4 of the competitors here were in the race last year. Walsh finished 2nd, Burkhoff 3rd, Albiero 4th, and Regenauer 5th. All behind the number we showed you earlier from Kate Douglas at 45.86, the ACC meet record.
Now Gretchen, in her 50s, did not get off the block fast. We have got to pay attention to that because Catherine Burkhoff, right next to her, has a tremendously fast start. Better start by Gretchen, but again, underwaters are so good for her. There she is. Look at how long her stroke is. Yes, she is tall, and she uses her levers to all of her advantage. Look at this underwaters. She's already half a body length ahead in 100.
Wow. What a start for Gretchen Walsh in lane 4.
She turned at 21.42. That is incredible.
The record is 45.56 for the American and 45.86 for the meet.
And here she comes, this last 25. Let's see if she's going to get this record. Remember, 45.56 is what we're looking at.
Here comes Walsh. 5 yards to go. Gretchen Walsh. Has she done it again?
Oh my gosh,
she has! Another American record for Gretchen Walsh.
Oh my goodness. And not by a little bit, by a substantial amount of time. Wow. 45.16. What else can this young woman do? Let's watch the starts, because, okay, look, you can see that Gretchen was a touch behind, but it wasn't as bad as it was in the 50. Here is going into her last turn. She is so far ahead. Look at her levers, her arms, her legs. Gets her body into a small ball, heels to the booty, nice underwaters. Look at that tight streamline. That is great flexibility. Comes up swimming, watch her finish. Her arms, oh, so much distance per stroke as she dives into that wall, getting that record. I'm going to tell you what, there's not a lot of things that I call perfection. That was as close to it as I have seen in quite some time.
She wins by 1.62 seconds over her teammate Nocentini at 46.78. Burkhoff gets the bronze at 46.81 for NC State. And another American record.
Yeah, so that will be her 4th American record
this week. All right, Gretchen, what's your favorite record? That's 4 American records this week. Phrase this one for us in the 100 free.
Yeah, that was a hard one. 100 free is a race that I've had a lot of battles with, so I'm really happy that I was able to have such a big drop and get that record. I think I'm most proud of that one, I would definitely say.
Huh. Gretchen, I feel like at this point you're going to invite us over for Thanksgiving dinner, but we do have more, and you are a junior. You have more left in you. Do you have more left? What are we going to see from you later on in your career?
I definitely have more left. I feel like I'm just getting started, so I'm excited for my 4th year, and you know, goals don't just have to be NCAA records. I'm going to try to do some more cool stuff, so we'll see, yeah.
Congratulations. It's been cool to watch you, not only for us, but for everybody here in the building and watching on television. Way to go.
Thank you.
Gretchen Walsh, another American record. Wow. Can you top this? She keeps doing it. The men's 100-yard freestyle. Next. Welcome back. The men's team standings. We're now through 17 events. This is the last night of the competition. Day 5 overall, NC State well in command, but Notre Dame with that big win now in second place and starting to build on their lead over Louisville as we get ready for our C final in the 100 freestyle. Louisville, Virginia Tech will be in lane 3. Louisville also in lane 1 and 4. The Hokies in lane 5 and 6. Georgia Tech in 7. It'll be Pittsburgh in lane 8 in our C final.
This event, so much fun to swim, but just like Gretchen Walsh said, it's also a tough race to swim because it is a sprint and it's also 4 lengths of the pool. So to go all out the whole time is just grueling. Look at this, it's all bunched up still.
Aurelio Sartori for Louisville in lane 4. He's got a battle on his hands. William Hayon, lane 6, making some noise for Virginia Tech as well. Guy Brooks in 3. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Hayon in lane 6 for Virginia Tech.
That was great. What a great finish for him. Nice job.
So Hayon wins the C final. Mario Molayanis from Virginia Tech 2nd. Lamb from Virginia takes 3rd. Sartori from Louisville in 4th in our C final.
Oh, here comes the B final. You can see some of those guys slapping themselves. Again, that's just to get your neuromuscular system ready to go from not moving to all-out movement.
NC State lanes 1, 2, and 5 here. Louisville in 3, Virginia in 4. Notre Dame will be top of your screen in lane 6. Florida State in 7. Pittsburgh is in 8.
Take your marks.
Someone that I like to watch in this heat is Guy Brooks in lane 3. You can tell him he's got tattoos on his forearm, and he's got a really nice stroke, but right now we have got quite a bunch of a lot of different guys, almost turning the same.
In lane 7 with a nice first 50 yards. El Arabi was technically ahead after 50 yards. Final 25 now.
Oh my goodness, keep your eyes on 6 and 7, but here comes, oh my goodness.
Williams in 5 as well. And it's Williams from North Carolina State. Hudson Williams, the freshman.
Look at him, he's like, it was okay. That was all right. That was more than all right, sir. That was great. Yeah, it'll do. Yeah. Check out this finish really quickly because everyone was so bunched up right there. But you can see how that the finish happened. Dive into the wall. He was just a little bit further ahead, but dove a little bit harder. Well done.
A B title for Hudson Williams in his freshman year from North Carolina State. El Arabi from Notre Dame finished 2nd. Henderson from NC State finished 3rd. The records, Giuliano, who's already having a tremendous competition in the 100 freestyle. Giuliano set those prelim marks you just saw this morning. Those numbers count.
Absolutely, they do.
Lane number 1, Jerry Fox from North Carolina State. The Wolfpack will have 4 of the 8 here in the A final. Matt Brownstead been outstanding this week. Senior from Virginia. Keep it going for Yusuf Ramadan. He's had a week to remember here at the ACC, Virginia Tech. Giuliano has been a champion a couple of times here. Notre Dame, lane 4. Luke Miller, NC State, the senior in lane 5. Virginia Tech also represented in lane 6 with Brendan Whitfield. He's a freshman. 3 freshmen in the final 8. Quentin McCarty, one of those for NC State. His teammate is Sam Hooper, Jr. in lane 8. All right, Amy.
Here we go.
A lot of talent here from young to old. Who do you like?
I know, it's tough to pick, but I'm going to pick lane 3, Yusuf Ramadan. He is, of course, from Virginia Tech, and Chris Giuliano from Notre Dame. Yusuf, remember, he had won the 100 fly earlier this week. So he's got speed, he's got patience, but next to him is Giuliano, who won the 50 free and the 200 free. So not only does he have speed, he also has a little bit of endurance with that speed. So these 2 guys are the 2 guys I'm definitely keeping my eye on in this race.
Giuliano was 3rd in this race last year. Ramadan won it, and Brownstead in lane 2 finished 2nd. Luke Miller, by the way, was 4th, and he's in this race in lane 5.
Everybody thinking something different. Some may be singing a song. Some may be going over how many kicks they're going to do underwater. Some are thinking about biology.
Ramadan from Egypt, ACC Men's Swimmer of the Week in January, and the male swimmer of the year last year in the ACC.
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Start is so important. You can hear the crowd getting their last cheers in before silence.
Take your marks.
Amazing starts by these guys. You can see Ramadan just diving down really deep under the water. He's got a great distance per stroke. Right now he is in 2nd. Giuliano is 1st. And look at him, he's just, that distance per stroke. Lane 4 with Giuliano is just spectacular. Can he hold on?
Chris Giuliano, the junior from Douglasville, Pennsylvania. He has the lead as he comes to the turn and 25 yards to go.
Right now it is all about time for him because I do not see anybody catching him.
Giuliano for Notre Dame. And he is a champ again here in the ACC. 40.62.
A new conference record and a new meet record. Congratulations, Chris. That was a great swim. Nicely done.
Let's go, baby.
Check out this start. It was amazing. Watch how everybody gets up and out. Everyone was together. That was so fast. That's what you work on in practice. Let's go into this last turn now. There was a chance that Ramadan, if he bounced off the wall, he could get it, but nope, there's Giuliano. He gets into that tight ball. He's a tall guy, he gets into a tight ball. Great streamline leading into this finish. He's so far ahead, but he never gives up as he dives onto his side for that fingertip touch finish. Absolutely spectacular.
What a week. His 3rd win of the week. There's the results at 40.62. He sets the conference record in doing so. Luke Miller gets the silver. Brendan Whitfield comes up in 3rd. He won the 50, won the 100, and the 200 free this week. What a week for Chris Giuliano, who set the mark this morning in his prelim and went out and bettered it by another 22 100ths of a second here in the final tonight.
What a great swim, and just what you said, the 50, the 100, the 200 free, the range on this young man. I mean, I cannot wait to see what he does in the future. He's got a bright future ahead of him.
And another part of the improvement for the Fighting Irish and Coach Chris Lindauer, as the Irish are looking to finish 2nd here for the first time ever. I know that means a lot to you, Chris, as do these 3 victories. What about the one here in the 100 free?
Yeah, this one, with that one, feels really good to see there. I knew I had to be out fast, and coming home, I knew it would be barbecue chicken, so
Chris, all of the individual races for this meet are over. We've just got the relay left. What does it mean to you to be a part of this Notre Dame team that is doing so well at this meet?
Yeah, I think we showed that this is the place to be. You know, we're continuing this rise, and we're going to stay here. So.
Awesome. Great job. We really, really appreciate it. It's been so much fun watching you. We wish you all the success in the future.
Thank you so much.
What a week for Chris Giuliano and the Fighting Irish, but it's been a great week for the Cavaliers. And how about the Walsh sisters? Gretchen set an American record one after another, and her sister Alex will be featured next, and she's a world champion too. It's all coming up. Welcome back to the women's standings as we close in on the end of this ACC Swimming and Diving Championships through 19 events now. Virginia 14-28. Both Louisville and NC State are in quadruple digits now. 10-58 and 10-38 for the Cardinals and the Wolfpack, and North Carolina is in 4th place here. Here's our C final for the 200 breaststroke. Our lane assignments will have Pittsburgh, Louisville, Notre Dame, the first 3 lanes, bottom of your screen. North Carolina, Notre Dame will be in the middle, and it's Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, and North Carolina State, top of your screen.
This race is so exhausting. And if you don't believe me, if you're like, it's breaststroke, they get to breathe all the time, hold your breath and do jumping jacks when these ladies are underwater, because you will be exhausted. They are under there for a really long time, and it's a long race. And remember what I've been telling you, your quads are the biggest muscle, take up the most oxygen, right? Well, in breaststroke, it's almost all legs. So it's a 200, they're underwater using all that oxygen. It's exhausting.
8 lengths of the pool in total they'll have to tackle.
Ooh. Turn right there was a little bit closer than I think that she would have wanted that to be, but still she recovered well.
Samantha Armand in lane 4, Eleanor Jew in lane 5 from Notre Dame, 2 leaders right now. Alex Walsh has the meet record. Would that be on the line here tonight as well?
Yes, I believe it will. If a Walsh sister gets in the water, we're breaking something. And I'm not talking dishes.
She has the pool record. Kate Douglas has the conference and American records, 201.29. Walsh's number here in the meet, 203.02. Just keep in mind, this is the first of 3 heats. Final 50 yards of the C final.
Right now, I mean, it is head to head. Lane 4 and lane 5, that's Samantha Armand and Eleanor Jew coming right down to it.
Armand is in lane 4. Jew with a slight edge in lane 5 for Notre Dame.
And that turn right there got Jew the lead. She is now just getting her turnover to go faster as she's heading into this wall.
And Eleanor is going to win it. Eleanor Jew takes the C final for Notre Dame. Samantha Armand, North Carolina will get 2nd. Louisville will get the 3rd spot. Fernand Gomes.
She seems happy with it. Also tired.
So good job for Eleanor Jew in the C final. North Carolina with Armand and Gomez for Louisville in 3rd place. Sarah Bender for Notre Dame in 4th.
There we go. It's always so hard to get out of the water after a race like that. You know, your whole body is burning. And you're like, wait, I gotta lift it up out of the water now?
Here's the start list for the B competition. Florida State in 1 and 2, North Carolina lane 3, NC State lane 4. Yellow Jackets will be in lane 5. North Carolina is lane 6 and 8, and Virginia will be in lane 7. Our B final.
Remember, they're allowed 1 pull, 1 breaststroke kick, and 1 dolphin kick. That rule changed back in, I want to say it was the 2008 Olympics, because of a rule violation that made someone who was supposed to get the gold medal disqualified, and it's because he did a dolphin kick. So they said, let's add that in there, shall we? And they did.
It's good to see an adjustment. Sometimes time change. Approaches Abby Aarons for NC State in lane 4.
Abby looking
good
nice.
Battle here, though.
It's a great battle. Abby is kind of not off the wall, but in between the walls, really making a name for herself, surging just a touch forward.
Brisson for Georgia Tech in lane 5. And Paicevich from North Carolina is in lane 6.
Also keep your eyes on Alexandra Rudolph from UNC in lane 3.
Right there, Lexi is. She's in 3rd place. The 3rd lane, I should say, but right there as the 4 come to the wall.
Yeah, this is a tight race for a 200. I mean, they're coming up here on the 150. Still no separation.
So last 50 yards.
See who comes up first out of the pullouts. Again, it's anyone's race.
Rudolph lane 3, Aarons lane 4, Brisson lane 5, and even Paicevich in lane 6.
Lane 5 right now, you got Brisson. She is surging ahead a little bit. Here she goes. The turnover's going faster. I think it's hers.
Brisson, Georgia Tech, lane number 5.
She got it. Oh, that was a tough race in that heat because everyone was so bunched up. Let's check out this finish. Again, everyone was bunched up except for Brisson, just kind of surged out ahead. Now here she is. I want to show something at the finish. Watch her. She's up at the top in the lead in the dark cap. Now right there. Okay, that's a choice that you have to make. Do you cut it short like that, or do you glide in and chance that you're not going to get there first? I think she made the right decision. Do a short stroke and touch.
Another freshman winning here. This in the B final. Brisson for Georgia Tech. The Tar Heels get both the 2nd and 3rd spots with Paicevich in 3rd and Rudolph in 2nd. Our A final. Here they come. Still some smoke left somehow.
I can't believe it. It's been a long week of smoke. Still scares me every time they set it off, though.
Alex Walsh set the record 2 years ago in the meet. Kate Douglas set the record last year in the conference and American record right here in Greensboro. Walsh, the defending champ, will get a chance to repeat. Two other competitors from last year are in the pool. Actually, 3 others. Sarah Foley finished 4th last year in this race, senior from Duke. In lane 2, Kaylin Gridley. She was 2nd last year in this race. Amy Canny's had a very good week for Virginia. She'll be in lane 3, the sophomore. How about Ella Nelson? I know she's one of your favorites, the graduate student from Virginia. She had the best prelim time. Here she is, the defending champ, with the meet record in her back pocket. Can she better that? Alex Walsh in lane number 5. Anna Keating from Virginia, lane 6. In lane 7, Louisville, the junior, Kim Herkel. And Emma Weber, who was 6th last year in this race. sophomore from Virginia in lane 8. Okay, I'm not even going to ask you. Why do you like Alex?
The reason I like Alex is, well, she won the 200 fly yesterday. It was the first time we had really seen her since the relay. This morning, her swim was unreal. She looks like she is just taking it easy. Meanwhile, her distance per stroke is so incredible. This young lady is such a talented breaststroker. I'm going to tell you what, we are going to see an American record tonight, and it is going to be broken by not just a little bit, I think.
That record is 2:01.29 by Kate Douglas. Alex may come back, she tells us, for a senior year, for a graduate year. This is her senior year.
That would be great.
Take your marks.
As soon as they get up swimming, just watch Alex Walsh. Right there, lane 5. She was not the top seed after this morning. That was Ellen Nelson, as you said. She's also one of my favorites. I think she is such a tremendous talent. But look at this already. This is the first 50 of a 200. And look at that glide up front. That means her kick is so powerful. I'm talking about Alex Walsh in lane 5. That turn, not my favorite. Did you see how her arm went way overhead? It should go right by her ear. But look at how easy she looks. Just swimming so beautifully. Let's see if she tightens that turn up just a little bit on this one. Nope.
Nelson in second, Amy Canny, her Virginia teammate. 3 Cavaliers in 1, 2, and 3 right now. Canny falling back a little bit. Keating making a move in lane 6 for 3rd place.
Alex,
right now it's Walsh and Nelson.
Alex Walsh just turned at a 58.5 for that split at the 100, and here she is. Now here comes her teammate Ellen Nelson. Ella is on that lane line, which is interesting in breaststroke, but hey, if you're going to draft, no one better than Alex Walsh. But look at the lead with Alex Walsh. Alex is a tall woman, and she's got a body length lead right now on her teammate, Ella.
Last 50 yards to go. The American record is 2:01.29. The conference record is 2:03.02, set by Walsh right here last year.
All right, let's come up on this last turn here. And we're gonna see Alex, after she comes up, watch this, she should get her hand by her ear. Here she comes in this pullout. You're gonna see, here she goes. Now she's starting to speed up right there. Right there.
Alex Walsh for the ACC title. And she's got the victory. And at 2:02.24, she has set a conference record, breaking her own mark. An ACC meet record at 2:02.24 seconds.
Oh, that was a nice swim. What a great job by Alex Walsh. Also, Ellen Nelson was in there, got second to her teammate. Let's look at this last turn. I was talking about it during the race. Watch Alex, she's obviously ahead. Watch her arm right there, go way over her head. You want that right by your ear. You want to just spin around on your booty, hand to the ear, but watch this finish. Even though the turn was not great, this finish was. That's how you do it. Do you see how streamlined she was touching that wall? That's how you want to finish.
So a great job by Alex Walsh, going about 0.8 of a second better than she ever has before, and setting a meet record here at 2:02.24. Wow.
That was a great race.
Her teammate Ella Nelson in second, another teammate Anna Keating in third for Virginia, and Gridley second last year, winds up finishing fourth.
Oh, look at all the Virginia girls over there getting their picture taken. That's awesome.
And with that number, Virginia has now set a new record for points for women in one particular ACC championship. Last year they were at 15:36. And they have gone over that. Congratulations, Alex, on setting a meet record here and another victory for your team and the Walsh family as well. How about it?
Yeah, that was a great race. This morning I felt kind of rough, so I was really hoping to just kind of nail my strategy tonight. And I'm really happy. I feel like I'm approaching races now a lot more professionally than I ever have before, and but I'm also having a lot of fun. I was in there with 4 of my other teammates and my best friends, so couldn't have been a more perfect way to end my ACC champs here.
And when you're talking about your teammates and having something like that, does it make you want to come back for that extra year maybe?
It definitely is tempting. Haven't really decided if I'm going to be using my 5th year of eligibility, but regardless, I'm definitely going to stay in Charlottesville because I couldn't imagine training with a different group of people. These guys and girls are definitely my family.
When will you make that decision?
Probably before NCAAs or soon after, so I'm sure I'll post on Instagram or something or let people know so you guys will stay updated.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alex Walsh has repeated as champion in the ACC in the 200 breaststroke. Up next, the men get a chance to determine the champion in the 200 breaststroke from Greensboro when we come back. No one is going to have a voice here after this week. They've been roaring and they've had a lot to cheer about, including the lead for NC State on the men's side through 18 events, 1,408 points. Notre Dame is in second. They're looking very good for their best finish ever in their ACC history. Virginia Tech is in third. Here's our lane assignments for the C final. Louisville, Florida State. Louisville, Notre Dame will be in lane 4. Virginia Tech, Pitt, and Virginia lane 7. Notre Dame in lane 8 for our C final. We do have 3 heats here.
Oh, starter saw something he didn't like, called everybody back up. So unnerving. Just got to get recentered in your head. Again, 8 lengths of brushstroke. Just grueling. I mean, the men and women that do this event, bless you. It's very important to get a nice streamline out in the front of your stroke and let your kick just take you through the water. And we can see that here as they're swimming right there. Nice streamlines.
We will see Carlos Cole Marti, who has the meet and conference record, and Denis Petrashov, who has the pool record in the A final coming up.
It's going to be great. Every race tonight has been just awesome. Turning at the 100. Parker Macy from Notre Dame in lane 8. You know I love it. He turned first.
His teammate Sean Falkish is in lane 4.
Check him out.
Parker Macy in lane 8.
He is just doing a great job outside smoke. Again, none of the guys probably from lane 6 over can even see him out there as they make the turn for their final 50. See if he can hang on to this.
His teammate Falkish coming on in lane 4. Two more impressive Irish swimmers.
Here we go. I think it looks like Parker. Let's see if he can do it.
Parker Macy for Notre Dame.
He did it.
Yes, he got it.
Nice job.
He's the winner in our C final.
Oh, I love it. Notre Dame going nuts over there. Oh, he deserves to smack the water. That was a really great swim. That's fun.
All right, here's the results there. Macy for Notre Dame. Fakish finished third, so the Irish get 2 of the top 3 in the C final. Virginia in second with Heilman. Now the B final. We will set the lanes for you in the B. Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, first 2 lanes. In the middle, Louisville lane 3, Pitt lane 4, Notre Dame lane 5. Top of your screen, Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, and Duke will be in lane 8.
That start got off without a hitch, so that was nice. Right now, lane 5, we've got Christensen from Notre Dame looking great, but also don't keep your eyes off of lane 2, Georgia Tech. Calabrero, he's also doing great.
Jerry Chen from Pittsburgh in lane 4 as well. Caballero, as you mentioned, lane 2.
Nice turn right there. My goodness, Christensen from Notre Dame, great turn. Bounced him off that wall. Look at how he squeezes right there, so tight. You can just see it. Oh, beautiful.
The senior from Panama for Chris Landauer's program.
Here we go.
Tyler Christensen continues to lead.
Here we go. We're going to come into this final turn before the last 50.
50 yards to go. Christensen leading Jerry Chen of Pittsburgh. He's making a move, though, in lane 4.
Yes, he is. That turn got him even right there with Christensen. Let's see how this turn goes. Last turn, both of them very tight. See who comes up ahead. Looks like Christensen, but it's not over.
Chen coming on, 5 yards to go. Chen and Christensen, and Chen from Pitt gets the B final.
Oh yes, just the look of relief on his face. Well done. Let's look at this finish right here because it was tight. We even had lane 1 was in the mix, but watch this. This is how Chen wins it. Dives, and do you see that kick? And it made his whole body streamline, and he hit that wall. Oh yeah. Oh, what a great smile. I love it.
5th-year senior. He was the ACC Men's Swimmer of the Week back in October. And tonight, he wins the B final, finishes 9th overall in the men's 200 breaststroke. Christensen from Notre Dame winds up getting 2nd here in the B, and Maloney from Virginia Tech in 3rd. Carlos Cole-Marty set the conference and meet record, 149.69 in 2022, and he'll be in this race. Get ready for the introductions. Defending champ is back as well, and Dennis Petroshoff for Louisville, but it was Scooter Lida for Virginia. He'll be in lane number 1. Here's the defending champ. He won gold, set a new school record as well last year. 150.51. That's Dennis Petroshoff for Louisville. 5th in the prelim. Arsenio Bustos, keep an eye on him. 3rd in the prelim from NC State. He's the junior. AJ Pouch had the best time in the morning prelim from Virginia Tech. Defending champ is right there. Carlos Colmarti. From Virginia Tech, he's a senior. Noah Nichols in lane 6 for Virginia. Tommaso Baravelli, he was 6th in the prelim from Florida State in lane 7. And the Tar Heels' Ben Delmar, freshman, will be in lane 8.
Well, here we go. We got to look at 5 and 6 because we've got Colmarti, as you said, he is the ACC record holder. He is in lane 5. Now next to him, Noah Nichols. We have seen him earlier in the meet. Obviously, he won the 100 breaststroke. So he has got speed, but does he have enough to bring it back? Colmarti, we do know, has that power, that energy to bring it back. So it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a fun one again. I've been saying that all night. This whole meet has been amazing. You can see guys jumping around, trying to get their muscles warm. And a lot of it, too, is a nervous tick. At least it was for me. Just to do something, you know, it's just that energy is just built up. Amazing graphics right there. I love that.
Crowd is on their feet. As you mentioned, it is SRO here in Greensboro. Over 2,000 people at this state-of-the-art facility. Here we go. A final 200 breast.
Take your marks.
That was a fast start by the starter. Everyone seemed to be good with it, though. Lane number 4, that was that was Pooch from Virginia Tech. A little bit of a slow start, but that's okay.
Colmarti in lane 5, battling Bustos right now for the lead in lane 3.
Colmarti did not have the best turn right there. He kind of got a little too close to the wall. He recovered beautifully. You can see that nice streamline up front. Now here we go. It's getting all bunched up here. We have got quite a few guys that are into this.
Defending champ is alive in lane 2. That's Petrashov. Bustos in lane 3. Pouch in lane 4. Colmarti in lane 5.
Oh my goodness. Right now it's anybody's race. Here we go as we're coming into the final 50 turn. Keep your eyes. I mean, this right now is so tight. Petrashov right there was with them in lane 2.
Colmarti in lane 5. Petrashov, front of your screen in lane 2.
Oh, this is beautiful, nice.
Colmarti for Virginia Tech in lane 5. And he gets there for the ACC title in the 200 breaststroke. The defending champ finished second in Petrashov. And Bustos finished third.
Oh, that was great. Nice camaraderie. Let's take a look at this last turn. As you can see, Colmarti right there. His stroke is so nice. He has a lot of patience up front. Again, it was really, really nice. He didn't eat the turn there or at the wall. Coming out to this beautiful finish. Watch right here. He's going to get his body into that streamline. There it is. Cut it a little short. He loves it. Yes, he loves the crowd. And they love him.
Why not? Great moment for him. Especially knocking off the defending champion and winning here in the 200 breasts for the championship. So Virginia Tech takes the gold. Petrashov gets the silver. Bustos the bronze for NC State. Carlos Colmarti. He will join us in just a moment. Talk about his big win here for the senior. Carlos, that was a heck of a race. You beat the defending champ. And what does it mean to you to win the 200 breast here in the ACC championship?
Yeah, it was a tough race, you know, last day of competition. I started competing like 13 days ago in the World Championships, and I was honestly destroyed. But like 2 hours ago, I saw my homies from Virginia Tech, that they came here to cheer. That gave me all the strength I needed, man. Like, they just put a smile on my face, you know? And yeah, I could push through the pain. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that, all right? You've got the ACC championships, right? You just had the World Championships 13 days ago. Which one is better?
I mean, I enjoy both of them, you know. World Championship is like really nice in front of a full stadium. But ACC is like, I don't know, I race with my heart, you know. I don't race for myself, so I would rather race at ACC.
Good job there from Spain. Carlos Colmarti wins it. And the Hokie fans here and all swimming fans enjoyed your performance as you win the 200 breast. More swimming later, but up next, the platform diving. That's going to be fun. Next. Welcome back to Greensboro in the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. The upper platform is 10 meters above the water, about 33 feet. And earlier today, our ace analyst, Jason Bauman, took the long journey up the steps for an up-close and very personal look.
In a while. Take a look, see what it looks like from 3 stories up. Well, it doesn't look that high. We're here at the Greensboro Aquatic Center on the 10-meter platform. This is my favorite event. I loved watching the guys dive today, but I got inspired a little bit to come up here and take a look. But I think I'm actually going to go off. Key for me is just control and make sure I go in safe so that I can get back out and swim to the side. But right now, I'm going to flip on out of here. Not bad for 51. We'll see if we can do it again. Catch y'all later.
All right, great stuff. He has dried off now, by the way. Great job there. And wait, I'm understanding we're getting the scores in right now.
Uh-oh, scores.
Oh, all right, the producer has it at a 1-5. Director 2-0, we understand. But graphics is right in your corner with an 8. The audio at 3.5. Tech manager of 4. Your thoughts, first of all, on the scores given?
Well, you know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I guess we'll have to deal with that. They throw out the high and the low, though, so that's good. So I keep the ones in the middle, so that's all right. I did my best. It's definitely an acquired taste, but the scary part's the fun part. That's why it's called diving.
Here's the good news. The real thing's coming now. And here's the start list. Who are you looking at here, Jason? Great job there, by the way.
You know, I looking at those last 2 guys. Muhammad Farouk had the lead for almost all of the prelims through the first 5 rounds. Cameron Cash, our winner on men's 3-meter yesterday, he set the standard here earlier today in the preliminaries. Those 2. We got John Proctor here, the coach of Florida State. He's actually leaving at the end of the year. He's moving back to Midland, Texas. His wife's got a job back there. He asked me to make sure to send a shout out to his wife back in Texas because she's been there for a while. So he's been flying solo for a bit.
He'll have David Vargas diving for him. He'll be up third, the senior from Mexico City. 10 meters all the way at the top of the platform. There will be A dive from the 7.5 meter mark. Jacob Fisher from Virginia Tech will do that in his 4th dive. Also Ben Newen, the commissioner. That's Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the Atlantic Coast Conference. He's here to join us, and he will be presenting the championships. He's been a very busy man. There's a lot of championships going on in the conference. So we welcome Jim here to the pool in Greensboro.
It's great to get that support from the commissioner of the conference for them to show up and give out awards. That means a lot to the athletes.
We'll start with Jacob Fisher, sophomore, Virginia Tech.
So Jacob's doing his first dive. He's doing a forward 3.5 somersault pike. Remember, they got 6 categories they got to represent. It's a good start for Jacob. I think he's slightly back on the end of the platform here, so it moves a little bit, and he's just a little bent knees, but really good entry into the finish. It's hard for the judges to pick that up because right when he leaves the tower, his knees, you see him a little bit bent, but we've got the benefit of being in a better view to be able to see there. They're sitting almost down kind of on the pool deck on a platform that's raised up, but not that high.
Solid score, 63. Senior from Solon, Ohio. Here's Jackson Salisbury from Pittsburgh.
And Jackson's going to do his first forward dive. He's going to do the same dive that we just saw from Jacob on 10 meter. Forward 3.5 somersaults in the pike position. And I think that one's going to score just a little bit less because it just over rotates a touch. I like his takeoff and his balance. Just a little late getting out, so it washes by just a touch.
The judges gave him a score even up at 63. Now Florida State, the senior from Mexico City, David Vargas, his first of 6 dives here in the platform championship.
So remember, we have 6 categories. He's choosing to do his arm stand dive first, so he's going to go backwards. He's going to press up or kick up into a handstand. He needs to show steady vertical balance and control in the handstand. And then he's going to do 2 somersaults and 1.5 twists when he leaves the platform there. And it's good. You can choose to go up however you want in the handstand. He does a good job of getting up there. Now a little bit of separation in the legs and kind of some form issues in there, but the dive itself is pretty solid. Probably satisfactory, right around that same range of 6.5, 7.
There you go, 62.4 for Vargas. He's underway. And here's Ben Newen from Notre Dame. Made his AC debut last year in the platform when he finished 8th.
He is choosing to do he's upgraded some of those dives. Most of them are all on the 10 meter platform this year, whereas some of them last year were on the 5 meter platform. So this is forward 3.5 somersault pike. And that's phenomenal. If that doesn't get very good scores, I'll be very surprised. Yeah. 8.5s and 9s, that was phenomenal. If I have a small complaint, it's that he's a little open in his pike, but he just drilled it.
Look at that score, 79.5 for Ben Newen. 8th last year, trying to win a championship. Here's Carlo Lopez, the graduate student for Notre Dame.
He starts with the inward 3.5 somersault tuck, so he's going to face backwards, and he's going to rotate in toward the platform 3.5 times in the tuck position. Good start, but he's a little late getting out on that finish, and so it just over rotates slightly at the end. And one of the things that note for these divers from Notre Dame, they don't have a 10 meter platform to train in at their pool. They actually have to travel probably to Purdue University. It's the closest, a couple of hours away, to be able to do some platform training on 10 meter. So the fact that they're doing those dives on 10 meter is pretty impressive.
Here's Max Fowler from Georgia Tech. Was not feeling well the other night, still was able to get in there and earn some points. Feeling better tonight?
Yeah, he is feeling better today. He was 3rd overall in the prelims. This is a standing forward 3.5 somersault tuck on the 7 meter platform. So you see him get that good initiation. They can choose to do it standing or running. Both are fine. And it's a nice solid finish, good dive, and a good entry going into the water. Nice and vertical.
64.4 for Fowler in his first of 6. And here's Mohammed Farouk from the impressive University of Miami.
Yeah, Miami has dominated this event. I've actually been on the commentary since 2017, and I have yet to see somebody other than a school from Miami that actually won the event. So Mohammed's got the reputation to continue here. So his forward 3.5 pike is his first round dive. And that's the way to get started. And you can listen to that sound, right? Again, let's talk about all these elements. He's on the end of the tower. It's good, powerful movement, nice pike position, and he gets in, and it's super straight up and down. 8.5s, 8s. Very good way to start.
Score of 72, very consistent for Farouk. A little behind Nguyen as we get to Cameron Cash from Pitt, who won gold in the 3-meter on Thursday.
Yeah, in an exciting fashion. His first dive here, he's going to start with a twisting dive. So he's going to go backwards, 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So he's going to do basically a back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, and then pike it over and do another flip. And then hopefully rip the entry just like the other guys. That's a great way to start. And again, you can choose what order you want to do. He must feel a lot of confidence. I love this jump and twist off the platform. And nice teep pike, and he goes straight up and down. That's going to get very good scores as well. We're off for a very exciting contest.
78-4. We'll update you in the standings. We're one round through in our men's platform diving championship at the ACCs. Welcome back to the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships. Round number 2 coming up for the men. Here's the standings up top. Ben Nguyen has a slight lead on Cameron Cash. Farouk in third. Jacob Fisher from the 5-meter platform.
Yep, so he's going to do a back 2.5 somersault in the tuck position here from the 5-meter platform. And it's a very good solid dive. If I'm nitpicking a little bit, I don't like the way he comes out. He comes out a little bit with his upper body first and his legs second, and so it just is a little bit chunky to me. And so my scores are probably in that 6.5, 7 range, just because I thought that out was just a little bit, not quite exactly what I was looking for as a judge.
Judges gave him 63, matching his first dive, so he's got 126. We go to Jackson Salisbury, senior from Pittsburgh.
He is doing inward 3.5 somersault tuck. We've seen this one already before as well. And obviously the pit contingent there liked it. They're right behind there in our background. I love the takeoff here. I'd like to see him get out just a tiny bit earlier so he doesn't get that little bit of whip over with the legs, but the takeoff is good.
Gets 62.4 from the judges. David Vargas, Florida State.
So this is nice for the judges and for our viewers at home. He's going to do the exact same dive we just saw before it. So another inward 3.5 somersault tuck. So you can kind of compare and contrast. Like, okay, what's this look like compared to the one we just saw? Now, I like that start. You'll see him as he comes around here. He lets go a little bit and kind of gets a little wiggle with his legs, and they split not really tight. You know, I think he'll feel a lot better. I know that's a dive that maybe causes him a little bit of trouble and just kind of missed the entry there and kind of got away from him a bit.
That cost him on the judges' scorecard, 52.8. Here's our first round leader, Ben Nguyen from Notre Dame.
Again, you see Ben do the same dive, and they can choose what order they're going to do them in. He's doing the inward 3.5 tuck as well. Now, this is a good start. I love his small tuck and how small and tight he is. There's the Notre Dame fans. When he comes out, he doesn't quite get all the way straight with his body, so he's a little bit piked and short, and that will cause those scores to be more satisfactory because, again, that entry is supposed to be vertical and clean. It's clean, but it's not quite vertical. And again, each judge may see it a little bit differently.
Carlo Lopez from Notre Dame, the grad student, in 8th after round 1.
And that's a good effort for him after, struggling a little bit in the first round. This is a much better dive. He does a good job of being tall and straight. It's a little bit forward, but he comes out at the right time to stop it and go in very vertical. That distance away from the platform probably would fix the judges' scores a little bit, keeping it at that low good at 7.
Much better than his first round, though. 63 points, as you mentioned. Here's Max Fowler from Georgia Tech, the freshman. 64.4 on his first dive.
Yep, and he's going to do a back 2.5 somersault tuck also on the 5-meter platform. That is their choice, that they can choose to go from 5.7 or the 10-meter platform. And this is a very good dive. It could be a little smaller in his tuck and a little bit cleaner, but I like the kick out, and it just throws a little bit of water, but there's a lot that's very good about that. So I would say that's a good dive, 7.5s.
He's at 131.9. He was 4th after round 1. He right now sits in 2nd with 2 more dives to go in round 2. Mohamed Farouk.
So his 2nd round dive here is his twisting dive. So he's going to do a forward 2.5 somersaults with 2 twists. I believe he does his in, where he does the twisting part of the dive first and then flips over and does the 2nd somersault after that.
This matches his highest degree of difficulty. Dives 2 and 4.
So he actually does it out. So he does the pike first, and then he comes out and does the 2 twists. He loses his feet a little bit, so there's some form issues in there, but the dive is really, really good. It just needs to be tightened up on some of those little details that can get it from, the 7 range into the 8 and 8.5 range.
Still a big 69.3. He's just 0.6 back of Nguyen. And here's Cameron Cash in 2nd after round 1.
And Cameron's going to do a back 3.5 somersault tuck on the 10-meter platform. So see him gather himself, making sure he's ready to go. I agree with his teammates. That's a phenomenal dive. He's moving it very, very well. It's a big, powerful jump off the tower. Small tuck, and when he comes out, he's right on time, and it's straight up and down. 8.5, very good dive. It's going to score a lot of points.
Cameron Cash with the best dive so far of the Platform Championship, an 84.15 to take the lead through 2 rounds of play. We're not going anywhere. The domination of the Canes that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, like I said, I have not been here sitting on this part of the television broadcast without it being a Miami Hurricane winner. Max Flory, Zach Cooper, David Dinsmore 4 times. You go back to Bradley Holmza from Georgia Tech in 2016 and Dominic Giordano from Pittsburgh in 2015. So Cameron Cash looking to be the first one since 2015 to win for Pitt.
So Cash has taken over the lead thanks to that big 84.15. He leads Nguyen. Jacob Fisher.
So this is Jacob's reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Remember, they got to do 1 from each of the categories: forward, back, reverse, inward, twisting, and arm stand. This is a nice connection. He gets his arms through and gets small in his tuck with his head down, comes out right on time. I like that kick out better. 7.5, so I can see that being very good in that top of the middle of good range.
65.25, that's his best so far. Jackson Salisbury.
So this is back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. It's a little bit short, but I love the jump off the tower. I love the teammates over here cheering. He's got this big power, loses his feet a little bit in there, but nice and up and down.
And that's his best score through 3 dives, 72 points.
The energy on the last night always makes a difference. You get the teams that come over and watch and your teammates supporting.
We've had 5 dives already, Jason, 72 points or higher as we go to David Vargas, FSU.
He's going to do also back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. Same dive we just saw from Jackson. Not quite as big and powerful on the jump, but very vertical and accurate. But just because of that little bit less jump and it's not quite as clean going in the water, score's probably going to be just slightly lower than that.
64 points for Vargas. Ben Nguyen led after the first round, in second after the second round.
So this is his reverse dive where he's going to do reverse 2.5 somersault tuck on the 7-meter platform, facing forward, rotating backwards towards the platform. So he lets that over rotate. He's got a great jump off the platform. It gets nice and small and you see his head move and he picks up that spot, but he puts his feet a little too high on the out. And as it over rotates, it gives us those scores that are kind of bottom of satisfactory to even down into the deficient category.
40.6 for Nguyen. Here's Carlo Lopez, the graduate student from Notre Dame.
So Carlo's going to do a back arm stand, 2 somersaults with 1.5 twists. So he's going to either, looks like he's going to press up into his handstand here. The judges start judging the moment his feet leave the platform. And he's going to get execution scores, I think, in the satisfactory category. It's a beautiful handstand with a beautiful toe point, and he gets a nice twisting action. As he comes out, he doesn't get enough deep pike position in there to get to vertical. So because of that short entry, it ends up in the satisfactory scores, those 5.5s. If you multiply, you take out the 2 highest and the 2 lowest and multiply by that degree of difficulty, that's where you're getting those total awards.
7 judges?
7 judges. So you keep the 3 in the middle.
Max Fowler from Georgia Tech in 4th after the second round.
And this is his reverse 2.5 somersault tuck.
Oh.
That's going to get very good scores. I would say 8.5 or better would be my guess. I love the big jump and that small tuck, and he's doing a good job coming out, and it's very clean going in the water.
71.05 for Max Fowler, who was battling, was not feeling well the other night, still went out to gain points for his team, and now is coming back feeling more like himself and performing very well through 3 dives. Here's Mohammed.
Color looks a lot better too.
Yes, here's Farouk from Miami.
So Mohammed's got inward 3.5 somersault tuck. We've seen a few of these already. Again, going backwards, going in towards the platform 3.5 times. Wow. The only thing I don't like about it is his feet are a little bit flat going in the water, but outside of that, I'm not sure what you take off of that. That's a phenomenal effort from Mohammed.
Not much. He got an 88. That's the highest score so far, even better than Cameron Cash's in the second round.
He looks pretty low-key about it, doesn't he, there?
Farouk, final diver of round 3. Cameron Cash was the leader after the second round.
So Cameron's next dive here is reverse 3.5 somersault tuck. So again, it's a 3.4 degree of difficulty. He's going to be facing forward and rotating backward. So I love the big jump off the platform. Now he's getting it. It moves a little bit too far forward, just a tiny bit. So as it's moving away, he comes out at the right time, but then it stays a little short. But look, watch him spotting. So he's going to go 1 spot, 2 spot out in front, 3 spots, and he lets go and just a little bit short and tries to pull it to get there, but he leaves it short, so it doesn't get the scores that he really, really wants there. But still, not bad. So we got Coach Rio Ramirez and also his assistant coach there, Ryan Hawkins. Ryan Hawkins is actually a ACC champion back in the, I believe, 2012. There next to him in the red colored hat, orange colored hat there. So bringing his expertise along with Rio.
So we've had 3 different leaders now after each round. Nguyen led after round 1, Cash after round 2, and after that big dive by Farouk, he leads over Cameron Cash.
Well, you're at the halfway point. You got 3 rounds to go. It matters who has the most points at the end. That's all that matters.
Jacob Fisher from Virginia Tech is in 5th place through 3 dives.
Jacob is doing inward 2.5 somersault tuck on this 7.5 meter platform, so 2.7 degree of difficulty. And he does a nice dive here. There's a few things that stand out to me. It's a little bit of the split tuck in the flat feet, so some of those form things, and then he didn't quite get the same entry where he was there. Coaches are got their, yeah, they're happy about that. Love it.
Score of 48.6. That's his lowest so far in his 4 dives. Here's Jackson Salisbury from Pitt in 4th place after 3 rounds.
Jackson's got his back arm stand. Double somersault with 1.5 twists. Why is it double somersault? Well, because he starts upside down, he's going to go in upside down. So you start head first, you're going to end at head first. So for me, one of the things is this steady vertical balance. He's steady, but he's not vertical, and then he goes up to vertical and goes right away. And a little bit of the split of the feet. My guess is that's going to bring those scores down into satisfactory. The dive that actually has good components to it, but just a little bit of that deduction for the handstand and a couple of other pieces.
All right, so 59.2 for Salisbury in his 4th dive. 3rd dive of round 4, David Vargas, the senior from Mexico City. He had his best dive in round 3 of 64 points. This will be difficulty of 3.3.
Yeah, so this one's a back 3.5 somersault tuck. So you're going to see him here where he's got his head down as he spots, and then tries to come out, hit that spot, and go straight up and down. So again, we're talking about spotting, and what that means is using your visual cues to know where you are. So watch him come as he goes. He's going to get in, and he's going to keep his head down in neutral. And so he spots the tower here, 1, and then he spots the water, 2, and then he spots the out. And he comes out and unfolds, gets the leg straight, and kind of does what we call a kick, look, reach. Kick first, look then reach. Feet a little bit apart, but good solid dive.
Good score, his best so far, 66. He's got 2 dives to go. Ben Nguyen had the lead after the 1st round, did not have a good dive in round 3.
This is his back 3.5 somersault tuck on the 10 meter. Same dive we just saw David Vargas do in Florida State. And he had it. Unfortunately, as he goes through the water, he wiggles a little bit. I love the jump, and look how small his tuck is. 1, 2, there's his 3rd spot, and he comes out right on time, and then gets a little loose and ducks his head a little bit, and so it doesn't really get that entry into the water that we're so accustomed to from him, that we've seen all week.
So he winds up in the high 50s, 59.4 as a result. Here's Carlo Lopez, 5th diver. 8 divers competing for the men's ACC Platform Championship.
This is his twisting dive. He does back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists in the pike position. And he's got a lot of good components about that. Again, that takeoff and big powerful jump. Nice, lovely toe point in position and deep pike here, but just a little bit too far out in front, so it's short of vertical, keeping it in the satisfactory range at 6s.
57.6. There's Max Fowler, who was in 3rd place after round 3.
So Max is doing his inward 2.5 tuck on the 5-meter platform. That's a 3.1 degree of difficulty. We saw Jacob Fisher earlier do inward 2.5 on 7-meter, 2.7. So you get a little bit more degree of difficulty sometimes doing it on a lower platform. This one ends up a little bit short of vertical, and because of that being a little bit short of vertical, probably going to be satisfactory scores.
58.9 for Max Fowler. He's got 2 dives to go. Here's your leader through the midpoint, Mohamed Farouk. He'll be diving for Egypt in the Olympics.
He will be. He did a wonderful job finishing, I believe, 11th at the World Championships in Doha just a few weeks ago. So he's doing back 3.5 somersaults tuck. We've seen this one before. So he's got a very good, powerful jump. He has got all sorts of power, and it's big and deep and nice and small in his tuck. He needs to let go just slightly earlier so that he can get it to go right up and down. Unfortunately, he kicks a little high and pulls it by.
So that's his lowest score so far, 52.8.
They all count.
And here's Cameron Cash in 2nd place after round 3. He'll need about 62 points to take the lead through round 4.
And this is his inward 3.5 somersault tuck. So Cameron takes a little bit, his routine is to get himself set and everything before he goes out to the end of the platform to get ready to go. He's going to get more than that. I love that. I think maybe just slightly going to the left side a tiny bit, but that's a really nice dive. It's going to get very good scores.
That's his 2nd over 81 points, 81.6. Only the 3rd dive we've had through the 32 that have been in the 80 category. And with that, he will take the lead with 2 dives to go. Over 301 points now. Farouk in 2nd, Fowler in 3rd. But a lot of points to be had. Right, even a lead of 19 or 20 with 2 dives to go, anything could happen.
It just depends, right? It's execution. If you get the execution scores and you don't miss, you got yourself a chance to be in there. So you got to keep trucking away and keep getting each dive straight up and down as you can, and get as many points as possible on each one.
There's Jacob Fisher.
This is his twisting dive. It's a back 2.5 somersaults with a half twist in the pike position. And he chooses to do it on the 7-meter platform. It's a good dive. A couple little things. I think he's got his feet are a little flat and his knees are slightly bent in that. But those little details are one things that keep things in the good to satisfactory range as opposed to putting them a little bit higher. Overall impression is good, but the dive's got some form issues in it.
Jackson Salisbury in 4th place through 4 rounds.
So reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. He's going to do on the 7-meter platform. It's only it's 2.9 there. It's 2.8 on the 10-meter, and it's 3.1 on the 5-meter. So they have different degree of difficulties based on the level you go off of as well. And he's going to be happy with that. I think that's probably going to be 7.5, 8, just guessing just a little bit too far away from the platform for me, but I love that he's vertical and clean, but that's what I think it's probably going to be.
And that's about where you expected it, a big one for him, 65.25, his 2nd best dive so far with 1 dive to go. Here's David Vargas.
He is also doing a reverse optional, but his reverse optional is a reverse 3.5 somersault tuck on the 10-meter platform. 3.4 degree of difficulty. does a nice job with that. Now, I think his start there, he seems like he could get a little bit more extension and push off the tower so that it got a little bit more time. And he's at the right spot. It's just a little loose as he comes out. Kind of see his feet flex, and he loses his form a little bit. But it had good components to it. And that's why I think you see the scores kind of in that satisfactory to deficient range.
52.7. Here's Ben Nguyen. He was the leader after his first dive, which was 79.5. He's now in 6th after 4 dives.
And this is his back arm stand double with 1.5 twists. He is also going to choose to press up. And I would score that very well. The reason I would score that very well is it's a good handstand. It's all the way vertical. His feet are together. His legs are straight and pointed. And he does a great entry into the water. It's a very good dive. No doubt about it.
He nails an 81.6.
And those 8.5s are
huge.
Very good execution scores.
4th dive, 81.6 or better that we've seen. So big one for Nguyen. Here's Lopez from Notre Dame. 2 dives to go.
So this is a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck, 2.8. So it carries a little lower degree of difficulty, but we're going to see how that execution, because he executes it very well. Small tuck, big jump, pointed toes, straight up and down. But he can still score a lot of points by doing 8.5s and 9s on the execution, throwing the high and the low, too high, too low out, and multiplying by that degree of difficulty, still almost 75 points.
And he did, yes, his best dive by a long shot in round 5 with 1 to go. Max Fowler, Georgia Tech.
So Max is going to do a back 1.5 somersaults with 2.5 twists on the 5-meter platform. And his entry's great. I really don't have any complaints with his entry. A little bit in the dive itself. The knees are slightly bent, the feet are crossed, and there's some pieces in there too. That's where I would have a hard time with that. I like this jump, but you can see the feet crossed and the knees slightly bent there, and those form issues keep it in the good, not in the very good range.
63.8 for Fowler. 2 divers to go in round 5. Farouk was the leader after round 3. Now behind Cash as he goes to his 5th of 6 dives.
So he's going to do an arm stand dive, but he's going to be different than the ones we've seen so far. He's going to do a forward arm stand, 2 somersaults. But he's also going to do a full twist. So a lot of moving parts in what he's doing here. And that's a very good effort. The little tiny details, right? So love the handstand, this big kip action into the straight body and then turn, but watch his feet, they start to come apart, separate a little bit in there. You can see them right here, they feet come apart, and those little things are probably the things that keep that out of being 8.5s or better, but that's still a good dive.
69.75 for Farouk. Here's the leader, Cameron Cash, through 4 rounds.
So this is a forward 3.5 somersault pike at 3.0 degree of difficulty. That's going to get at least 1, maybe 2 10s, I think.
Really?
I just think. I think that was a 9.5 to 10 dive because he is straight up and down. It's clean and in there. I'm not surprised if it gets at least a couple. It may not keep any, but it certainly is going to get some.
Let's see.
And here's the thing. A 10 is a feeling. It's an excellent score. It's not a perfect score. And in that moment, that's where it probably needs to be.
So Cameron Cash with an 87 on the board. Officially, it's the 2nd highest, but this total of 388.95 is going to extend his lead. Going to the final dive as he's bidding to become the ACC diving champion. There's the numbers. Farouk in second, Fowler in third.
I think Jacob looks a little, I got to follow that. That is the way diving works too. So his final dive is the arm stand double somersault pike.
Are you surprised Cash was a point less than Farouk in round 3?
Not necessarily. Sometimes that happens. You know, you got dives that you're better at and dives that, you know, you struggle with a little bit. That was where it happened to be that way. All right, so this is an arm stand double. We got to talk about the handstand here, right? That's the first piece of this is you got to do the handstand and you're supposed to show steady vertical balance. There's really never any point where he does that because that's part of the dive and it's also part of the takeoff. You kind of see the judges hit that almost twice. So not surprised by the deficient scores in there in those 4.5 range.
Good for him getting to the final though. For Jacob Fisher, he was 19th last year in his ACC championship debut. Will be much better this year. Here's Jackson Salisbury.
Jackson's finishing with a back 2.5 somersault tuck on the 5-meter platform here. 3.0 degree of difficulty. And I like the dive. I thought he's just a little arched in his back going through the water and not as tight as he needs to be, but I love this connection. And he's out at the right time. Just hold your line and don't pull so hard under the finish under the water, please, sir. Sorry, coaching me. Can't help it.
Coach Jason Bauman. Salisbury finishes with a 57. 6 divers to go for the ACC Diving Championship in the platform event. Here's Vargas.
And it looks like he changed his list from what it was earlier. So he is going to do a forward 4.5 somersault tuck instead of a forward 3.5 somersault pike. So
they
he's
can
adding
adjust
a flip. They can make that decision and choose to do a different dive. So this one is going to be a 3.7 degree of difficulty. And what you're seeing at the elite level in the world is forward 4.5 tuck. You also see some front 4.5 somersaults pike. So this is a big skill for him. Love that. It's a little bit too far out, but good job. I love the going for it as a senior and getting it moving. Nice small tuck. He sees it and he gets all the way out. Feet maybe separate a little bit there, but goodness sakes, that's going to score a lot of points.
He was at Auburn. He transferred to FSU in January of 22, and he finishes off in style with an 85.1 here in his senior year. Great job for David Vargas, one of the best dives of the night. Here's Ben Newen.
His last dive is the back 2.5 somersaults with 1.5 twists. 3.2. They're putting on a show for us tonight. That's 8.5s and 9s again. Maybe a little bit of the arch over on the back. I'm not surprised by that score at all. That was a very good way to finish.
83.2.
And he likes it. He's happy. Throwing a little love to home.
That's the 7th score we've had over 81.6. Carlo Lopez, 4 divers to go.
His final dive is a back 2.5 somersaults pike, so 2.8 degree of difficulty. Sorry, 2.9. It's still good dive. It's going to be a little bit short to get the 8 and 8.5. It's probably going to get 6.5, 7. But look how beautiful this pike is. Straight legs, pointed toes, and pretty. Just a little bit short. They liked it a little more than I did, but that's okay.
Still got a 69.6. Good finish for Carlo Lopez. Last 3 now. And he hugs his teammate Ben Nguyen, who had that big 83.2. Max Fowler.
So his final dive is just an arm stand, 1 somersault, so a 612B. Low degree difficulty of 1.8. Good handstand, going to get good execution scores, but the low degree of difficulty is going to cost him as far as the overall total there. But still, good score, 7, 7.5.
So the freshman finishes with 364.35 points. That will not be enough for the podium. Here's Farouk. He's 37.1 points back of Cash heading into his final dive.
So this is his reverse 2.5 somersaults in the pike position. It's a dive he missed in the prelims earlier today, but he's got a chance to do it better here. That's significantly better than this morning. I like the jump. It's moving well. He comes out at the right time, just pulls it a little bit by, but he's going to be happier with that score. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep back Cameron Cash, but it may be enough to put him on the top to give it a chance to see if Miami can continue. Or will we have a new champion? We're going to have a new champion regardless, but it may not be from the University of Miami.
410 points and change for Farouk. Here's Cameron Cash. He is the leader through 5. He won the other night in the 3-meter.
So his final dive is an arm stand double somersault in the pike position. That's a little lower degree of difficulty, only at 2.4 compared to Farouk's that was 3.0. You see his teammates there anxiously waiting. I'm not sure why we have the little delay here, but here we go. This one's for all the marbles.
Cameron Cash for the ACC Diving Championship on the platform.
That's going to be enough. So it's not phenomenal, but it's good, and it should score enough points to put him into the lead.
60 points will do it with some room to spare. For Cameron Cash, the junior from Spring, Texas, has won gold for the 2nd time. That's his 2nd ever ACC title here this week. This time, it's in the platform.
The Pitt team has had an excellent week of diving, men and women. Coach Katie should be proud. They have a very athlete-centered focus as far as getting their team to perform, and they've had awesome performances this week. What a great job by Cameron, and having it for twice for him this weekend.
We'll chat with him when we return here, and more swimming to come as well from the ACC Championship in Greensboro. Welcome back. Thrilling platform diving here in the ACC Championships. Cameron Cash won 2 of the 3 ACC championships this week. He won the 3-meter on Thursday, his first ever ACC title. He comes back and wins here, beating a very impressive class. Farouk came in 2nd. Ben Nguyen came in 3rd. And Cameron Cash joins us. Cameron, there were 7 scores in the 80s in the finals, and you had 3 of them. How about the way you came on here to win your 2nd ACC championship this week?
I'm just very excited. I'm very pumped. I would not be able to do it without my friends, my coach, Katie. She is the best supporter there ever is. She's just the best. And without her, I just couldn't do it.
That's awesome, Cameron. Cameron, great job up there tonight. What did you see as the key going into the contest tonight? Were there any particular dives where you're like, if I hit this, I'm going to be in good shape? Or
I feel like if I hit my back and gainer, if I just got through those 2 rounds, I'd be pretty golden. But I was just trying to enjoy every moment because this moment doesn't. It only lasts a few seconds in your entire life, so I was just trying to enjoy the moment.
Absolutely. I think your team and obviously their reaction to that, and Coach Katie, you already mentioned her, you guys are building something special there at Pitt, and I think it's a lot has to do with leadership, and you guys seem to be doing it in spades, so keep it up. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, Cameron, champion again. In round 4, he had a tremendous dive to take the lead. And then round 5 here.
Yeah, this, like I said, I told you right away that front 3.5 pike, it was going to get at least 2 10s. It got 3.
87 points there. He wins the platform diving championships. Back to swimming next. Welcome back. Here's the women's team standings. Virginia has set a new record with 1,573 points. They broke their own record that was set last year. They had, I believe it was 1,536 a year ago. Louisville's in second, NC State third. We get set for our 400 free relay. We'll have 2 heats. These are timed. And we welcome back Amy Van Dyken. So there are basically 11 finalists here. These times will count, and it would be odd because their times basically 9, 10, 11, but these times could get you.
You never
on the
know.
podium or at least in the final 8.
Absolutely. You never know because anyone can be, off of their game and anyone can be extremely on their game. There you go. You're swimming in a nutshell.
I'm learning so much this week from you, Amy. Both on the mic and off the mic. The 400 freestyle, we'll start it off.
So each swimmer will swim 4 lengths of the pool freestyle. A little ditty for you since you're learning. Freestyle means you can do any style that you want. Someone could swim breaststroke or butterfly or backstroke or whatever. Traditionally, they do the Australian crawl, which has then just been dubbed freestyle.
But you do have to stay in one, right? You can't switch.
You cannot switch it around. You can't do an IM. Right.
Duke in lane 3, Pitt in lane 4, and Georgia Tech's in lane 5.
I will tell you what, Duke looks great with their relay exchanges. That's what's really gotten them ahead in this heat, is those relay exchanges. So important, I harp on it all the time. But if you are a relay swimmer, make sure you work on it after practice. This relay is so fun. You would think at the end of a long meet like this, an event such as the 400 free relay would be grueling at the end of it, but it is just as exciting as the first race for these athletes.
Leg number 3. Duke in the lead of heat 1 of our 2-time finals.
Allison Pfaff swimming for Duke, and we've seen her in the pool before. She's a great sprinter, doing a really nice job here. Comes into her 50 turn. Nice, easy, relaxed. She gets into that nice, tight ball. I like how she pushes off on her back and then slowly turns onto her stomach. That is a way to do it, and she does that all while doing her dolphin kicks.
Sydney Gring in lane number 4 for Pittsburgh. Zora Rybkova for Georgia Tech in lane 5. Coming up to the transition. Sarah Foley takes off for Duke in lane 3.
And again, those relay starts so important, showing right here why they are. Ooh, now look at this. Avery Kuldak is coming up for Pitt just a little bit. Final 50 of this race right here. It seems to be all Duke, all Sarah Foley. Let's see how she can finish this out nicely for her and her teammates.
Kuldak is getting close for Pitt. But it's going to be Foley to take it. Pitt in second, Georgia Tech in third. Duke takes the time file.
That was great. Really nice. I love how they all have their little signs to each other. So nice. Oh yeah, you should be very happy. We don't know what that is, but we love it.
There's the results. 11 finalists in the 400 freestyle. There's the first 3 to put times on the board. Those can count and factor. They're on the board. Now the top 8 from the setting.
Hi, Mom.
And heat number 2, the record was set last year by who else? The Virginia Cavaliers at 3:05.84. That's the conference record. The meet record, 3:06.83. I feel like I'm asking you these questions the same every way. Is that on the line here?
Yeah, I think it actually is. Yes, it is. It just seems silly to say that it wouldn't come down when you got Gretchen Walsh, you've got Alex Walsh, you've got Maxine Parker, you've got Jasmine Novicenti. So they're all such great swimmers. I'm getting verklempt. I'm getting so excited. I can't even talk.
They're getting ready for yet another gold. Florida State, Miami, NC State, Virginia. Then it's Louisville, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, and Notre Dame in our Heat 2 of the time finals in the 400 free. The Walsh sisters will be in the second and third legs for Virginia. Anchor extraordinaire Maxine Parker will close it out for the Cavaliers. And then you've got No Santini to start it off, though. Really surprised that they are the favorite here.
Now it is fun to see how the coaches put it together, because NC State has got Catherine Burkhoff leading off. I think that is a very smart move. But the hope is that she can get out ahead for her teammates, and then they can hold on to that lead. That is the idea.
She's in lane 3.
Nice start. Everyone in the natatorium is just so stoked for these relays, as are all of us. Again, nice and easy on that first 25. That's what you got to do, and now is where you power through. Remember, watch Catherine Burkhoff, lane 3. She has got tremendous underwaters. It's kind of taken off from her dad, who is also an Olympian. And here she comes, and she is coming up ahead after that turn at the 50.
Burkhoff, the graduate student. No Santini from Italy, also a graduate student. Burkhoff in 3, No Santini in 4.
Watch the relay starts. Nice starts. Now we've got Gretchen Walsh into the water for Virginia. And Gabby Albiero is in there for Louisville. Also another tremendous sprinter, but watch this. It is all Gretchen Walsh right now.
Gretchen's putting on a show. Abby Aarons in second for North Carolina State in lane 3.
Gretchen just looking so powerful. We used to call that position the stopper position. You put them number 2, your fastest swimmer, so they get so far ahead that it stops everybody else from gaining on them.
She's going to turn it over to her sister, perhaps for a final time if Alex does not return next year. And they are opening up a sizable lead here.
A very big lead. And again, right now, the race is going to be for second and third, because we still need those points. We're still counting on that.
50 to go in the third leg for Alex Walsh.
She just looks so smooth, so relaxed. You know, underwater, she is just grabbing it and pulling herself over the water. Nice turns.
Maxine Parker getting set for Virginia. Final leg of the 400 free.
Now, something that you need to pay attention to, yes, we are very excited that Virginia is going to win this. However, there is a battle, lane 3 and lane 5, NC State and Louisville. Whoever wins this relay gets second in this meet. This is so important.
3:06.83 is the meet record. 3:05.84 is the conference record. And Parker's approaching her last 25 yards of the race for Virginia in lane 4.
She's looking really, really good. I do not see this record going down tonight, the American record. We can get the conference record, though.
Gonna get gold.
And coming in second, Louisville, they will get second in the meet. Third, NC State, they will get third in the meet. Congratulations.
3:07.34, about a half second off the meet record, but a championship. Louisville gets second. Great job by the Cardinals.
Let's check this finish out because, yes, obviously there's Maxine Parker in first. Now, here's how Louisville came in second. They come in here right there. Nicely done, a commanding second. Well done, everybody.
Julia Dennis finished it off for Louisville and just in front of Annabelle Crush for North Carolina State. Here are the Cardinals. We'll be back for the men. Here's what they're all going after, the championship. Overall, the ACC, the freestyle relay, is next. Welcome back to Greensboro. Here's our final results. Virginia wins the 400 free relay. Louisville comes in second. The Wolfpack come in third to wrap up our women's competition. And the overall standings are record for Virginia. 1,637 points. They snapped their record by almost 100 points. In fact, just over 100 points set last year. Louisville manages to come in second place. They were in third coming in today. They overcome North Carolina. In fact, NC State winds up in third place. And now here's our men's 400 free relay. 2 heats, 10 finalists overall. These times will count. We'll give you a shot at the podium or the top 8. But we'll start with Duke in lane 3, Pitt in lane 4, and North Carolina in lane 5. Then 7 more finalists in heat 2.
Again, it's so important to just swim within your own lane lines, meaning just swim your race. Don't worry about who's to the side of you, not a name, not how fast they've been before, and definitely not in a situation like this where it's a time final, because you're racing a clock that you can't see. Right now, it looks to be Patrick Hussey from UNC out in the lead.
He was the 2023 ACC champ in the butterfly, the 200 butterfly, and the 400 IM. Hussey leading it off for North Carolina in lane number 5. Has a slight edge on Pittsburgh. Second leg.
Really nice relay starts, very well timed. Nice turns. And again, what you have to do with these heats when you are swimming these faster relays, there is a wall of water that is coming behind these gentlemen. If you come up too early after that turn, it's gonna smack you in the face. And it's happened to me a few times. It does slow you down. So you've got to get under that wall of water.
North Carolina in lane 5 with the lead on Pitt. But it's close. The Panthers right there. Almost a dead heat as we go to leg number 3.
Very, very close right there. That's what the starts are so important. Stay under that water. Oh, look at this. We got Boyd Polke from UNC is just swimming out of his mind right now. But do not sleep on Pitt.
That's Radzaszewski in lane 4 for Pittsburgh.
And here we go.
Here's Here's the transition to the final leg of the race in our heat 1 of the 2-time finals. Pittsburgh has the advantage.
What you don't want to do is you don't want to spin your wheels. You do not want to just move your arms fast.
North Carolina there as well.
Look at
the last 50.
Look at that straight arm stroke right there. That's Tyler Robertson, pardon me, swimming so well with that straight arm stroke. You don't always see sprinters doing that anymore, but it's doing such a great job.
McGrady is in third, but the battle is between Robertson and Goratz.
Look at this.
North Carolina and Pitt, and it is the Pitt Panthers in lane 4 to take the first of the 2-time finals.
I mean, that was a well-fought swim for the team from Pitt. They're all smacking their armpits. I'm not quite sure what that is, but that means something, apparently. Oh, these kids these days.
It means they're roaring with approval for the lead here in heat 1 of the 2-time finals.
I just heard from our producer what that is. It's the armpit. They're from Pitt. They're smacking their pit. Is that accurate?
Of course.
That's hilarious. If he's right, that'll be the first time all week. I'm kidding.
All right, here's the freestyle relay records. NC State 2018. The meet record, the conference record, the American record. We've seen a bundle of records fall here, both on the American side and the ACC, the meet side, the pool side.
It's amazing, amazing.
I saw records broken in your tab back at the hotel.
That's right. I know who's not paying mine is our producer, because I have not been kind.
All right, let's get to the team of the time final here with 7 finalists to go in our final competition of the ACC championships in 2024. Georgia Tech in lane 1, Virginia Tech, NC State in lane 4, Notre Dame, Florida State, Louisville, top of your screen.
Can you feel that energy? Everyone is on their feet. This is awesome.
Can't ask for a better crowd or atmosphere. No wonder why they've been coming here to the Greensboro Aquatic Center.
Let's go! We have got some amazing swimmers leading this off. It's going to be so much fun. It's almost like a showdown of the 100 free again.
It's the 9th time the ACC Swimming and Diving Championship held here at the GAC. The commissioner, Jim Phillips, will be on hand for the ceremony, the trophy presentation. We'll have it for you here. Look at this crowd.
This is awesome. This is what you dream about as a swimmer, having a crowd like this. You feed off of the energy. I don't care what people say that you can't hear it underwater. You absolutely can. In my 100 butterfly, when I won it in Atlanta, Georgia, that's what got me through. I could feel and hear the crowd underwater. Wow. So let's make it loud, folks.
Take your marks.
Great starts. Now you got Yosef Ramadan right there in lane 3. Remember, he is such a talented sprinter. Swam great in the 100, as well as we've got Giuliano in there, Lucas Miller, a who's who of sprinting.
Virginia Tech doing a very good job in lane 3. Virginia right there in lane 2.
And right here, you can see that wall of water that I've been talking about. They've got to dive underneath it.
Giuliano has already had 3 wins this week in lane 5 for Notre Dame. He turns it over in first place to the second leg.
That relay start in lane 4 by NC State was not their best. They're going to want to have that one back. It was really slow.
Filion for Notre Dame in lane 5. They have the lead, 50 yards to go for Filion.
And here he goes, Tanner diving deep, deep under that water. Such a smart move. He's looking in the direction of NC State, and they have made up for that not great turn.
finishing up his second leg, midpoint of the race. Tommy Janton takes over with a huge dive.
Again, Tommy Janton, such a talent. Look at lane 3. Oh my goodness.
Louis Dominguez.
I can't even, thank you. It just took off on that start. This is incredible.
He's moved into second place, very close, just ahead of NC State.
And Notre Dame needs these points. They need to win this.
25 yards to go in leg 3. Janton for Notre Dame.
Here we go, just make these starts safe. Great shot right there, I love that camera angle.
El Arabi is off, but look at Virginia Tech on the surge in lane 3.
Here we go.
Marlis Cole-Marty for Virginia Tech, swimming tight with NC State in lane 4, and your leader Notre Dame in lane 5.
Now listen, let's not call this done yet because Cole-Marty is such a talented swimmer. Can he pull this out?
The Irish have the lead.
They do, and I think they're going to win it.
Final 25.
It looks like all Notre Dame.
NC State swimming hard, but it's Notre Dame in lane 5. NC State comes in second. Virginia Tech comes in third.
Oh, look at this. Notre Dame is so, look at that's their team on the side. Everyone is so excited, so happy. Oh, congratulations, Fighting Irish. Well done. It has been a long time since you have been in this position, and you earned it.
Let's go, baby. Notre Dame's coach, Chris Lindauer, came up through the Louisville program. He was, in fact, among Coach Albiero's first recruiting class. He coached under him for 14 years at Louisville.
Unreal.
He's moved over to Notre Dame. He brought some assistants with him, and that coaching tree is extending, and it's going right to the pool because Notre Dame's come out of almost nowhere here. They're going to finish up in second place overall.
Amazing. Look at that.
In the competition. Wow. The Irish win the 400 free relay.
And everyone got an A cut for the NCAAs. That means that all of those teams get to automatically go to NCAAs. That is huge. That is unheard of that everyone does that. Well done. I have to say this has been one of the best meets that I have been a part of, and it was so cool. Oh, and look at this celebration again. Yes, doing the Fighting Irish. Oh, the leprechaun.
When we come back, they'll be handing out the ACC Championship Trophy. What a competition. Stay with us. More to come from Greensboro. Welcome back to the ACC Swimming and Diving Championships.
Ladies
Time
and gentlemen,
to hand out the awards for the women here. Let's go to PA announcer Kevin Cargill.
We would like to begin our championship awards ceremony. First, we will present the championship's most valuable swimmer and most valuable diver. The most valuable swimmer, a junior from the University of Virginia, Gretchen Walsh. NCAA record and gold medal swims in the 50, 100 butterfly, and 100 freestyle, as well as setting the NCAA record leading off the medley relay in the 100 backstroke, and becomes the first woman ever under 20.0 in a relay split during the 200 freestyle. And now, the most valuable female diver, a senior from the University of North Carolina, Aranza Vasquez. Third in the platform championships, and your 1 meter and 3 meter champion. And now for the team results in the women's ACC championships. Finishing in 11th place with 391 points, the University of Miami. In 10th with 407 points, the University of Pittsburgh. In 9th with 450 points, Georgia Tech. In 8th with 493 points, the University of Notre Dame. In 7th with 531 points, Florida State University. In 6th with 632.5 points, Virginia Tech. In 5th with 779.5 points, Duke University. In 4th with 786.5 points, the University of North Carolina. In 3rd with 1,106 points, North Carolina State University. Your runners-up with 1,145 points, the University of Louisville. And the 2024 ACC Women's Swimming and Diving Championship team with 1,637.5 points, the University of Virginia.
Nice,
So Virginia wins for the 5th straight time, 15 out of the last 17, and this time for Todd DeSorbo's team. There's the coach on the right, Jim Phillips, the ACC commissioner on the left, celebrating with his squad. They set a record with their 1,637.5 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, your women's champions, the Virginia Cavaliers.
And let's go down to our Jason
Todd, we
Bauman.
keep meeting like this. So I feel like I've been here multiple times with you. What makes this year special for you?
You know, this team is peerless, and at this point, I just kind of try to get out of their way, and they, put them on cruise control, and they just head down the boulevard and do their thing, and they're just an amazing group. They just keep getting better and better and better, which just blows my mind. Every year we graduate great student athletes, great people, and we have more people step into the roles and continue to perform at a really high level.
So now, how many weeks do you have till NCAAs?
3.5.
What are you going to do in those 3.5 weeks?
Prepare to be as good as we can possibly be.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations to you and your entire team, staff, everyone. You guys do a phenomenal job. It's time for you to go take your dip, I think.
Appreciate it.
Ceremonial year. Take care.
Great tradition coming up for the champion. But not the trophy.
Don't let the trophy go swimming, but this is what has always interested me. Does the coach actually know how to swim? So here is where we actually get to find out. I have swum for coaches that could not probably have swum. Oh, we've got the Gatorade. The Gatorade is out, everybody. Uh-oh, trying to get coach. At least he got his hat off.
The 20th overall championship. That's a record for Virginia.
I will say they are not probably going to jump in the pool, or actually they are. Sometimes they say it's a superstition to not do that until the championships at NCAAs. I say go for it. Yes! Are we doing this by class, I think?
You finally get to jump in the pool without the pressure of trying to win a race. What an amazing performance. The records that fell. The teamwork from top to bottom.
Yeah. And it all starts with this guy right there, Todd DeSorbo. Such a great guy. We know he can run. Yes, he can swim. I actually know he's a very good swimmer. Oh, assistant coaches are going in. That had to have been the diving coach.
Oh!
Tens across the board right there.
The Cavaliers are celebrating again.
Anybody else? Oh, there we go. Okay, yes. Oh. It's fun to see the technique that they're all using. I'd like to hear Jason's thoughts on what he feels is going on.
Louisville made a good charge, aiming to finish second as well. 1,145 points, better than what they had last year. They finished third last year. NC State second last year, winds up finishing third with over 1,100 points. They call them the Who's. That goes back a long way in their tradition, the Wahoos. You saw the Who's on the side of their cap. You think of them in the pool enjoying themselves, but also, Amy, all the time they spent in the water to get to this point.
Yeah, and so this is just, they're having fun with each other.
Welcome back to Greensboro, North Carolina. Time for the champions to be announced in the men's category. Here's Kevin Cargill.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please turn your attention to the awards platform as we begin our championship award ceremony for the men's championship. First, we will present the championship's most valuable swimmer and most valuable diver. The most valuable swimmer, a junior from Notre Dame, Chris Giuliano. A meet record and gold in the 50 free, tied the conference record and a gold in the 200 free, and set the new conference record and earned gold in the 100 freestyle. Chris Giuliano. And now, the most valuable diver, a junior from the University of Pittsburgh, Cameron Cash. Your platform champion and 3-meter champion, once again from the University of Pittsburgh, Cameron Cash. And now for the team results. In 11th place with 122 points, the University of Miami. In 10th place with 287 points, Duke University. In 9th place with 575.5 points, Georgia Institute of Technology. In 8th place with 616 points, the University of North Carolina. In 7th place with 647 points, the University of Pittsburgh. In 6th place with 762 points, Florida State University. In 5th place with 768.5 points, the University of Virginia. In 4th place with 885.5 points, the University of Louisville. Your top three in third with 960.5 points, Virginia Tech. Your runners-up with 1,038.5 points, the University of Notre Dame. And the 2024 ACC Men's Swimming and Diving Championship team with a total of 1,499.5 points, North Carolina State University.
Well, another great performance for NC State as they win their 33rd overall men's championship and 9th in 10 years. The dynasty that we see on the women's side, we see with the Wolfpack here on the men's side again.
Yeah, and you know, well fought. Again, they're just such a deep team, but they also have those stars. So their coach Brandon has just done a nice job on both the men's and women's side.
Jim Phillips, the ACC commissioner here, handing out the trophy. The men's team only been knocked off in 2021 by Louisville in the last years going back to 2015, last 10 years, and that was by 2 points.
It's amazing. I love the toss of the trophy up there.
Their 30th outright trophy. They also have won 1 and 2 tries.
Welcome and congratulations. I feel like we've been here before. So how do you keep coming back and doing this over and over again?
Well, every year creates new challenges, but the cool thing is every year is a new year with a new team and a new dynamic, and you evolve with what you got, and you try and help these young men grow and be ready for the challenges ahead, and they seem to always step up to the task.
Well, you and your staff do an awesome job. What makes this year even more special than the last year?
Well, I think this year we had some new people get some victories, which was cool to see. We had some older guys step up that stuck around with the COVID year, which was helpful, and we had some new guys really make a name for themselves. So it's just a new team, so it was special.
Well, good luck the next few weeks here preparing for the NCAAs in Indianapolis. I'll see you there. But right now, it sounds like your whole team is ready to go take that dip in the pool. You earned it. Great job, gentlemen.
Thank you, parents.
Oh.
Thank you, alumni. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, alumni. Thank you, team.
Coaches.
No officials. No officials.
Now the coaches are coming in for NC State. That's their captain, Kasper Stokowski, with the trophy for Braden Holloway's team. I don't think you realize, you don't follow swimming, how big the roster is on these teams.
It's really, really big, and that's why it's so important when I talk about depth. There it is.
This is just the men's team.
Right.
And if you're a young swimmer out there, keep working hard. The scholarships are there, the opportunities on the collegiate level. The ACC is as good as anyone.
Oh, yeah.
7 of the top 25. And only getting better with the addition of the teams coming in. It really is an amazing competition. And the thrills here, wow.
Oh, the Gatorade dome. That time Brandon didn't get his hat off. Oh, sugar, that was fantastic. Well done, Coach.
Oh.
Better make sure you clear the deck. Nice job.
Wesley Matisse, their head diving coach as well.
This is a lifeguard's nightmare.
It's like July 4th in there for NC State. Again, they know how to pull it off. They've been doing it year after year.
That's right.
hats off.
Hats off to them.
To the Wolfpack.
Oh, so great. So much fun. Really was cool to be a part of this again this year.
Great job by the ACC staff here.
Yes.
Our crew, of course. Tremendous professionalism. Exciting competition. I mean,
such a great
from Tuesday on, the crowd really loved it, and this facility is as nice as it gets in the collegiate world and the swimming world.
Oh, well done.
They worked hard. Enjoy it. Amy, such a pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
It was so much fun. Craig, I hope we get a chance to do it again.
Absolutely. Virginia won its 5th straight on the women's side, 20th overall. NC State won its 33rd. But congrats to all of the Atlantic Coast Conference athletes who made quite a splash and put on a thrilling show here all week at the Swimming and Diving ACC Championships. For Amy Van Dyken and Jason Bauman, I'm Craig Benerini. Thanks for watching, and so long from Greensboro.